Word up. What's going on, people? Here we are. We're a little early. We'll be kicking off in a minute here. We got a lot of people for the tournament today. I'll flip you all over and we can show off how many we got. Got all these people signing up. I don't know if everybody is going to be checked in by the time it rolls around. It'd be really nice to. I feel like there's definitely some people who haven't quite figured it all out yet. I'm actually going to go message some of the people that I see posting in here who aren't checked in yet. Is checked in. Okay. Cool. But yeah, we got pretty good turnout. Gonna have like 15, 16 people, I think. Yeah, we got 17 people right now. That's pretty good. And then lots of people who are just like kind of interested. I've played Bowl before. Bowl is a really good player. So, probably just couldn't make it. Random Cuban. No, come on, Random. It's your tournament to take. Please. Rip. Well, whatever. We got Cadron in here. Cadron and I were actually playing some games last night, and is really good, so... A sneaky incoming dark horse, I think, for taking this tournament. Is going to be playing Kislev too, so Kislev is always strong. And they're very capable of pulling off some really good plays. Had some really nice timing spells also, which is very impressive. Alright, cool. We're just gonna chill here for a minute. JP is breaking down some stuff for everybody in the Discord chat. Boop. We'll actually move it over. I'm gonna actually go and ask Cadron if I can spec their first game. If Cadron doesn't hit us up, then we'll do Lundgren, who just messaged me to do their first match. Alright, I'll get to you. I'll be sure to do your replay, Lundgren. Okay. What else is going on in Discord chat? Okay. Tango made it also. Tango did really well last tournament too, so that's going to be really exciting. Having a couple of really strong Kislev players. You know, people give Kislev a lot of crap, but I think they got evened out pretty nicely. Like, the changes they got this patch, I didn't really feel like were all that crazy, but they've really evened out. I don't really know if it's because lots of, like, really high-level people stopped playing them regularly, but, you know, they've definitely had a few matchups that they've been struggling with, but, you know, maybe it wasn't so much their, like, minor nerfs, as much as it was other factions getting, you know, pretty substantial buffs, like, Dark Elves got dunked on by Kislev before now. Like, they had some tools they could do pretty decently against Kislev, but after the buffs to Cold One Knights and some of the other tools that Dark Elves bring, I actually can totally see them being a little bit favored over those guys now. Cathay and Ogres. Ogres, I don't see beating Kislev regularly. Kislev has so many good anti-large tools. But Cathay, I can see them struggling against. Beastmen, very much so. Having played Kislev on Beastmen, that's a really nice matchup for Beastie Boys. You've got a lot of really good units to go after Kislev with. Namely, Razor Gore Chariots. Razor Gore Chariots are kind of hard for Kislev to shut down. You can bring Frostworms and Snow Leopards to counter them and do pretty well that way, but they just kind of flatten your front line if you don't kill them outright in the opening minutes of the game. It's very funny. Counts I'm a little surprised at. Slanesh, not so much, and Chaos Demons also being really strong. Skull Cannons on Chaos Demons is pretty vicious, and Skull Cannons are very good against Kislev, so I can see them struggling hardcore there. Oh, whoops. I don't want to actually take the spot. Why doesn't it want to just show me the thing? I really love the way the lobbies work, you know. They are so functional, and they always do what you want them to do the first time you do it. So anyways, we'll swap over. We'll get away from here so I don't give up Kadron's build, and we'll just wait for the for his opponent. It shouldn't be too much longer. I believe the bracket and everything is up. And we'll go take a look at that, because JP's doing all 4 rounds right off the rip. So we can get a little bit of a sneak preview as to where it all might go down. So this is what it looks like so far. Ooh, Son of Heaven and Kadron in the first round. Son of Heaven's been around. playing in the new player tourneys for quite a while, and I've seen him in some of the other like leaderboard qualifying events too, and is a really good player. Plays a lot of Empire, and who's he playing today? Oh, wrong one. Probably Empire, if I had to guess. I don't see in here. Oh, actually, Dowie. Oh my god, Dowie versus Kislev in the first round. That's going to be a good matchup. Kislev has some really good tools against the Dowie, but you gotta, you gotta have a little bit of experience going up against the dwarves before you get a good read on their weaknesses. Lots of people want to kind of play into the Dowie's game without really fully understanding the best way to approach the matchup. Which I do understand. I've been there. Oh, Kislev Slaanesh? It's okay for Kislev. It's not like it's terrible, but Slaanesh has great anti-armor and really good CC. To, like, they've got Pavane, so they can rampage. And Kislev has really expensive units, so if you get something like a Frostworm rampaged, and then Seekers and Hellstriders surround it and kill it in the opening minutes of the game, that's going to really suck, and it's very much something that can happen. Slaanesh is just a matchup that you have to be extremely conservative in. You really want to force Kislev to come to you. Or not Kislev, you want to force Slaanesh to come to you as Kislev. Kislev does better going a little bit more static in that matchup and bringing gun lines and lots of bows and spears and stuff. The more units you can have out on the field to overwhelm Slaaneshi armies, the better, because Slaanesh is always going to have a mobility advantage over you. If you go narrow and try to play into the mobile game, you're going to struggle pretty badly. I truly, honestly, don't think there's a single matchup in this game that can't be won by a faction. I don't think there's any unwinnable matchups. I do think there's some that are really heavily split. Like 70-30, 75-25 even. Like right now, I think like a really high-level Khorne player versus a really high-level Vampire Counts player. I think Vampire Counts win that more often than not, if they know what they're doing. Just because they have so much healing, Khorne doesn't really have the tools to get through it all. I think the DLC will probably change a lot of that. But that's a matchup that I think is incredibly unfavored for one faction. What other matchups are damn near unwinnable? I mean, the fact that I have to rack my brain so hard is pretty telling. Demons of Chaos have some pretty heavily tilted matchups. Demons of Chaos and Khorne is another matchup I think Khorne is rarely gonna win, because Demons get all of the cool stuff that Khorne loves to bring, while also getting healing on top of everything, so you bring your bloodletters, they bring theirs, and theirs get healing from Nurgle magic, and then you cry because your stuff can't out-heal or do anything fancy like that. Oh, Coast and Wood Elves? Yeah, that's a really tough one, too. Yeah, I don't know what Coast does against Vampire Coast. You just hope that you hope that when you bring your mortars, they actually land shots. But I watched Tim the Wilder and Scrambled Egg Special play that matchup not too long ago on Turin's stream. And Scrambled Egg is the best Vampire Coast player out there. Like, period. Nobody is touching Scrambled Egg on Coast. And he lost pretty bad. Tim was very slow pushing forward into the range of the mortars. And then just brought an overwhelming amount of bow fire. And Coast just couldn't clear all the Glade Guard. And that was pretty much the end of him. And you don't need anything fancier than Glade Guard against Vampire Coast. Because you've got Starfire Shafts for AP against crabs. And then you have the regular variant and the Hagbane tips. Which can just wreck everything else. And you can literally just spam those out until you're maxed. And then you bring a couple of War Dancers. And then tons of Eternal Guard and Dryads. Might not even need War Dancers, honestly. Maybe like a couple of Wildwood Rangers instead. Alright. I'm going to take a little sneak peek at the armies here. Yeah, Kadrian is bringing a little bit of the same action that I saw him bringing against me last night. I'm curious to see how this plays out. For sure, for sure. I think if there's any faction that can go heavy metal against Dowie Kislev, they can do it with some of their good armored infantry options. There is a very particular set of units that I love to bring against Dowie, because they literally cannot shut it down if you play the units properly. I'm liking the build so far from both these guys. As soon as they're done, we'll kick it off. Who else is playing in round one? Pep is playing Acrodite. We've definitely got a lot of people who I haven't seen around here before. George Porkenstein, I don't think I've seen play before. I think I've seen Toad Killer Dog play. But Patchy Gems, or Patchy Games, Kiss My Axe, and Matus and Blue Inferno, I think, are all people I haven't seen play before. And I don't know about Rogue Leader. Oh yeah, they're brand new. Okay. Dude, it's always so exciting seeing new people show up, because there are some, like, just low-key people who just don't play the multiplayer and come straight from campaign, and they just start wrecking house, and just, like, really know the ins and outs of the gameplay just from campaign. Which, honestly, if you're really good at campaign battles, you're probably going to do pretty decently in multiplayer. Just because the AI back in the day in like Warhammer 1 and 2 was pretty ass, but in Warhammer 3 over time they've kind of steadily improved it, and now it's not just complete madness. Like, the AI actually makes some pretty intelligent moves. They'll dodge missiles too and stuff. It's kind of interesting to watch. It's like they've been training it over time. Alright, Stelios is ready with a very heavy metal army. Oh my god. And Kadrian's got a little bit of gold, give or take. Still trying to figure out what the last couple of units are going to be here, it looks like. Yeah, the super elite nature of Kislev, man. You know, Dowie can go with some pretty wide builds against Kislev. I saw that one. Wasn't the hill interfering with the shots landing? Yeah, it was. And, you know, it went the same for Wood Elves, though, too, because Tim was trying to use Arrow of Kurnus to snipe mortars and couldn't land shots on them. They just kept getting blocked up by the reverse side of the hill. You know, because what a lot of those missile or magic missile type spells want to do, they try to level out with the terrain, so when you have terrain elevations that change suddenly, it throws off that calculation, and they'll oftentimes continue going into the ground, trying to level off, and then they just plow right into the side of the hill, or whatever. It's very funky. It was one of the reasons why, before the patch, it's been fixed a little bit, sometimes it happens still, but skull cannons you could not put on elevated terrain because they would fire straight forward and they did not match the elevation of your opponent's unit, so they just fire over the head of your opponent's unit every time. It was infuriating. But since they got the Vortex and the most recent patch, I've noticed that it's a little bit less common for them to do that. They kind of adjusted it, I think. So you have weird little interactions like that. That's the kind of stuff that, like, really high-level players take full advantage of and know about. And can be the separation between winning and losing a matchup sometimes. Alright, Stelios is coming in here. We've got a lot of miners. We've got Grimdelvers out in the opening, which I do like. They're a great missile unit. They'll obliterate whatever you put them in front of, pretty much. You got to be very careful maneuvering around the field against Dowie for this very reason. So that these guys are probably out here somewhere creeping around, looking to blow up an expensive unit. Miners with blasting charges, Nor Gremlings, Iron Breakers, always a fun option. They do have Vanguard. Probably one of the most difficult units in the game to kill. They've just got ridiculous melee defense. I mean, 79 melee defense is like campaign levels of shenanigans, almost. And this is just like a standard unit for the dwarves. And ROR, but, you know, the regular Iron Breakers honestly aren't that far off behind them in terms of defensive prowess. We got the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass here. They're interesting. They've got flaming attacks, and they do have a bonus versus infantry. They can grind through Kislevites Warriors pretty nicely, I bet. Goblobber, and then we've got Ungrim Iron Fist, and Kadrin is bringing a build that I've seen him bring quite a bit, just because we played 3 games the other night. He played 2 on Kislev. He really loves Kastalton on the Bear, and Kastalton on the Bear is a really good combat lord. It's going to need to be careful going up against Ungrim, but in terms of getting around the battlefield and beating down some of these other units, like the Grimdelvers and getting on top of miners and stuff, and then providing the Celiacs and Tor's Battle Hymn to the other Kislevite units, might be able to help out a lot. It's gonna be scary though. You got to make sure that your lords don't get killed in this matchup. You need them to do a lot of work for you. And we've got Gust of True Flight and Hailstorm here. Hailstorm's going to be very effective against the Dowie infantry. And you're going to have to get a lot of work out of that, because there's no chariots here. There is a Little Grom. Little Grom will be nice to shoot down some of these units, like the Nor Gremlings. It'll be very effective against those guys. It can probably shoot the Goblobber if it gets in range. Miners and stuff you want to spend less time firing against. It's just going to take a long time for Grom to get value, but we'll see what Kadrin can do with that. And then just Armored Kossars, some Kislevite Warriors. I really don't love Kislevite Warriors in this matchup. They're so squishy. They have, like, no armor. Dowie have blasting charges, and they have Rangers that they can bring out and just obliterate these guys. The AP on them and the decent stats is a bit of a trap, in my opinion. Excuse me. But they're going to be advancing up regardless. They've got their, you know, they're like the peasants in the Bretonnian army, like the peasant mob, but, like, super sauced. You know, like, they've got these farm implements that they've attached, like, billhook spikes and other like halberd type implements onto. Very funny. Norgremlings, they're creeping up onto the point. They're going to definitely get a good blasting charge volley off if Kadrian doesn't peel out of here. You've lost the cap weight now, so you might as well pull back. But a nice little Grom shot comes in and kills 8 models on the Norgremlings, man. Really beautiful stuff, and actually dodges the Grimdelver volley, so revealing this missile unit as well. You know not to mess with anything here, honestly. You don't need to fight these 2 units right now. You can just shoot them with Little Grom. Like, keep something close enough so that the Grimdelvers can't go back into Stalk. Although they are running into the trees, so that might be a little easier said than done. They're probably going to get back in here, go back into Stalk, and then try and push up the side or something. There are the things in the woods, funnily enough, hiding in the woods. So we'll see if the weird Chaos Doggies can get on top of this missile unit at some point. Hailstorm coming down, doing a little bit of damage for sure. Nothing stupendous, but these guys have been chipped down quite a bit. They've lost a decent chunk of their HP now, man, and they're getting shot at by armored Kossars too. I think Kastalton could stand to actually go into melee combat here against these guys. He's got decent armor, so they're not going to hit back against him too hard. You know, they've got the great melee defense, but the melee attack is a little less to be desired from them. And here we go. This is going to be pretty brutal. Grimdelver's opening up. Those silver shields mitigate a lot of the damage, but we need a jump from the things in the woods, who are actually advancing now. We'll see if they can get up on the flank of these guys. There's not really anything to help the Grimdelvers out. You know, Dowie being so slow, these guys are very exposed, even though they've got quite a few units here. Look at the damage from the Goblobber. Good grief, man. Absolutely laying waste to the armored Kossars right now. Norgremlings get a nice blasting charge volley off on the Kislevite warriors. Kislev is grinding decently. They did kill a miner here, which is awesome. There's some rangers with the Stalk creeping up to the #1 objective. Going to be holding on to that. There are gyros up in the air now. Not a lot of answers to the gyros beyond the Kossar shooting. Oh, and there's some Streltsy out. Little Grom still targeting down. Yeah, the Grimdelver's getting good damage there. Oh, and the things in the woods are going for the unoccupied artillery piece back here. But a really good summon of the Dragonback Slayers here, man. Really nice call-in. This is always a risky play, going after Dowie artillery really early. You've got the Grimdelvers here that you could go after, rather, in my opinion. You do a lot of good work against these guys, too. They're already pretty low. You can probably work them down a little bit easier and spare some of the Kossars. Oh my god! They lost about half their HP on that blasting charge volley. Norgremling's Iron Breakers are coming in hot and heavy here, man. They're just absolutely brutalizing everything that comes into contact with them. They stopped up these Kislevite warriors, gave these blasting charges something to do. Grimdelvers, they've been getting worked on. They've gotten a couple of good volleys off, and any of these, like, shotgun-type units, just, like, a handful of models on them with their missile strength, they can brutalize Kastalton here if they just keep shooting at them. They might break here, and we do get a big, big collapse from the Dowie onto the Kossovite Dervishes and the things in the woods here. Really nice response from Stelios, saving that Goblobber and killing 3 mobility tools back here. You know, I like going after artillery pieces at some point if the Dowie have a bunch of them. But if it's just one artillery crew, it's usually not worth going for. You're better off using your mobility to, like, lock down missile pieces while you engage the warrior front line. As you grind through the front line, then you disengage and you go into the backfield and you intercept units that are coming in, because Dowie are very slow. It takes them a long time to get anywhere. You can usually use mobility to stop up their advance. And look at goddamn Ungrim, man. Ungrim going after Kastalton, who's very trapped right now. Has a little bit of an avenue, needs to just jump out through this path here. Instead is, like, pushing up into all these warriors, and look at the friendly fire. Or, not the friendly fire, but the overlapping fire. from Little Grom, killing multiple models of Longbeards and Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, but Kastalton is still stuck in here. He can't escape the wrath of Ungrim. And Ungrim's not going to be meeting a glorious death. He's going to be dealing it out today. Absolutely roasting Kastalton. Kastalton is not dead if he doesn't shatter here and he's able to get away. Kislev might be alright. He does have Ursun's Ward, so he does heal as long as he's under 25% HP. He's got a couple of Solyaks left. He's got Ursun's Roar. And look at the Streltsy out here, getting some good value against these Rangers. Oh, Boydnov's Brawlers is why, man. They do some serious work. A little bit of friendly fire here on the Winged Lancers, but the Winged Lancers do break the Ranger Great Weapons. And you can just jump right up here on the number 1. Kislev has to start capping objectives now. They've been playing a little passively, and the Dowie are stuffing them back now, which is never where you want to be. None of the objectives have a lot of units on them besides the number 3 here. You take the number 1, bounce over to the number 2, hit these, well, I guess the Rangers, they're invisible right now. Oh, Boydnov's Brawlers with another good volley, man. Shattering the gyro, killing it completely there. Another Streltsy comes out, and they snipe all of the models out of the air at once. Amazing stuff. Well, that is precision, man. You love to see it, but anyways, Dowie are in a very dominant position right now in terms of tickets. They've got a lot of battlefield control as well. You know, I say that as they are an incredibly slow faction. They can only do so much. But, Kislev is behind in value. A lot of that is on their Lord having gotten so beat up. They've got the tools on the field. They just have to cap objectives and don't have anything to stop the advance of these Dowie Warriors who are going to stop the cap here. Get up on the number 1. Hit with the Kossifite Dervishes. Hit the Great Weapons here. Loop back around and get the Warriors. Value trade and threaten caps as much as possible, because you're in triple cap territory already, and it's going to be a long game getting Dowie off of the number 3 objective here. Boydnov's Brawlers have been doing some great work. 1,500 value on these bad boys, but Norgrimling's Ironbreakers are just slowly waddling after them. This is the chase of the century, people. This is what you all came for. Look at everyone pumping those legs, you know. They get out, they work out regularly. They're going to try and make it happen. Oh, good fire from the Great Weapon Rangers. Getting big damage on Kastalton, who really hasn't gotten a lot of work done. You know, honestly, Kislev's better going narrow here. You don't really want to bring, like, a Lord to go fisticuffs with a hero squad. And if you do, you want to bring him on foot and then bring Felix. That way you can actually kill somebody like Ungrim. Ungrim, with the bonus versus large, is going to beat the crap out of Kastalton every time. But he does survive the fire. He gets in. He still has Ursun's Ward. It's healing now for him, which is a pretty good passive heal. Can definitely keep him alive a lot longer than you might otherwise think. Slayer Pirates and Gyrocopters brutalizing the Winged Lancers and Kossifite Dervishes over here. Kadrian falling behind pretty hard. I will say that this build that the Dowie have would be very vulnerable to War Sleds. The Goblobber is not really something that can do a lot of damage to chariots. It's not bad, and then you do have to worry about gyros, but that's where your Streltsy and Boydnov's Brawlers come in. If you've got the chariots running over infantry, and especially Slayers, Slayers are really bad fighting against high-mass chariots. They basically bounce off of them, and they just get farmed for value. It's pretty brutal. And then when the gyros come out to try and help Slayers, then you just like take the chariots, you wheel back, and you try to draw the gyros forward for the Streltsy to just obliterate, because you can see how well the Streltsy have been doing this match. They've actually been doing okay. These ones, not so much. They just got jumped on. Wow, by Longbeards, too. That's rough, man. This is why you want a little bit of a mix of mobility in here, and you don't want to hyper-focus artillery. Because Kadrian lost all the mobility, couldn't intercept any of the reinforcements that were moving up. And the Dowie have just been plugging away at taking fights off of the points and keeping this triple cap for so long. And they really haven't been too stressed because a lot of value is tied up in Castalton and the Frost Maiden. You know, these are heroes that cost, I would say, like 2,600 gold altogether. And you can just bring an Ice Witch with Hailstorm on foot and just keep her away from all the nasty stuff. And she'd probably do you just as much good as bringing Castalton here. Who, as you can see, only got 400 value. He really wasn't able to make much happen on the field. Little Grom was nice. It got some good value for sure. Boydnov's Brawlers. This unit is ridiculous. I can't tell you how many times I've seen it get 2,700 value. They're hard to fight in melee combat. And if they get volleys off, they'll delete anything that comes in range of them. So, really nice performance with those guys. Just need to localize the build a little bit. Really well played by Stelios, man. So we've got our first one of the day for the Dowie, who have been struggling a little bit this season. People really aren't giving them a lot of leeway with their unit picks. You know, a lot of people are still limiting gyrocopters, and I understand why to some degree, but they did get the worst of their abilities removed in the fire while moving. So at the end of the day, I don't think gyros are nearly as oppressive as they used to be. I think that it's something that people should look into, like upping the limit on the number of gyros at least, instead of just bringing 2, because that's just not enough for the dwarves to work with. It is. It's more like Michael Myers chasing after somebody. Those Iron Breakers just waddling slowly is always a sight to see. You got wrecked against Empire Slanesh. Couldn't catch Pistoliers. Huntsman defeated my Cav. How do I play that matchup? I don't know. I don't play a lot of Slanesh, so I couldn't, like, tell you the most optimal build. But, let's go we can take a look real quick. Round 1's still going. So you were against Empire. Empire's pretty good at killing, Lords. Because they have a net of Ammontok that they can take advantage of. So Sigvald probably wouldn't be a bad option against the Empire. Because, he's got perfect vigor, and he's decently fast on foot. 40 speed isn't terrible. He can actually just, like, completely ignore a frontline fight, and you can just run him right up the middle of the field and get on top of artillery pieces. I've actually seen people do that often enough with him, and it works out more often than not. You really need, like, you need an exceptional duelist to kill Sigvald, because he has a passive heal. And then he's just got juicy stats. I mean, 70-60 with pretty good weapon strength. Yeah, he's probably not going to kill whatever lord you're sending in against him. He's not going to get killed by him either. He's got good armor and a silver shield. And if you don't use him to go after artillery pieces, you can just, you know, fight whatever comes his way. He's actually pretty good at clearing through infantry. You know, Lore of Slanesh, I think, is probably your best option. I would keep the Soul Feeder here, just to give your healer, or your spellcaster a little bit of passive healing. Because he's probably going to take damage against Empire. Empire have so much shooting. They'll probably get their grubby little hands on this guy at some point. And that's going to help keep him alive a little longer. There's 2 options for magic. You can either do Lash and Acquiescence to do Blissful Rapture repeatedly. Because it's a WA type ability, basically. All your units on the battlefield get the 12 melee attack and 4 leadership. And it's only 10 seconds, but if you're proccing that every single time, like, just hit something with Lash, wait 10 seconds, pop Acquiescence on something else, you're getting a big boost to your combat prowess across the entire field. You can just bring tons of the Devoted Marauders. You don't really need much else against Empire. Their infantry are pretty squishy. Hellstriders are decent. Probably a couple Hell Scourges. And then Seekers. Just tons of Seekers to answer Empire Knights. These guys just obliterate heavy cavalry if they get into combat. They are squishy, so you need to make sure that you engage Free Company Militia and the Huntsmen. Don't chase Pistoliers unless you can get a Pavane off, which is the other option for spells. Pavane is a 17-second rampage, and on a Pistolier, that's going to basically guarantee you a kill. Because Pistoliers are very fast. They'll run themselves out of position really quickly, and then you can just pounce on them with something and just rip them apart. And then disengage from that point and go somewhere else. Fiends are pretty nice. Fiends are also pretty good against the heavy cav. You can mix in Furies. Furies can chew on Empire State Troopers if they get a good jump on them. And they can do some other nasty stuff. And Cultists aren't bad either. They've got the Demonette summon. And they're really quick on foot, 44 speed. So they can, like, run in, jump on top of Empire State Troop units, grind away, and get the Gate of Slaanesh up. And then you can pop it into the back line and send the Demonettes to go chase something down. Because Demonettes have 54 speed. If you pop the summon in the backfield and they just run down a Huntsman or a Free Company Militia, that's pretty good value on that summon, because it's only 200 gold. Stays out for about 90 seconds. And get some good value that way. You can always bring Azazel. He's also really good. He does all the same stuff. He's a little riskier because he's got no armor to speak of. He loses to Karl Franz. And he loses to Boris Todbringer as long as Toddy doesn't stay in sustained combat. But he's got Demon Blade for Discourage. He's got Blissful Rapture for the army buffing. And, you know, he's pretty cheap if you cut down the spell kit. 2,200 for a top-tier hybrid casting type lord is beautiful stuff. You can't ask for much more than Azazel. But yeah, that's just like your starting blocks for an army against Empire. You can bring and mix in like maybe like a Chaos Warrior, a Hell Scourge warrior. Because Empire's going to have hard time killing these guys with infantry. Even if they send a Greatsword after the Scourge Warriors, these guys have the really high melee defense, and they've got poison. So they won't take a tremendous amount of damage. Especially if Greatswords are trying to charge these guys and they're braced. Because they do have Charge Reflection and Expert Charge Defense. So they'll kind of just bounce stuff off of them. You can just bring lots of Demonettes, though. You want to be able to pressure the Empire State Trooper Corps. If you can put the State Troops to flight early, and then hound everything out with Slaanesh mobility, that's usually how Slaanesh wins. Slaanesh is very good once you break the battlefield open. I'm going to go take a look for replays. We should be getting people who are dropping them in here now. Cool. That's what we just watched. Here we go. Let's watch some Vampire Coast versus Counts action. Fabrosi versus Rogue Leader here. Fabrosi knowing the map and not going with the artillery of any kind. This is one of the maps that has some funky terrain that artillery just cannot figure out. I think really the only things that do well here are mortars and the catapults. And mobile artillery can be okay. But even then, I'd be a little hesitant bringing it. So, opting to bring double gunnery white, actually. And that's a pretty interesting choice, because these guys, just like White Kings, for the Vampire Counts, have Scab Scrape, which is just a top-tier item at clearing out chaff units. I mean, it does a fat amount of damage. None of the damage is armor-piercing. So it will just bounce off of Graveguard and stuff like that. But against the zombies, and especially skeletons being so bunched up, it'll just absolutely ice these units. I'm really curious to see how much effect Fabrosi gets out of those things. Rogue Leader is being very aggressive, taking points, which I like. Lots of Direwolves out in the early going. Max Direwolf build, wowee. You got 4 of these bad boys. They could probably get after the Mournguls. I don't know if Rogue Leader knew that these were out here on the field. But with the Dire Pack here and with multiple other wolves, you can probably just run this stuff down and just completely ice those units. You've got the numbers advantage, and the animated Hulks, they'll definitely hit decently hard. But they're going to struggle over the long term against those guys, and look at this. Mourngul's going fisticuffs, actually, here. Vampires definitely need to get up here. They could pop an Invo on top of all of these wolves, and look at the damage that the Mournguls are taking now. After they get a nice little bit of damage on the charge, they're really starting to lose a lot of HP. They're just bleeding it off. They are going to get side charged by these Mournguls here, and they probably, once they crumble this other Mourngul out, they just pull out. Oh, here we go. Tide Call coming down. Getting some really good damage on all those Direwolves. And now it's kind of swinging in the other direction. Like, killing the one Mourngul was nice, but if you're just leaving all these guys in combat here, you're losing all the wolves. That's a lot of mobility to just let die here. And it's not like this is a bad trade for the Vampire Counts, but they haven't really popped any healing here, trying to keep these guys alive. And I think it's a little bit of a mistake. I mean, it's a little bit of a mistake to use an Invo now. Should have used it earlier when they took the initial fight, because they had plenty of, they took a little bit of HP damage, but now with the crumbling, it wouldn't really be worth it. They're still grinding in here, though. They've gotten one Mourngul down. They've ground another down to about half health, which really isn't too terrible. But Fabrosi definitely got a little bit of a leg up there, because now all of those Direwolves are going to be off the field for a little while. Which is going to mean that Fabrosi's Scurvy Dog play is going to have a little bit more room to get in here and harass objectives. But does need to get up on the point. In the middle of all of that, the Vampire Counts have been just creeping forward and are about to get up on all of these objectives they already hold. And it might be a little difficult for them to hold on to this because of the good cap weight that deckhand mobs have. Deckhand mobs have full cap weight. The zombies and skeleton warriors have the expendable cap weight of 2. Man, oh man. It sucks losing the dire wolves, because they could have been they could have killed the Mourngul, pulled out, and then just sat on the back edge of this objective, and the Vampire Counts could still be holding this. Mortar fire coming down, doing some good work against the skeletons back here. It's going to take a long time for these things to get their value back here. And this is where the Direwolf play would have been nice. Yet again, I hate to harp on one thing, but losing all 4 of them in exchange for what he got, like the first initial trade was great, and then after that it was just all downhill from there. Those Direwolves could be back here, putting pressure on the mortars, forcing summons from Fabrosi right now. And instead, the mortars are just happily firing away, killing some friends and foe alike, but that's going to favor Coast over the long term. And the thing that vampire counts do much better than Coast is back pressure and mobility game. There's just no mobility out right now. We finally get some Cryptors, we get a Mortis Engine, and the Sternsman coming up. But they're all wildly out of position, and look at the value, man. Look at the damage coming in from the Bomber mobs. Obliterating just hordes and hordes of skeleton spears and zombies. Just completely deleting this entire side of the formation for the vampire counts right now. And, I don't know, man. Some Fellbats, some Direwolves to jump on the gun line. You'll be able to do that a lot better, and your stuff being undead as well means they're not going to just die to Morghuls like other Hound and Fury type units would. And that's when you come in and bring the hammer into the middle. Because then you're grinding pretty favorably in the front line against the deckhand mobs. And then once that is broken, then you can bring in the Mortis Engine and just like go run into the back and start draining stuff down. Because what's going to happen here is the Cryptors and the Mortis Engine. They're going to get some good value here for sure, but without buffering, they're going to get dragged down into the pits. And the Gunnery Whites, they can shoot the Mortis Engine with their muskets. They've still got some Scab Scrates they can use, I'm sure. Yeah, they got 2 of those left. They'll clear more of the chaff here. And then the superior Vampire Coast Infantry are going to win. How often do you say that? Vampire Coast Infantry are superior. You'd never have expected it from deckhand mobs. But they're coming in here. They're going to help out these animated Hulks. You can see how quickly one Direwolf can rip apart a handgunner. And all these wolves are just now getting back out here. God, I mean, this is not going super well for counts, but there are some areas they're winning. They've killed the Morghuls over here. And they've got a little pocket of infantry left that can push up with the corpse carts and do some good work. Sternsman, I wouldn't leave him back here. I'd send him to the middle or something, or just go straight up into the backfield here. It's really risky, but I think it's worth it, because leaving an expensive infantry completely unengaged on an objective rarely is something that's going to work in your favor. There's a couple of matchups in factions that can do something like that, but I don't think vampire counts have the lead right now to do it. Look at this. Really not, man. The wolf play has been so good. Outside of the early loss in the middle there. But now they've come out again. They get on top of the mortar and rip it to pieces. They're going to get compromised now, but with both mortars offline, this might be where the vampire counts start to take over. Now that he played into the mobility a little bit, going to trade out pretty nicely. And the Mortis Engine is covered up by the Cryptors now. They do have regen. They've got lots of overlapping healing, so not having buffering from the skeletons like they normally would is honestly not going to hurt them as much as I thought it would. Depth Guard with pole arms are going to be the only answer to those guys right now. Shooting is going to help, but the guns are pretty exposed now. There's really not a lot of deckhand mobs left. How did the vampire counts do this, man? Just getting in there and just sacrificing literally everything. Oh my god. Look at the brutality that was going on out here. And they're still hanging in this game. And they have the value lead now. They've got better healing than Vampire Coast does. And I don't see what Coast is going to do. They do get a nice Tide Call on the Tithe here. Fog of the Damned going down as well. Pretty good shooting from these handguns back here. This handgun did get saved by Morghuls and the animated Hulks. Oh, what's going to happen here, man? We've got the Dire Pack and some more Direwolves. They're chewing on deckhand mobs, which I don't think is worth it. They are saving the objective cap, though, but you don't have to fight to do that. You can use Hounds just to sit on the edges of objectives. And then when your opponent, like, say the zombies are at the green line, your units are here at the edge in the red. As your opponent moves up to try to engage, you just maneuver around to the other side and get away from them. And then you have the Crypt Ghouls that can actually come in and fully secure. And then the Hounds just loop out and go elsewhere. Because you trade a lot of HP on your mobility, and it's not really worth it against a crappy infantry unit like that. But hanging on to the objective is a good idea, nonetheless. And Rogue Leader's been playing this really nicely after that initial fumble with the Direwolves. Now that they've come back out and done some good work clearing out a lot of the guns. And he's got some heavy hitters in here with the Mortis Engine and the Cryptors. I like his odds. I mean, what's Coast gonna do here? They can send all these units in. They can keep shooting here all they want. He can just kind of pull back to the edge of the hill here, because it'll line of sight the guns pretty badly. You can see they're not going to be able to see anything back here. And then when they push up to try and get LOS, then you just run right up and bulldoze through onto them and kill them. Little bit of a messy fight back here, though. Morn Ghouls do get on top of the Crypt Ghouls, and a really nice Fog of the Damned comes down. This is a really close game, man. Both these guys just scrapping back and forth, keeping it nice and even. Tons of Skeleton Warriors and Zombies coming out. Pretty bad cap weight, but they're going to be able to hang in there for a while. Oh, and look at this, man. The Bloody Reaver Debt Guard come out, and they're going toe-to-toe against the Stearnsmen. I'm very curious to know who wins this. I would guess the Bloody Reavers, because they have AP. They've got really good weapon strength on top of that in general. Most halberds are pretty reliant on the bonus versus large for a lot of their damage on the weapon strength, but these guys aren't. I mean, 62, 54. They've got the hunger also, as well as the enrage ability. So every 90 seconds they get 40% ward save. They're putting the beat down on the Stearnsman right now. And that's really good targeting priority. That's like knowing your matchup well. Knowing what specialist tools can be multi-purpose like this to go clear out an enemy's elite unit. Big win over here for the Vampire Coast. And you can actually see it in progress now. The Vampire counts, I think Rogue Leader here kind of realizing that the guns aren't going to be able to shoot him on the plateau. Pulls back, and now the zombies, if the Black Spot and this other handgun want to do anything, they have to move up or wait for the forces of the Vampire counts to move forward. Another good tide call, man. Those have been really on point. How much value does the caster have? 1,600 here. Manfred not doing nearly as well. Only 500 value on this guy. I haven't been seeing tons of invos or anything either. Those would be really important, and just leaving the Bloody Reaver Debt Guard out here to just grind through everything is another big mistake. Cryptors don't love fighting the pole arms, but if you give them buffering with Skeleton Warriors and then send these guys in just to go beat down on the Bloody Reavers, that would be the best way to handle this. Because, honestly, Fabrosi is sending Scurvy Dogs forward, wants to get the cap, I think, but in terms of just winning this fight, the Debt Guard can just run in, and they're going to kill these Skeleton Warriors without taking any damage to speak of, really. They've got good armor, so the really low melee attack strength of these Skeleton Warriors isn't really going to do anything here. And the depth guard here are probably going to regen more HP than they lose against Skeleton Warriors. Scurvy Dogs doing something. I'm not sure what. This is a very interesting little tactic. The spaghetti line of dogs up into the middle of your opponent's formation. But Rogue Leader, showing a little bit of inexperience, not really recognizing the opportunity very quickly. Engaging now, definitely going to get a decent little trade here. Just by virtue of the Mortis Engine being here, it's good against everything in this blob. Little known fact, Mortis Engines are exceptionally good at draining out monstrous infantry. You can see how fast the HP is ticking down on these guys. This is like basically a Spirit Leech type effect that does ridiculous amounts of damage, particularly to monstrous infantry because of their low model count. All of the models in here are getting the HP ticks from the Reliquary Corruption, and that's pretty punishing for the Morn Ghouls. So the Vampire counts might just win this outright. You have got to avoid Mortis Engine combats. These things are disgusting. They're so powerful. They'll get you fat value in no time flat. Look how quickly it ticked up. It was at 1200 not even like 30 seconds ago. Really good jump on the bomber mobs here with the Devils of Schwarzhofen. But Manfred needs to be careful. Manfred could get killed here by the Polearm Admiral, and that would be game for the Vampire Counts as it stands. All they need to do is hold this middle objective, then they are going to win this game, which is just an incredible bit of work from Rogue Leader. Being able to just hunker down on the top here. Oh, and getting the Dire Pack back in to eat the Morghuls alive. Really nice. Fabrosi just hasn't had enough buffering for the Morghuls, and has been a little careless with them. They've been pushing into some pretty bad combats. They've all gotten good value, but you gotta remember they've come in a couple of times, and you need to be a little bit more careful with them, because Dire Pack only need like 1 or 2 good combats to get just ridiculous amounts of value, being these little Chaos Warhound type units with the bonus versus large. They can just clear through things. Fleet Admiral actually does kill Manfred, so this would be really bad if there was some more time left for the Vampire Counts, but I don't think that Kos is going to get enough cap weight up in here. Fabrosi pulled the trigger on this middle engagement a little too early, and the Mortis Engine has just been carrying here. How much value does it have now? 2,500 value. Still leeching the life out of everything here. And a lot of it was, you know, there were some Sirens in there, very squishy to Mortis Engine type effects. The Rotting Prometheans and the Animated Hulks, just like the Morghuls, are very squishy to that Mortis Engine effect. Just not enough cap weight. Really nicely done by Rogue Leader. Hunkering down and Helm's Deeping. And I've got to eat my words a little bit. The Sternsmen, they did lose against the Deckhand mobs with the polearms, but they held that objective for quite a while, so ended up being a pretty good situation for them. And that's a big win there, but there are a few inefficiencies. That could have been a lot easier for Rogue Leader. And for Fabrosi, this is a pretty tough matchup for Coast. Just because of the mobility discrepancy. You know, you've got the, you don't really need Blood Knights here. You can bring Black Knights instead, and they do a very similar job with the Lances. They can hammer pretty hard against Morghuls. All those guys are pretty squishy to begin with. Blood Knights are really expensive and can get wrecked by good focus fire. I'd prefer not to bring them here, because you can just go wider and shut down guns a little bit easier. That's just my 2 cents, because you can use Crypt Horrors for all the other stuff that you need them for. Blood Knights are a little superfluous here. They're really good in other matchups, though. But yeah. Just focusing down that Mortis Engine would have made all the difference, but that's kind of hard because of the map. Shooting was not the strong point of the match there. Some pretty good value on some of them, but a lot of that got healed through. And then what didn't get healed through just got avoided for the most part. They weren't able to get enough effect onto the Vampire Count's army at the end of the day. Yeah, exactly, Grizz. Gyres are the only mobility Dow we have, and if they die, they lose a lot of matchups, just on principle. Slaanesh Chaos Dwarf matchup, like, Slaanesh wins against Chaos Dowie pretty hard. Chaos Dwarves have some good tools against them, but a lot of it is very squishy in return. So it's basically up to whoever wins the micro game and the mobility matchups that's going to take it, and that's going to be Slaanesh more often than not. Hellstriders obliterate the Wolf Raiders really badly. As long as they don't get rear charged by the Wolf Raiders, they're going to win every time. And they only get stronger over the course of the game, and Wolf Raiders don't have any, like, charge effects. So the second time the Wolf Raiders come in, they do even worse. Alright. Unlucky and Lundgren are going to be the next matchup that we're taking a look at. We've got Dark Elves, and we've got the Chaos Dowie, man. This is going to be really interesting to see. Dark Elves have great AP options, and if they don't have great AP on hand, they've still got really good, like, chaff clearing tools. That's what the Black Art Corsairs are for. You know, for, like, clearing out hobgoblins, goblin laborers, sneaky gets, stuff like that. They're exceptional at killing really cheap chaff. And then also grinding into, they're decent at grinding into stuff like, Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Infernal Guard are going to be a much harder fight for them, but they should still be able to hold against them alright. It's going to come down to what this Death Shriek rocket launcher can do, and I think it's going to have a hard time here. We've got Marathi up in the sky. She's got Melkoths and Pit of Shades. That Pit of Shades, just like one good cast on that is going to decimate the Infernal Guard Fireglaves in the Infernal Guard here. It's a lot of elite infantry to have out on the field. It's going to be very vulnerable. Astrogoth is coming in. Astrogoth should do alright. He's got a lot of his abilities and items. Very expensive kit on him. You could probably just start popping Burning Wrath here and hitting the Black Art Corsair line and doing some pretty good damage that way. First shot from the Death Shriek rocket coming in, chasing one of the Scourge Runners and just barely misses, man. Those guys peeling out of there pretty nicely and avoiding that damage. Lucky doing a really good job of capping points, and the Scourge Runners are great at it. They've got a really good missile on top, too. So, against the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, they'd be a pretty good answer, because their bonus versus large on these missiles is pretty fat. And there goes the first Pit of Shades, brutalizing the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, man. Very painful stuff. Infernal Guard Fireglaves are really great, but you can see what kind of stuff they're vulnerable against, and Dark Elves have an awful lot of that. Typically, though, you'll see Soul Stealers and stuff on Dark Elf Lords, but actually teching and bringing the Pit of Shades is a pretty good option here. Dodging another rocket, too, man. Lucky with some really good micro. Kadai Fireborn moving up, and they'll feast here. There's really nothing to threaten them right now, except for the Scourge Runner shooting. But we do have the Fireglaves. They're turning about, and they're getting a pretty good volley off here against the Scourge Runners. And the Chariots are going to not love charging into these guys. They're really low health, so they might be able to break them in time. If these Fireglaves were healthier, they'd beat the Chariots, but with the Pit of Shades, with the jump from the Crows of Cain, as well as the Chariots, they do a really good job of cleaning up there. And look at the damage to the Death Shriek rocket launcher, man. Dark Riders get on top of it, too. This Shrieker is going to die here, probably. And that's going to be just about game. Wolf Raiders, they are answering. Without that Death Shriek, I don't think that the Chaos Dowie are going to win this. They do get some pretty good damage in here with Astrogoth and the Kadai Fireborn. A good Hellhammer went down. The Infernal Guard are doing their very best to hold here. Another Pit of Shades coming down on Chaos Dwarf Warriors, doing some really nice damage with that, man. The Death Shriek does break, but it's got a decent amount of HP. It may rally here. Yeah, damage sustained, attacked and flank. It's going to be close. Hopefully it rallies for the Chaos Dowie. But they've cleaned up in the middle. They've done a really good job of cleaning up in the middle, actually. Man, they folded up the Black Art Corsairs. Easy peasy. I'm a little surprised, actually. So, what I thought would be a pretty favorable situation for the Dark Elves is kind of falling apart on them. Their infantry just got absolutely massacred by the heavily armored Infernal Guard and the Kadai. The Kadai have been doing the real heavy lifting. Astrogoth's been doing a little bit of work too. And some good jumps from the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders breaking leadership on some of these units. Also helping out against these Black Art Corsairs and the Dread Spears and Bleak Swords. But losing the mobility and losing this Death Shriek rocket launcher, which is now getting chased down by the Crows of Cain, really nice micro there, is going to start to bite the Chaos Dwarves in the ass. And Blazing Beards of Basharak, they get run over by the Scourge Runners, surrounded by Black Art Corsairs, some Witch Elves fighting them too, just getting dragged down. slowly but surely. Very painful for them. Look at the Scourge Runner values so far. 850 on each of them. And they're definitely going to be able to do some good work against the Kadai if they maneuver over onto them. They've got a little bit of ammo. I would say that's probably the best place for them to use the rest of this. There are Dark Rider repeater crossbows who might finish the job first, though. These guys are a great unit. They don't have amazing range, but they're very fast. They've got 92 speed. You can just peel away from these guys now. You bring up the, Witch Elves probably don't want to fight Kadai Fireborn, but, you bring out, yeah, there we go, Dark Riders. Dark Riders intercept and lock these guys in combat, and then you turn around and shoot them some more. Gonna be really nice for them. And Marathi slowly chasing stuff off, which is a pretty good idea. Directing units off the field is never a bad idea. And these Fireglaves have been routing for forever, and they're not back in the reinforcement pool, so they're not going to be able to do much of anything. A little bit of a volley from the Sneaky Gits, and they do charge into Witch Elves, which is going to be a massacre for both sides, honestly. Look at the Witch Elves, man. They're actually taking some pretty serious poke from the Sneaky Gits, but now the superior weight of their stats is going to come more into play. They get the Murderous Mastery and Frenzy going. 58 melee attack, and they just chew through the rest of the Sneaky Git HP. I think they threw their missiles at the Crows of Cain, which is unfortunate. If the Sneaky Gits had gotten their volleys off on the Witch Elves instead, they probably would have done a little bit better there. And losing the mobility game now, as hard as they have, is going to be the death knell for the Chaos Dowie here. Their Infernal Guard have been getting worn down this entire time. They really haven't been able to get great value on the remaining units. And the Iron Demon, it's going to get some good work done, but it's going to suffer from the Scourge Runner fire. Look at the value on these things, man. I love when Chariots do well. Chariots are an underrated unit. They got a lot of changes this patch. They weren't terrible last patch even, but stuff like Scourge Runners with dedicated anti-large missile on top as well. Good all-purpose unit. We might start to see more of these things. They were very meta back in Warhammer 2. Like, you would see max Scourge Runners for the Dark Elves pretty often. And it's been a while since we've been seeing that, but they're back in a place where I think they're very usable. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors, another big pit of shades. What is the value on Marathi, too? 1,800 on her. Astrogoth's been doing alright. He's got 1,700 himself, and he's killing some Chariots now, which is pretty good for him. His mass is obscene for a small unit. 2,500. It used to be like 4,000 at one point, which was really crazy, because he's this... Like, yeah, he's in this big metal suit, which is awesome for him, but he is pretty small if you look at him. So having that much mass as he did in the past was kind of crazy. 2,500 is still pretty high for a small target, but a lot more reasonable. Look at him blocking the Chariots. Like, all of the Chariots are, like, kind of bumper car bouncing into him and can't really get it done. They're trying to push past him, too, now. So, Astrogoth's probably just going to wind the time down here. Good jump, good Melkoths. Crows of Cain have been doing some pretty good work themselves. Nice dodge from the Pit of Shades, but it is pushing back and stopping support from getting to the Blazing Beards. Hellhammer comes down, not great on Cavalry, and that's going to be game. That was a pretty dominant Dark Elf showcase. They did a really good job of forcing the Chaos Dwarves into a pretty unfavorable position, and not having enough protection for the Deathshriek rocket launcher was not it. Marathi got good value. The infantry did really bad, actually. They got folded up pretty badly. One Black Ark Corsair paid for itself. This one did alright. These Bleak Swords did okay, but everything else just kind of got wrecked. Scourge Runners and Marathi were the big winners there, as well as this, oh my god, the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbow. 1360. Oh, and the Raven Heralds are kind of interesting to bring out. So it was pretty heavy lifting by the mobility from the Dark Elves, but that's definitely going to be their ticket to success into the future, I think, anyways. So GG's well played. Chaos Dowie probably needed to go a little wider. And the train, I think the Iron Demon would have been the best first summon. Especially if you see all stuff like this. Although the Scourge Runners shooting the train was pretty brutal. I don't know, maybe more guns instead of the Death Shriek. Like a double Fireglaive build would have been pretty nice. Or maybe just blunderbusses. I'm not 100% sure what you do there. That Shadow's magic was vicious no matter what. You should play Greenskins, Grizz. They're getting the DLC too, so they're gonna get a big buff to their prowess. Like they're gonna get all the they're gonna get Mangler Squigs and the giant cave Squigs, which will be some pretty nice AP units, I'm sure, and probably help clear elite infantry. That can be a bit of a struggle for the Greenskins. They do have Fanatic Goblins who can do that pretty well, but you have to have really good micro to make use out of those guys. Alright, alright. We got some round 2 games. I'm gonna start grabbing these and just throw them in here. We're watching this Khorne versus Dowie matchup for sure. Every day of the week we're watching Khorne. Someone's after my heart. Adam93 is. These are okay. It's an interesting build. I mean, Valkia is always good. This is probably one of the matchups where she does the least heavy lifting for you, but it's still a very important lord to have. You have to have Valkia to answer Gyros, unfortunately. You don't really have any other way around it. Gyros ruin your army if you don't have Furies and stuff chasing them. You can't leave them unattended, and Valkia is a really good option for that. She's got Demon Shield, so if something comes out, like the Grim Delvers, to like gun her down while she's chasing, you can pop Demon Shield and get away with it for free. It's probably the best thing about her. Invulnerable is pretty ridiculous, and it's on a pretty long cooldown, but any amount of it's great. Sleipnir can do some pretty good damage to like gun lines. It'll be really good against the Thunderers. You drop a Sleipnir, land on top of the Thunderers, and just kill some of the models. Be pretty nice. But I prefer Bloodletters, but Adam is going for a very wide Khorne build, actually. We got some dual weapons. We got tons of Marauders of Khorne here. Marauders with dual weapons and lots of throwing axes. And throwing axes would normally, I would say, not be good, but there's actually a lot of targets for them to throw at, because it's an awful lot of the Dowie Great Weapons, but they are getting ranged right now by the Pirates and the Thunderers here. Killing those missiles is going to be very important. Good shot from the Skull Cannon from Adam. Skull Cannons are incredible units now. They used to be pretty dog at doing stuff like this, because they didn't have the Vortex. And then they also had some problems with accuracy, which are still there, but are a little bit better. They would just shoot over every time. And the only way to kill infantry would be get up on the side of the unit and then fire down the whole row. And that could do some nasty damage, but was very micro-intensive. Now, they'll just dumpster an infantry unit for free, because the Vortex actually locks stuff in place and keeps them being damaged over time. Very much like Pit of Shades does, and Kraken's Call and some of the other stuff. Actually, shooting at Grombrindle, not a bad idea, because it is also pretty good against SEs. He's a little too small, though, for them to hit consistently. Good hit on the Long-Drawing Slayer Pirates. Keep getting these guys back. Don't take free damage on your Throwing Horsemen. Your opponent's pretty thin in the front line, so you can actually get around with all of these Marauders and stuff and collapse onto the Thunderers, and then you bring forward the Throwing Axes, and they help the Marauders win the frontline fight. That's the best way to go about this right now. Big damage from the Skull Cannon, continuing to farm value, man. How much is up to? 616 value, unheard of in previous patches. Takes out one Slayer Pirate, doesn't quite hit square. I would shoot this Thunderer now, just to work them down a little bit. Slayer Pirates are unbreakable, so you'll be using that ammo for a long time. But a really nice, man, really good targeting with the Skull Cannon. I'm very impressed. It takes a lot of wherewithal to use these things. And now that it's about out of ammo, you know, you can just go right into combat here. You can go run over the Doomseekers, actually. Doomseekers struggle against Skull Cannons if you just keep them on the move. You roll in, you run into them, go, and then bounce out and run over something else, and maneuver around that way. Ranger, great weapons, trying to get their throwing axes on target, but a good response with the Fleshhounds, who are going to jump all over these guys. Fleshhounds are great against Rangers. Rangers suffer against Fleshies. They get ripped apart pretty quickly. And the Brotherhood of Grimnir, man, they're doing their best, but they're just getting dragged down by tons of cheap units. Marauders with the dual weapons are actually really nice against them, because they've got pretty good weapon strength. They've got, as long as their Frenzy is up, they've got 49 melee attack to hit in against the Brotherhood. And, you know, if you can't fight everywhere, if you don't have immune to flanking, then if something is behind you attacking you, they're all going to be hitting every time. And the Brotherhood of Grimnir dying here is going to be incredibly painful for the dwarves. Skull Cannon running over the hammers, the Peak Gate Guard, no less. Not being very peak right now, though. Struggling a little bit, they're getting some decent damage. This might be a little bit of a turning point for the dwarves. Grombrindle on top of the Skull Cannon. If he has Flash Bomb, I know it got used a minute ago, but it should be up soon. Popping Flash Bomb on the Skull Cannon before it can escape here and beating it down might be a way for the Dowey to start equalizing some value. They've done a good job wearing out a lot of the mobility. These throwing axes are pretty low now. They're going to struggle quite a bit. And these Hammerers are coming in here and they're putting a beat down on a lot of these units. They do have magical attacks too. So they're going to do really nicely against Furies as well as Fleshhounds if they get engaged in combat. Just have to take the throwing axes offline. Throwing axes are going to answer the hammers pretty nicely here. Man, the Skull Cannon's struggling. Just get this thing away now. It's starting to crumble out. That's where it really gets let down. It's got bad leadership. It's only got 60 leadership at base. It's getting discouraged by something. I'm not sure what. Grombrindle has a discourage item. I didn't know that. But yeah, he's beating the crap out of the Skull Cannon, and now Khorne is looking very barren on the field. More Chaos, great weapons coming out, but the Horsemen have really gotten manhandled this game. This is part of the reason why I don't bring him against Dwarves, is Dowey shooting just overwhelms them eventually. You're better off bringing Bloodletter Swarms. Gorby's Chariot's a good option, though, too. We'll see what it's able to do. Khorne has a nice ticket lead here, but they're going to struggle to hang on to these objectives now. They've got Fleshhounds running around in here, but if they get surrounded and locked in, which is very much possible, they're very exposed right now. Gotta get out of here. Get out of here and just play for time. Dowey are so slow. What you do, you needed to get the Fleshhounds out sooner. Fleshhounds get out. They loop around, they clean up the number 3 objective here, hang on to this, and then they go and stuff the Rangers and the Dwarf Warriors and the Great Weapons, because there's not a lot of shooting support over here. It would draw the Slayer Pirates and the Thunderers through the woods here to have to help out, and then that would leave the middle more exposed again, and there would be nothing to push the number 1 where you can hold, keep getting a ticket lead, and you just be patient and build up more forces again. That's the best thing to do against the Dowey, is just intercept stuff and play for time. Taking head-up fights against them when you don't have superior infantry quality is a big no-no, in my experience. If you're not built to grind through the front line, don't even try it. Because Great Weapon Warriors, Hammerers, even Dwarf Warriors hold for quite a while. Big Sword of Khorne coming in. Little too late, though. And, you know, Slayers, they're not very bunched up. And they've got the spell resistance as well, so it would have one-shot any other unit, pretty much. But the Slayer Pirates endure, and they're just brushing it off. They didn't lose a single model. They're just like, okay, whatever. I guess we go Crump now? Crump now? Yes. So they're going to get up on the middle objective. They're going to take some pretty bad damage from the Furies. But if they stay in combat and fight back, they'll probably wear these guys down with the help of the Thunderers. That's going to be a bad trade for Khorne. Gorebeast's Chariots are doing okay. They've run over Great Weapon Warrior. They need to get on top of these Slayer Pirates just to shut down the shooting for a moment. Valkia can land on the Rangers. Marauders, they're getting on top of the Great Weapon Rangers as well. Dowie do have that objective, and they're starting to take the number one, and you can see where Khorne's really letting themselves down. The dual weapon warriors, they got up on the middle. They got beat down by the hammers. They got shot up by the thunderers. These furies, they beat up on some of the Slayer pirates, but they lose to the Peak Gateguard and Thunderer Fire as well. Grombrindle's very healthy, so no leadership problems for the dwarves. Gorebeast's Chariots are great in this matchup, but by themselves, they're not going to carry this game. They just don't have the juice here. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward through this, because I think this is about game. Khorne needs to be up on the dwarves to be winning, and they're not. And now they've got more horsemen out, who are just going to get shot off the field again. It's going to be very painful. Look at the damage the Great Weapon Warriors can do, man. Or the Great Weapon Rangers. Pretty decent job intercepting the Warhounds that were trying to get on top of those Rangers. Valkia grinding in here, but she's surrounded and she's getting beat up by Giant Slayers. Oh, Giant Slayers out here. Very cool unit. Actually put a bit of a beatdown on her. And Bloodletters come out, they get swarmed and dragged down. Number one objective, Khorne is trying to swarm yet again. But you're fighting with Fleshhounds into armored infantry, which is pretty inefficient and Khorne is never going to do super well at. Furies up in the sky being forgotten about, and the Great Weapon Rangers just obliterating them in the air. More Dowie Warriors getting onto points uncontested and unbothered, and that's going to be GG. Oh, that's brutal. Khorne had a winnable game there, man. I'm telling you. Stelios did a good job of rallying in the mid-game and not just folding up. Dwarven leadership had a big part to play in that. And then just bringing out more hammers, and the Ranger Great Weapons were great too. I understand not wanting to bring the Mortals, you know, the Chaos Warriors. Well, you got a dual weapon here. You should just bring Bloodletters. Bloodletters are way quicker than Dwarf Warriors. These guys can actually kite out miners with blasting charges if you do it correctly. They'll beat the Great Weapon Warriors. They'll lose to Hammers, but you just avoid Hammers. They'll lose to Brothers of Grimnir, but you just avoid those and attack the Fleshhounds and the Skull Cannon. And you can bring a couple of throwing axes just to answer stuff like the Hammers and the Brotherhood. You don't want to rely on them as your AP. You've got such good AP infantry, you need to use them. I swear by Bloodletters in this matchup. Even if they don't trade incredibly well the first time around, as you wear down the Dwarven army and just keep flooding the field with Bloodletters and intercepting reinforcements with Fleshhounds and Furies, you're gonna test the patience of any Dowie player, and they're gonna start making mistakes more likely than not, and that's when you just suffocate them. This is a favorable matchup for Khorne. I just don't think you do it with Marauders. Marauders, they didn't do terribly, but they don't hang out on the field long enough to be able to get good enough value to wear the Dowie down over the course of a game. And Skull Cannon did really great work. It paid for itself, but then got thrown away in the mid-game when it could have made the most difference in that match. And that was just too much for Khorne to be able to deal with. Let's watch some Chaos Dowie versus Slaanesh here. You think he is, right? Grombrindle is the ancestor god of the Dowie, so I feel like functionally he would probably have a pretty good understanding of engineering, intuitively. Good micro is a trait I do not possess. Everybody's got good micro. You just have to know when and where you need to focus your attention. That's the biggest thing that I see new players make mistakes on, is they're microing something where they don't need to be doing quite as much. Just focus your attentions in, focusing your attention in the most critical areas is going to win you more games than not. And trying to do too much at once is going to end up with you forgetting about units, making overextensions, and giving your opponent lots of room to wear you out. Hellstriders moving up to try and take the objective, but a Bull Centaur Torok on the field. Pretty good combatant, can definitely fight the Hellstriders pretty nicely. Is a little vulnerable to these guys, but with the Wolf Raider Bowfire, they'd be able to punish these guys pretty hard if they engage the Torok. So, Kiss My Axe making a very good call and just backing off the objective for now. Waiting for Sigvald to get up here, who, as good as Astrogoth and the Torok are at beating characters, they're not going to beat Sigvald. More than likely, at least. His melee defense is way too high. Does he have the healing? He does have Auric Armor. He's just going to be too thick for Astrogoth and the Torok to handle. So, Chaos Dwarves probably want to just avoid him at all costs.
We have a victory point.
Go elsewhere and handle business on the objectives. But triple Infernal Ironsworn, dude. Honestly, pretty risky against Slaanesh because they've got such good AP. But these guys do have magical attacks and really good melee defense. So as long as they don't get rear charged by Seekers or Exalted Demonettes, they probably win the fights that they take every single time. Warriors they won't do great against, but seriously, I mean, a Demonette getting hit by blasting charges and then trying to fight something that has such good melee defense and magic damage, probably not going to go very good for them. And they do get a decent little volley off here, but Warriors are so heavily armored that blasting charges don't get great damage on. You can see they're doing okay, but they'd be doing much better hitting the Bringers of Beguilement here, who are moving up to engage them now. Devoted Marauders, these guys did take big damage from the blasting charges. They're getting shot at by Wolf Raiders, and that's going to be a Pit of Shades, I think. Yeah, Pit of Shades going to do nasty work against the Infernal Ironsworn, but look at this. Astrogoth coming in here and overlapping fire from the Wolf Raiders, doing big work against the Bringers of Beguilement. That's a very expensive unit, man. You've got to make sure that these guys are flanking and getting good engagements. Sending them directly into the heart of the Infernal Ironsworn against most heavily armored infantry, they're going to win that fight, but against these very, very elite guys, probably not so much, and they're getting manhandled right now. Fiends charging directly into the front of the Ironsworn here. Axe made some pretty good calls early, but you don't want to engage in the front with Slaanesh. I mean, they have Devastating Flanker for a reason. There's a big hole in the formation right here. You just walk the Fiends right through the heart of the formation here. And yeah, there's a Torok and everything, but you get onto the rear of these guys anyways, and then you push the spears past that to try and buffer for your Fiends. So the Fiends go in and engage here, and then the spears sit like right here, and then nothing gets on top of them. And then you're getting the devastating flanker effects. You're doing tons of damage to the Ironsworn. The Torok is fighting spears where he's going to struggle a lot and take a lot of damage. As it stands right now, Wolf Raiders are just getting very cost-effective fire here. Pretty good micro and pretty good targeting, shooting at the Fiends right now, and the hitting the Devoted Marauders and the Hell Scourges as a result. Big Flamestorm coming in, doing some pretty good work to the Hell Scourges, a little bit to the Hell Striders, and the Infernal Ironsworn just hanging in here like champions. And here come the renders, man. Renders are going to make short work of the Fiends, and with the Torok here, and without spear support, they're just going to break themselves on the rock that is the Infernal Ironsworn. And these Pit of Shades have been getting some really good value, but I'm afraid that's the only good value that Slaanesh is getting. As it stands right now, they're just getting worn out right now. The super heavy infantry for the dwarves just hanging in here. There's some wolf raiders chewing on the throwing horsemen here. Sneaky Gets, they also got some good volleys in there. And they're going to pile into combat to help those wolves out as well. Hellstriders get a good jump here, but the Bowfire, they've used most of their ammo up. And they're just going to stop these Hellscourges up for now. Goblin Laborers could get in there, do a little bit against them. Pulling out with the Renders and getting them over to help as well would be really nice. Iron Demons, man, are great at clearing out stuff like Hellscourge Warriors. And look at the cycle charging. The Torok is just happily bouncing around, doing big damage, smacking him with that Great Axe, killing some of these Hellscourge Warriors, who do break finally. Infernal Ironsworn and the Train are just going to flatten the devoted Marauders. Look at the shotgun blast. That took out like 11 models, too. Beautiful stuff from the Iron Demon, man. More Exalted Demonettes coming out, and against the Train, against Astrogoth, and against the Torok in isolation, they would do well against all of these things, but all of them together, they're probably going to wear those Demonettes out. You know, Demonettes are kind of a one-pump chump type of unit. They either get in there and they obliterate their target, or they just bounce into something, get flame stormed, and get ruined by the Short King army. Which is kind of what's going on now. The Flamestorm just flattened those guys. 1900 value on Astrogoth. Wolf Raiders screaming across the battlefield. They're going to get some good damage in here too. They do have Cowardly Despoilers. Although for some reason that's not procced right now. I would have thought that was a side charge, but regardless, they break the leadership and the Demonettes are crumbling out already. And they got not a lot of value. About 800. They're 1250. That's pretty inefficient. Slaanesh is just gassed. They have nothing left in the tank right now. Probably fast forward through the rest of it. And yeah, doing a good job of avoiding Sigvald. Like, why fight him? He's impossible to kill with what you've got on the field, pretty much. You don't have great answers to him. Iron Demon's kind of like the use of the Iron Demon to push him off the objective is actually pretty brilliant. Because it just, like, runs into him, it knocks him over, it shotgun blasts him away, just to keep his cap weight off, and now the Iron Demon's gonna go and help out against these Fiends, and that's gonna be game. Slaanesh doesn't have a way back in. Pretty brilliant, honestly, from the Chaos Dwarves. And Slaanesh kind of played right into their hands, didn't get any use out of Devastating Flanker from the Demonettes and everything. That's why you've got the Hellscourge Warriors. Hellscourges take the fight head up. And, you know, Hellstriders, Horsemen, Fiends, all of these units go into the back line to protect Demonettes getting onto the rear of expensive infantry. And then you can cast the Pit of Shades on top of the Infernal Guard and clear them, or Infernal Ironsworn, rather, that way, as well as getting good damage with the Demonettes at that stage, where they actually get the effects of their very powerful ability, and probably would have done a lot better that way. Still probably wouldn't have been easy. I mean, Infernal Ironsworn with the magical attacks are a nightmare for any demonic infantry unit. I mean, these guys are custom built to chew through lightly armored damage dealers. So, I really honestly love the pick, and Astrogoth did a good job with Flamestorm of punishing a lot of the built-up infantry positions as well. Torok just ran around, provided some beat-stick capabilities. It was probably there more to answer, like, a Exalted Keeper of Secrets, so they can do pretty good damage against those things. Astrogoth can fight them pretty effectively, too, but by himself, he's not going to win. Here, they just got to avoid the Lord and the Sorcerers. Sorcerers are okay in melee combat, but they're not going to beat either of these characters. and don't really want to fight Infernal Ironsworn either. So, Hero Squad was a little bit of a wash. Not enough use out of Devastating Flanker was the death sentence for Slaanesh in that matchup. Pirates versus Dark Elves. Malice Darkblade is honestly a pretty good option for going up against Coast. Coast having good shooting, oftentimes, especially for me when I was new, oftentimes the way that I would lose my Lord is blundering them into missile fire, because you're just not accounting for it when people have really good focus fire and targeting with these things. So we'll see how it goes here. We do have the Night Terrors and another unit of Mournguls advancing with a gunnery mob. This is going to be interesting to see. These Dark Riders are pretty short range. If Kobe isn't super on the micro and gets a little too far forward trying to shoot the gunnery mobs, then the Mournguls might be able to jump on them. But it doesn't look like Fabrosi's interested in taking the fight anyways. But this might be the moment of truth. We'll see. And gunnery mobs trade pretty effectively into stuff like this. Look at the damage they just did. And yeah, you're taking AP missile fire, but you do have the support of units that have Frostbite here. That's pretty good response, though. Kobe sees that there's Mournguls moving up, immediately backs off. Hopefully the Chilling Aura doesn't get in range, because it'll slow these guys up a good deal. And then the Scurvy Dogs, the little bit more micro, could get over there and answer them. But looks like they're going to go after the Sorceress, which isn't a bad call. She's pretty alone right now. Malice is going to move over to try and assist her, but you can see how much damage those hounds do. Luckily for Kobe, the Sorceress is on the horse, and is going to be able to escape here. Malice is going to take the fight. He'll do a good job killing these hounds. Doesn't have any shooting to worry about either. And yeah, the Night Terrors get on top of the Repeater Crossbows, and their speed, double debuff, Frostbite and Chilling Aura, 37. They're not getting away anytime soon. Dark Riders and Cold One Knights, though, coming out in response. And Night Terrors definitely getting the message. They're going to be pulling back. Really good call from Fabrosi. Need to pull back the other Mourngul too, though. Don't want to use these guys to take the majority of this damage. Start pushing up the gunnery mobs and the deckhands. Get as far forward as possible and just keep pulling back. Like the Mournguls have the Chilling Aura that's always affecting stuff within 35 meters. So they can run and stay decently safe as they're retreating. Because you can see Cold One Knights, they get all of those effects popped on them, and fighting them here is not a move. This is not the way to do it. Cold One Knights are going to absolutely obliterate the Mournguls here. We do have Malice Darkblade beating down on this Promethean gunnery mob right now. Dark Shard Fire coming into support as well. And Fabrosi is definitely, this is definitely a bit of an outplay for yourself. Overextending with some very expensive units, like these gunnery mobs and the Mournguls, just keep these guys safer. Like, getting the damage on the Repeater Crossbows was nice, but you just gotta keep these guys running back. Use the Scurvy Dogs to get up here and just sacrifice themselves. Because losing a Scurvy Dog sucks, they're 500 gold, but it's much better than losing 2 Mournguls, which is kind of what's going on right now. The Night Terrors barely escape. This Mourngul back here, though, taking a big beating, and not really getting a lot of damage for it all. Losing a Rotting Promethean gunnery mob here to Malice and the Dark Shard Fire. There are mortars out on the field, but mortars take a long time to chew through stuff, and shooting into the Dark Shards, not super efficient. You're going to have a harder time killing the Dark Shards with your own missile fire, because these guys do have silver shields. You'd probably want to shoot the Dark Shards more than anything. Taking a fight here against Malice isn't a bad idea. Now you've got lots of crabs, and you have Noctilus, who's got the big halberd attacks. he can beat down on Malice for sure. Malice is way overextended now, so bit of back and forth in terms of overextensions for both players right now. More Cold One Knights would be a pretty good response for the Dark Elves. They've got the supplies for it. I would bring double Cold One Knight out, because they're going to do pretty good damage charging infantry. They're going to rip apart Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs. They'll kill the remains of the Morgul units. Bleak Swords and the Spears can honestly push up. The Bloody Reaver Deck Guard are over here, but getting onto these units on the low ground here isn't a bad idea. You don't want to leave Malice alone either. He's a really good combatant, and he does have Zarkan still in the back pocket to pop and stick in here and fight, but he's getting beat down by a lot of this heavy AP now. And he does pop his form pretty early. Definitely need the repeater crossbows to get big damage here. They just got hit by something. I'm not 100%. Oh, the handguns firing against them. Doing some good work now. Dark Shards also getting worked on pretty well. That's really nice for the Vampire Coast. It does look like the mortars got a couple good volleys off and wrecked these Dark Shards. And now that there is some... where are the Depth Guard? They're Depth Guard out here somewhere. I saw them. Here they are. Bloody Reaver Deck Guard are out here. They'll clear all the infantry out of the forest here. And then you just marshal as many units as you can here before pushing up and getting on top of the Dark Elf units. And these Morghuls need to get out of combat, because it's kind of hard to tell. But the Deckhand mob and the Morghuls are very split up right now. So the Morghuls are basically fighting the Dread Spears alone, which is something they're going to lose. They're not going to win that combat there. Fabrosi with the Deckhand mobs fighting the Dread Spears, though, would be a big win. Dark Riders and the Crows of Cain get on top of the mortar. That's a big loss. Black Spot here trying to respond. They're getting some good damage, and Deck Droppers shooting at all of these targets here. Bit of a wash, but losing the mortar sucks because the Dark Shards are rallying. The Dark Shards and the repeater crossbows can get their AP attacks in and just tear down all of the big scary stuff for the Vampire Coast. It's probably going to be game here, but look at Zarkan getting beat the hell down by Count Noctilus right now. Count Noctilus just standing tall. Very proud fellow, you know. Walks around with a bit of an upright posture, if you will. Almost like, you know, he's got a giant horseshoe up his ass. But he's maneuvering over, getting on the middle objective. Bleak Sword's gonna be holding this pretty securely. Morghuls need to be dealt with. They did terrify the Dread Spears, which is really good for the Vampire Coast. If these guys didn't terror out and they were still fighting the Morghuls would probably be dead at this point. The Bolt Thrower's been doing okay damage as well. 409 value isn't amazing, but it's been shooting at these Morghuls now for a bit, killing a couple models and pushing them deeper into the forest. And man, these Depth Guard need to get up on the points, because we've got a pretty bad situation developing on the ticket front. We do have the Dark Elves with a triple cap on the battlefield right now. They are doing pretty poorly in some areas, but they've got plenty of tools to win this battle still. They're probably going to lose the middle objective. I would just pull off of that completely at this stage. You don't have anything here other than a Bleak Sword. There's no point committing to try and saving that. You'd be better served securing and hanging on to the number 3 and the number 1, because your mobility is alive and well and has been doing nicely for you this entire game. Cold One Knights are out here. They've killed a Deckhand mob, which is pretty decent. Dark Riders are still firing in here. Crows of Cain are chewing on the Deck Droppers and have just about paid for themselves. After they kill this unit, they dive onto the Black Spot, and they probably killed him too. These Dark Riders you just throw up into those Scurvy Dogs just to get damage. And Sisters of Slaughter coming out. Hell yes. A very elite whip infantry unit with crazy stats. 50-58 in terms of their combat prowess. They do have Murderous Mastery up right now. That will wear off, but they're going to kill the Scurvy Dog unit And look at the damage that they've taken. Basically nothing. They're going to move up. They'll probably kill the Sirens pretty quickly, too. And then they kill more Scurvy Dogs. Sisters of Slaughter, if you're not ready for them, can be pretty vicious. I mean, they're very fast. They got crazy high leadership. They technically have a shield as well. It's only 20%, but that's a little bit of missile fire that they can mitigate. Any little bit helps. Unsummoning the Dark Riders. Cold One Knights definitely need to get moving and doing something. Coming in, protecting the Dark Shards. Oh, the Dark Shards! For Brosi not seeing it in time, and I kind of missed it there as well for a bit. Bloody Reaver Debt Guard getting absolutely smacked up by these Dark Shards. You got 1,300 value in the blink of an eye, man. Really nice stuff. Sorceress of Shadows. Only 1,100 value, not tremendous. You could probably pop a Melkoths on the Mournguls just to slow them down while the Cold One Knights hammer into the rear of them. And this is going to be a big charge for the Dark Elves. This is a really nice trade. Mournguls, despite being pretty good combatants, they are pretty reliant on the bonus versus infantry. It's going to make it even more difficult for them to do good work. Really nice response from Noctilus dropping a Melkoths on top of the Cold One Knights. That's going to do some really good damage against them. But more are responding out onto the field. They're going to run over the deckhand mobs here. Scurvy Dogs and Sirens have secured the objective, but I don't know how much longer. You can see the Sisters of Slaughter just slowly working down the spooky ladies. And Bleak Swords, they don't want to be fighting here, honestly. They're kind of getting in the way of the Sisters of Slaughter doing work. You know, like an entire half of the unit is like pushed out of combat right now. You rarely want to overlap infantry because this is exactly what happens. Their efficiency in melee just plummets when they're all blocking one another. And then your opponent can cast like big spells, punish with good missile focus fire, stuff like that. You want to avoid this at all costs. You want to keep your infantry nice and spread out. You use infantry to buffer, and then they only take engagements when they can win against the applicable infantry unit they're facing down. Otherwise, you want to occupy attention with them. That's like very, very high level play with infantry, though. But this is just mistakes that you want to limit. It's not the biggest one in the world. It's not gonna like lose the game for the Dark Elves, but it's little things like this that really good players are gonna see. Like, imagine if Count Noctilus were still standing on the middle objective. You've got this blob of very expensive infantry with the Sisters of Slaughter and the Bleak Swords here together. What happens? A really good player is going to walk over here with Noctilus, and he's going to drop a Pit of Shades right here on top of both of these units and kill both of them, pretty much. One good Pit of Shades can absolutely crack open a matchup for you. But luckily, there is no such thing for the Vampire Coast here. They have Wind of Death instead. I don't love Wind of Death. I think it's good in some matchups, but I don't think against the Dark Elves it's very necessary. I think Pit of Shades will do you a lot better, just in general. And the Dark Elves are just smothering the objectives again. They've taken the number 3, they're holding on to the number 1, they're taking the number 2. Very cheeky. This is what you want to do with Tattered Infantry and casters. When your opponent moves off to try and retake somewhere, you just jump on and start capping up the objective they just left. And then any reinforcements that they want to use to secure the objective they're trying to cap have to go and save an objective that they've already hold. It's very annoying, and that's another example of little plays that add up over the course of a game. And Kobe did a really good job of getting good value there from a lot of different units. You know, no truly spectacular performances. Malice came out there 2 different times, but he got okay value the first go-around. Shadow Sorceress was a heavy lifter, did really good work. Sisters of Slaughter, they did really well. And these Dark Shards, 1,700 value on a Dark Shard, man. Awesome stuff. And the Cold One Knights, they didn't do too bad. Dark Riders, they buffered a lot. The Handbows never came out, but Handbows are pretty good in this matchup too. They can skirmish against Morngul's pretty efficiently. Morngul's don't like getting shot at by 360 bow units because they have trouble chasing stuff like that down. And then you've got Dark Riders and Cold One Knights that can punish any dives from Morngul's. Scurvy Dogs also lose to the Corsair handbows. It's also worth noting. I would have liked to see them in the opening, honestly. Like, cut the Dark Shards here. And bring the handbows instead. Because these guys can push up a little more aggressively and take an objective, and then just kite back from anything scary trying to chase them, and then you hammer an anvil with the mobility. And then the Dark Shards can come in after that and do work. Alright, we're going to pause for just a second. I want to go see what's going on with the bracket. Damn, we're like into starting round 4 off now. No less. So right now, for undefeated players, we've got Hasnina, Son of Heaven, George, and Tingus Pingus. It's a great name. I love it. But those are your top 4 as it stands. All of them undefeated, no less. So unless something changes significantly here, that might end up being the top 4. Man, it's been pretty brutal for some of these players. Tingus only has 1 op point right now. So if Tingus loses in the final game, and then Blue Inferno or Matas, Adam, Lundgreen, or Rogue Leader, or even Impeccable, anybody with 2 wins, then Tingus is going to drop out of the top 4 completely. So this is a very important round 4 for Tingus. Hasnina barely lost out in the last... oh, I don't know why it's not showing. Well, never mind. OBS doesn't want to show Google Chrome to you guys, unfortunately. I don't know how you win this matchup. You're using Heartseekers against Dowie. Heartseekers are really good. They wreck infantry. And you can probably win that matchup using Heartseekers. If you're getting into the backfield and intercepting the reinforcements of the dwarves, that's your best bet to winning that matchup. You'll do pretty well there. Honestly, don't think Heartseekers are inefficient against dwarves. You just have to use them appropriately. Really, they got stuck on Dowie formations? That's wild, because I just bring Razorgore chariots against dwarves as beastmen, and that's a pretty unfavorable matchup for the beasts, but chariots just wreck the dwarves. Micro was not the best. I don't know. That's rough, though. I'm sorry to hear that you didn't win the matchup there. I would have thought that the sleds would do really well for you. Against Son of Heaven, and I haven't won once, so it's going to be tough. You got it, man. Just keep plugging away at it. You'll get a win. All of it is just learning matchups. It takes time, but you'll figure it out. The learning curve on this game in multiplayer is pretty brutal. I mean, it is not easy. Let's watch Tango and Lucky tango here, I guess. They're going to do a little dance for us. Kislev versus Dark Elves. Dark Elves, as I said, have really good AP tools. A lot of it is shooting, though, so Winged Lancers can absolutely feast here. But they do need to worry about Cold One Knights intercepting them. But if these Winged Lancers in the opening just get right into the front line, they might just completely flatten this opener from the Dark Elves. With some good Kossar fire, just to shoot the scattered units as they're trying to recover. Curious to see how this plays out. So we got Unlucky on this side over here. We do have Marathi up in the sky. She's got Pit of Shades and Melkoths on the docket in terms of spell casting, which I do kind of like. Marathi is a pretty small target. Can get away with flying around pretty aggressively and just avoiding damage. If you bring something like a dragon character, like the Supreme Sorceress or Malekith, then you do want to bring Soul Stealer, but bringing the more varied spell kit of Morathi can definitely work out really well for you too. The Winged Lancers are hiding in the trees here. This is a little far back. You could get up in this tree line and hold here instead, because then you're still safe from missiles. Whatever might get vanguarded by the Dark Elves isn't really going to be able to do a tremendous amount of damage to you here, because I think that would be like Black Art Corsairs and Handbows. I'm 90% certain Cold One Knights don't have Vanguard. I'd be incredibly surprised if they do. And then Dark Riders aren't going to beat Winged Lancers, so you can get away with holding closer in the tree line here, because then you can get much quicker jump-offs. Hiding them back here, they're going to be invisible for longer, and it might lull your opponent into a sense of security that there's no mobile stuff. But I'm an Unga Bunga lord. Like, if I can get farther forward and take fights earlier, I'm always going to choose to do that. We do have Power of Darkness going down both times to get the extra Winds of Magic. And the Kislev shooting line, getting some good value early. Beautiful Ice Maiden's Kiss there from Tango. Oh my goodness. Just wrecking that Dark Shard, taking him down to about half health. And the frontline fight's going to go pretty favorably here for the Kislev forces. The Dark Shards haven't gotten a lot of damage done yet, thanks to the Silver Shields on the Armored Kossars. Dervishes, Winged Lancers coming out. One Cold One Knight is on the field now. And we have a Dark Rider back here. Hellbroni being engaged by Kislevites warriors in the trees. And the Winged Lancer Corps coming up. Big work about to be done here for the Kislevites. But losing a Winged Lancer back here, probably, they need to just keep moving and then just, like, do whatever the damage they can. And the two Winged Lancers over here need to go in right now to finish up these Dark Shards. Because right now, quite a bit of punishing magic has been going off from Morathi, who's gotten some pretty good value. And the Bleak Swords have definitely lost, but they've given time for the Dark Shards to do some pretty appreciable damage to the Armored Kossar line. And the regular Kossar Spears and regular non-Spear Kossars gonna struggle in the late game against Dark Elf mobility and any further infantry pressure they bring out. Black Art Corsairs will chew through these Kossars pretty effectively. So keeping the Armored Boys alive is going to be really critical. The Winged Lancer dive, man, was pretty fat, though. It just wrecked all of these Dark Shards here. There's another Ice Maiden's Kiss going down that's doing some pretty big damage here. We've got a big rout developing back here. The Cold One Knights did catch one Winged Lancer. They're going to have to answer the other guys back here. Morathi with a good Melkoths, getting a little bit of poke in on these guys, doing some work, and the Winged Lancers need to run for their lives so they've got some HP left. You've broken the infantry and pushed them really far back now. Pull back to the halberds in your infantry line and just pull anything that's chasing them through your stuff and get them locked in combat where you can work on them. That'd be pretty nice for the Kislevite forces. And you can also use the Kossars and everything to counterfire as well, which they are doing a really good job of. Really good Ice Sheet coming in here, slowing up a lot of the Dark Elf units. Their mobility is very, very, very engaged also. And they're getting hit pretty hard by the bowfire, and the frontline fight has gone in Kislev's favor, which is amazing news for them. They really needed that to happen. Winged Lancers can finish these Dark Shards here. These Winged Lancers very locked in combat. They're not going to escape, but they got their value back, which is the most important thing here. These guys are very close to doing so. Dervishes getting chased by the Dark Riders. I don't know who wins that fight. Oh my god, man. The Dervishes... Oh, because they're trying to push through. Be careful doing stuff like this. If you give your unit an order to try and push through, they're gonna follow that order, but in the meantime, they're not fighting. So what's happening is they're getting hit for free, basically. So the Dark Riders are absolutely obliterating this Kossovite Dervish for that reason. You might as well just give them an attack order at this stage and just let them fight for as long as possible and get whatever value they can possibly get. Because as it stands, they're just dying for free now. K-Knight Assassins aren't doing too hot. They've been locked in melee against just chaff the entire game so far. They haven't gotten a lot of kills or a lot of value. Another really good Pit of Shades coming in. Oh man, wrecking the wrecking some of the wolf parts. Most of the unit escaped that, but also hitting these Kossars and some Kislephite warriors. Pretty cost efficient there. 1800 value on Marathi is pretty good, but she's taking a little bow fire. Dark Elves are not done. Now, they did lose that initial engagement, and they're in a lot of trouble here, but they're not done. They did mop up all the Winged Lancers. They've got a little bit of time to maneuver over and just hang on to the #1 objective, and then build up some cheap infantry to re-engage. Because, like, just 3 or 4 Bleak Swords right now, or honestly Dread Spears, I think. Like, 3 or 4 Dread Spears is 1350, or, what, 1800 gold. It's going to take a little while for you to get there, but you've got time. You've got a little bit of a ticket lead. Use the mobility to save your objective over here. That's easy enough. Poke away with the remains of what you've got missile unit-wise. And then be very careful about re-engaging on the middle point, because this is where Kislev has a majority of the remaining infantry and forces. And this is not a great charge for the Cold One Knights. They're going to push through with their mass, but they're getting locked into combat with the spears. And they're going to win against these guys because the spears are so tattered, but they're going to take an unnecessary amount of damage. Kossars with spears are very good at fighting big targets because of Byre of Blood. Once it procs, they're unbreakable. They're just going to hang in there and get extra chip. And even when these guys pull out of combat, they can still fire their bows in against them as they're running away. And just get extra value like that. Boydnov's Brawlers moving up. They're going to obliterate anything that comes into range of them. I would just pull these Kossars out of the way. And then you shoot the Witch Elves. Kill that unit. You engage with the Snow Leopard and your caster onto the Dark Riders. Really good Ice Maiden's Kiss as well, man. Tango's been pretty good with those. Not a lot of value on the Witch, but not doing poorly either. And there goes another Pit of Shades, man. Those Pit of Shades are really keeping the Dark Elves in this game right now. You can see the Cold One Knights, they do escape. They took a lot of damage in the process, though. But they are securing the middle objective, and they actually broke the Kislevites here. So, just going full out to take on the Kislevite forces in combat. Trying to run away with your Boydnov's Brawlers against Dark Riders, not worth it. They'll beat them in head-on combat. I know you don't want to, like, give Witch Elves a chance to get up, but you might as well just, like, engage with something here to help against them. While I say that, we do have Winged Lancers answering. They're gonna... Oh, no, they get blocked up. They impact awkwardly and don't actually get a full charge off. And now the Cold One Knights just ice them, get right up in their face, and get on their flank. And those Winged Lancers are going to go down here. That's painful, man. Very brutal engagement there for the Kislevites. Akshina's Ambushers getting locked in combat with Witch Elves who just rip them apart. Also pretty painful. Now these tattered Dark Riders stopping Boydnov's Brawlers from getting any volleys off. Unlucky is just all over the Kislevites now, and even though down in value, not down in terms of mobility and battlefield control now, being able to stuff the Kislevites off yet again with cheap units and good answers to their hard-hitting mobility, it's going to make it really hard for the Kislevites to recontest objectives in time. They're about to get triple capped here too. There's objective #1 is pretty vulnerable. You could use a Kossovite Dervish to secure that, no problem. The #3 objective, these Kislevite warriors doing their best, but, you know, Witch Elves with their little dual blades are going to absolutely massacre these guys. And they're also getting shot by the missile fire here. Very good rally from the Dark Riders and the Dark Shards there. Getting some good effect on target. Witch Elves cleaning up here. Killing Kossovite Dervishes. Boydnov's Brawlers finally managed to get free. Are they going to be able to do something here? They're going to have to. Pretty good volley there, flattening a lot of the Witch Elves. But Dark Riders gonna jump onto the rear of these guys. Cossack Dervish is gonna intercept some of the damage. Still not gonna be great for Kislev, and fresh Witch Elves pushing up. Lucky is just slowly grinding them down, man. It's kind of crazy. I mean, they seem to be down pretty hard in value, but this is why you don't really want to trust that. Damage value gets calculated pretty funky in this game. It's not always very reflective of the actual situation on the battlefield. And, you know, Kislev's pretty expensive as a faction. There's a lot of units that they can bring that do really good work, but if you can focus fire them with cheaper answers, it's going to be a winning fight for you all day long. That's a really nice Frostblades there. The Witch Elves are very reliant on Fizz Res to survive attacks from units, but a good Melkoths and actually engaging in combat. See, Tango has been running from a lot of engagements that in practice are bad, or in theory are bad. Like, you don't want to have your Boydanov's Brawlers getting attacked by Dark Riders. But functionally, you're not going to escape that combat. You might as well just engage and do damage in melee. Because when you're running away, your unit is doing nothing. They're just getting damaged for free. It's honestly more worthwhile standing your ground and fighting back, because Kislev is purpose-built for hybrid shooting. Armored Kossars, Boydanov's Brawlers, even Kossars can do a pretty good job of it. You want to try and do as little running away as possible as Kislev, because Witch Elves and all of these really fast units for the Dark Elves have been doing a very good job of just shutting down the shooting, and not fighting back is just giving free value to the Dark Elves. You know, they've broken a handful of units that way and just gotten free work done. K-Knight Assassin coming back in here. This one up here has been doing okay. I'm curious to know exactly what they're available to do. I mean, I guess Web of Shadows is a pretty good ability. Does some pretty decent damage. Marathon the Ice Witch, and Kislev completely gassed at this point. Really well played by the Dark Elves, man. That was some great value from a lot of those very tattered units. Oh, against the Dowie, you did a lot better? Yeah. I mean, Dowie into Kislev is kind of tough. Dowie are hard to get your hands around and choke the life out of, but that's kind of how you have to do it to him. No idea what to do as Wood Elves against Chowie. I'm sure it's not as bad of a matchup as it feels. It's a pretty tough matchup. There's a lot of fire damage there, and the thing about that fire damage is a lot of it's on ranged units, and there are Kadai destroyers who have not only fire damage, but also magical attacks. So you basically can't bring Dryads, because Dryads are just going to get absolutely bodied in this matchup. Like, there's nothing that they're going to do well against. Your opponent, if they bring Iron Demons and give them Hellbound, these guys are just going to, like, flatten everything, because they get magical attacks, they get their own Fizz Res on top of that, and then they've got the Perfect Vigor. So the trains can go all day against you and do really good damage to your Dryads. If you try to counter against the trains, then your opponent just brings a bunch of Hobgoblin Archers and then Fireglaves to back that up with just like a really cheap front line with lots of shields. And they can just bring Astrogoth with like the absolute bare minimum. You can just bring Burning Wrath if you really wanted to. Kindle Flame is pretty good. It's going to help Burning Wrath do some good work. Flamestorm's good too. You can just do this, basically. Maybe you can just bring Goblin Laborers instead. But just like lots of cheap chaff, lots of shooting that you can just use to pick apart stuff. Wolf Raiders are not bad in this matchup, but they get ranged by a lot of the Wood Elf missiles. They can struggle a bit. The thing that I've seen do best against the Wood Elves is just trains. Like, just bring as many of these things as possible. And just run over stuff. You can bring Skullcrackers too if you want. But Iron Demon's really all you need. Then you bring lots of shielded infantry, like I said. And you just slowly push the Wood Elves out. I don't know what's going on with my army selection. You can just do this. Cheap and efficient is what you want to go for. You bring out your, bring out the Horse Raiders to answer any Glade Guard that are trying to dive. There you go. It's a nice, cheap little build. Is there anything else you want? Not really. I actually like Burning Sword of Ruin here more than I like the Flamestorm. Because you can imbue the magical and flaming attacks onto what doesn't have it already. So, like, say these Hobgoblin Wolf, or the Hobgoblin Archers aren't able to focus fire a couple of Dryad units, and they do engage the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Instead of taking a pretty even fight, you can pop Flaming Sword of Ruin on top of the Chaos Warriors, who at that point beat the hell out of the Dryads. Iron Demons are running over Glade Guard or Way Watchers and just diving into the backfield recklessly. And then you just follow up with lots of cheap mobility. That's honestly the best way to go about it. Oglacon's boys are a pretty good unit here, too. They got a little bit more armor, and they have a shield, unlike the other Wolf Raider bows. So they can trade pretty well. One Kadai Fireborn's going to be enough for your purposes. You can bring the Blazing Beers of Basharik and a couple of Infernal Guard, and then you can bring up like some Hobgoblin Cutthroats, or maybe Sneaky Gits. Yeah, Sneaky Gits, because they can actually do some damage to War Dancers and stuff. And you just be as annoying as possible. That's how you win this matchup against the Wood Elves. And it's really not too terribly difficult, either. Wood Elves struggle against Chowie. So I honestly do think it's kind of unfavored. It's not impossible, though. Like I said, any faction can win a matchup, no matter how bad it is. It's just not easy. It's never, ever easy. We're going to do one more replay, and then we'll jump into the semis and the finals. And then I'll go through and I'll do more replays. We've actually gotten through all the ones I've gotten from people up to this point. Ooh, except for... Here we go. This is it. Wood Elves versus Tzeentch. Which traditionally has been kind of tough for the Wood Elves in the past. Because Tzeentch has really good shielded warriors and good mobility options. This build is kind of funky looking, though. I don't know how this is going to do against the Wood Elves here. I guess the Exalted Pink Horrors can sit in the trees here on Dusted Steppe and shoot out of them and maybe be safe from missiles for the most part. But, I don't know. We'll see. Chaos Lord's going to have to do a lot of work here. But that's going to be tough because Prey of Anoth Rama locking that guy in place and then Way Watchers obliterating him with their heavy AP is going to be nasty. And Silver Shields are great and it'll block a lot of the damage, but it probably just won't save him. Good skirmish fire here in the early game from the Wood Elves. These are not Hagbane tips, though, so they don't have anything to slow down the pursuit here. They definitely need to just keep running. Oftentimes, I've done it myself. I see lots of newer players do it. They don't run far enough. Like, your opponent is also playing this game. Like, they know matchups just as well as you do, potentially. You should always assume that your opponent knows what they should do in a circumstance. So lots of times people just pull back a little bit towards their deployment zone and they stop running thinking that your opponent is just going to go somewhere else, not wanting to take the risk. But you can often get away with like diving really deep and aggressively onto missile units like this because your opponent stops moving with them. But the Wood Elves are pulling back really nicely, and they respond very well with some Glade Guard. Not Glade Guard, but Glade Riders, who are going to run over these Furies. Furies are very squishy. They get brutalized pretty badly. And they are right now. They're taking big losses. Wood Elves with a big value lead. Oh no, the Centigores. Centi's got shot up by the Deepwood Scouts, I would guess, but a big Infernal Gateway. Oh my god. Infernal Gateway, one of the best damage spells in the game, takes both of the Deepwood Scouts down to about half health, and Zangor's kind of pushing through on top of them. Oh, the Waywatcher's compromised by Furies here. Really nice dive. Wood Elves responding to the low ground pressure really nicely. But now their Glade Riders get intercepted by the Centigores. Centigores of Tzeentch have great combat prowess in just about every circumstance. Very hard-hitting unit. Having the overshield on these guys is also very effective. That's why they got a big cost increase. Look how quickly they killed the Glade Riders. Good grief. Big damage here, and the Exalted Pinks actually coming up and firing against the Glade Riders. I kind of love it. This is a losing fight for the Wood Elves right now. They do need to keep running away here. They're probably going to lose some more Glade Riders in the process, though. Waywatchers, they do get saved by Glade Riders here. And looks like the Zangors unfortunately did break, and now the Swiftshiver Shards are just going to obliterate them on their retreat path. Since they're facing away, the Silver Shields are mitigating absolutely none of this damage. And Swiftshiver Shards are one of the hardest hitting non-AP missiles in the game. They're just wrecking those guys. This other Zangor is holding admirably, but against Azrai Spear, War Dancers, and Eternal Guard, they're not going to make it happen there. That's a really nice Arrow of Kurnus. Does big damage to that Fury unit. Their shields are about half down. It killed several models down there. You can like see the little shadows where they dissipated out on the ground there. Big Flock of Doom also. I was a little worried for the Wood Elves for a minute there, but they look like they're resecuring the advantage that they had earlier, and they're getting good fire onto these Centigores and Furies. Good block with the Glade Riders as well. Chaos Lord of Tzeentch trying to land on the ground to go after the Glade Lord, but this is a dangerous position for him. He might do pretty well in the combat against her, but if she just pulls back and pops Prey of Anathema on this guy, she'll escape for free, and he'll be stuck here, taking big missile fire. But another Infernal Gateway comes down, just obliterating the missile units here. But the most important one is the Waywatchers, and they're still safe. So we'll see. Yeah, there we go. That's a good use out of it. Popping Prey of Anathema, getting away. Are the Waywatchers going to be able to punish here? That is the million-dollar question. I mean, the most important thing is keeping the Glade Lord alive. And, since he's flying, he doesn't have cap weight, you don't have to kill him. You can definitely try and go somewhere else to do damage now. Oh, yeah. Wild Hunters of Kurnus get all over this Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. You can't let this happen. They're about even on speed, so if you micro these horsemen properly, they should never get caught by Wild Hunters. It can be kind of hard to do, though. Wild Hunters don't need to disengage here. They can pull out a little bit and then charge back in. They'll beat the crap out of a Fury unit. They've got the magical attacks and good stats, so they won't take tremendous amounts of damage, and they should be able to clean these guys up, and then they can just go clean up the Zangors that are chilling out there. Chaos Warriors and the Exalted Pinks doing their best to take this objective, but they're taking pretty punishing fire from the Swiftshiver Shards and Flocks of Doom now. So they're about to crumble out here. Their HP is really low at this stage. They've gotten some pretty efficient fire done. They've done some good work. They definitely weren't bad, but they're kind of lonely being the only pink horror unit. And I don't know, man. Zinch kind of committed to some inefficient units. Zangors are nice. You do want Centaurs of Zinch, but bringing them really early is usually not the best idea against Wood Elves because they're going to have most of their missiles out early. And the Wood Elf missile fire is so powerful. You are much better off just bringing tons of shielded warriors to, like, wear down the amount of bow fire that they can apply to your units across the field. You don't want to overextend into Wood Elves, ever, ever, ever. It's rarely going to work out in your favor. Now, the Wild Hunches of Kurnus, they do get cleaned up here by Double Fury. And the Furies are on top of the Eternal Guard. They're not doing badly, but they're not going to be able to hang on to this point for long. Actually, not at all. The Wood Elves actually have this. But the number 2 and the number 1 are held by Zinch. But number 1 has Glade Riders about to cap it. Zinch doesn't have any cap presence outside of Zangors. Zangors are going to lose to the Dryads. Not terribly, but they're beat up already, so they're definitely not going to win the combat. And, yeah, the Furies, they get some pretty good damage done to these Glade Riders. Oh, and a side charge from the Sentis. Zinch scrapping in here and not giving up the Ghost just yet. And yeah, the Chaos Warriors, they're just going to have to sit here and eat it, man. They can't push, really. If they pushed up, they'd just be running into the Wildwood Rangers and just get absolutely schwacked. And here we go. This is how Zinch gets back in this game. Kill the Way Watchers. Not protecting these guys with anything, really. Oh, man, I like the Mirror of Knowledge use, honestly. Revealing everything in the trees. Does it... Oh, it permanently visible to the enemy. That's so nice. Wow. Blue Inferno with some interesting little tech choices. Oh, good micro away from the Wildwoods and bringing up Exalted Pink Horrors to roast the Wildwood Rangers. And the Swift Shiver Shards are pretty beat down. They're not going to be able to get any big damage on the Exalted Pinks here. Furies getting shot at by Swift Shiver Shards and chasing the Lord. Disengage from the Lord and go onto the Shards there, actually. So they're going to blob up here and just get deleted. If they're attacking the Deepwood Scouts, they can actually do some damage there. Look at the Centaurs, Furies, and the Goon Squad here. They're actually cleaning up a lot of the important units for the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are losing the middle objective. They're barely holding on to the number 1 and 3 here. A lot of their infantry here is getting ripped apart by the mobility that Zinch has access to. These Centaurs have done pretty nice. Look at the Fury value. 1,400 on those guys. Chaos Sorcerer and the Chaos Lord doing some pretty good damage too. Flock of Doom goes down. It's probably going to wear out the Sentis and the Furies in kind. Dryads. Yeah, without any cap weight here, Zinch not able to really make good effect out of this collapse of this pocket for the Wood Elves. Good Infernal Gateway. You know, not the greatest unit in the world to be using it on. You know, Dryads are pretty cheap, but it's pretty necessary at this stage. Just because you need to start capping up the objectives, you need to clear off any infantry that are still out here. You can deal with the missile units, because they're not going to want to move up onto points. They're going to want to play back and try and grind value. That's what missile units are best at, after all. Oh, man, big damage on the Chaos Sorcerer here. But the Sorcerer is diving in on top of the Spellsinger. Needs to be careful, though. These Azrai Spears have big AP, and they have a great bonus versus large. So they might shred this Chaos Sorcerer to pieces right now. Which is going to be really a big feels bad for the Zinch forces here. But Swift Shiver Shards do get jumped on. A bit of a miss micro. They get a little too far forward, and the Chaos Warriors catch them. Chaos Warriors and the Chaos Lord of Zinch gonna chew through these guys. Exalted Pink Horrors can definitely move up to secure the number 3 there. They'll be really good at killing Dryads, even in melee combat, because they do still have the fire and magical attacks and okay stats in melee. Not the best, but much better than regular Pink Horrors. Making really good use out of these guys. Look at them just obliterate these Glade Riders in the charge, dude. Really good focus. Zangors, they did secure the number 1. There's another Exalted Pink Horror on this point now. I really like this Elite Tzeentch build. This has done really good work. The Sorcerer has gotten 3,000 value with the Infernal Gateways, which the Wood Elves have had no answers to. And without their own missile units and without the Flock of Dooms to do all of the heavy lifting here, these Exalted Pinks and the Zangors are just going to hang in all game, man. Just pushing and recontesting over and over again, and finally securing a triple cap, and they're going to outpace the Wood Elves pretty bad here. Throwing the Furies away a little bit, I don't super love that, because it's caused the Exalted Pinks to be obstructed. They move forward, and now they're going to get compromised themselves, which is a little painful, but Zangors might be able to bail them out here. The Pinks, seeing the Treekin and stuff, they should just, you know, have pulled back and formed a line behind the Zangors. And then the Furies, they dive the Glade Riders if they try to move around the flanks, instead of just sacking themselves into the Firebark Elders, who they're not going to do any damage to anyways. Furies are god-awful against Treekin. Don't waste your time with that fight.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I mean, road blocking isn't a bad idea, but you own this objective. You've got the other 2 as well. You don't have to hold on to a triple cap. Probably a little bit better use of those units. Zangors, wildly overextending into the backline. You can leave 1 in the forest so that the Wood Elves have a hard time getting back up in there, but you do need to just leave 1 on the point, in my opinion. Just because you've got 1 that you can push with, you've got 1 that's stopping back caps. Like a Glade Rider coming and hitting the Pink Horrors can then, after mopping those guys up, go to the number 2, and then you don't have anything here to stop that cap. Which is kind of what's happening now. These Glade Riders, they engaged in the woods, though, which is a bad combat for them. Like, even though they have Woodsmen, that doesn't mean that they fight efficiently in the forest. Large targets don't do too hot in there. You want to use infantry in the woods. That's why I like having a Zangor in there. But using the Glade Riders out in open field is the better space for them to perform. Alright, sweet. We got a lot of replays to get through, too. And here we go. Let's go watch Tingus Pingus play. Who else? Oh, wrong. Discord. We'll message Kobe too. We didn't check the values on this battle, but the Chaos Sorcerer getting 3,000 value with just Infernal Gateway is beautiful. That's all you need to win a match as Tzeentch sometimes. Fire Magic does work there really nicely too, though. You can bring the Tzeentch Cultist and the Chaos Lord, and Burning Head is really good for clearing out Wood Elf positions also. There's a lot of good magic that Tzeentch has against those guys. Pink Fire and Blue Fire also do good work against the Skirmisher Corps. I'll check it out, Hayden, for sure. I'll get back to the chat in just a sec, guys. I promise I'll answer your questions. I'm trying to get some of these guys to answer for the top 4 here. Okay, here we go. Unlucky grabbed us first, so we're gonna go with this lobby. Oh, a Dark Elf mirror match? Yes, actually, unironically, I want to see this. A lot of people don't like mirror matches. I don't love them all the time. I think there are definitely some that are not very fun to watch, but Dark Elves might be pretty wild, because they can bring all kinds of stuff. They've got very, they've got a pretty versatile roster. Another thing is that people are often very unschooled in, doing mirror matches, so you can bring some really wild, off-meta stuff for your faction and get away with it, and actually make some pretty good use out of it. see me meme in finals. Alright, Kobe, do it, man. I'd love to see it. Meme builds are the dream builds. Alright, I'm coming back to chat so I can answer questions. Okay. Thoughts on the upcoming Khorne update? Dude, the Lords and Heroes are going to be awesome. Like, I went and read the blog post. I might do a little video on that just to talk about it. But seeing, like, Scar Bloodwrath and Scylla Engfingrim, with the abilities that they've got and the kind of stuff that it looks like they're going to be able to do, is going to be really nice. And I think Blood Speakers are going to be very crucial for quite a few matchups for Khorne, man. Khorne struggles really hard against some factions, in that they're not unwinnable, but they are just always going to be kind of unfavorable, and you're pretty narrowed into a specific play style against those factions. So it can get pretty rote playing into it. Having a more flexible option for Lords that isn't just Valkia all the time is going to be really nice. So I'm super hyped for the update. And Khorne Gores are going to be amazing. Shock Halberd unit, that's the dream. That's honestly going to flip a lot of matchups for Khorne. You did have it at one point, Adam, but you lost the Skull Cannon, and you didn't get on the missile line. You just kind of grinded in the front with the Marauders, which is never a good fight for them against Dwarves. If you had flanked around and intercepted and roadblocked reinforcements more with your build, you would have had a lot more success. But you'll get it. Bring more Bloodletters, man. Bloodletters are awesome against Dwarves. They're never going to disappoint. And I will watch your match against Son of Heaven, Hayden. You have trouble against Khorne. Khorne's tricky. A good Khorne player can really take advantage of you. Oh my god, triple Sisters of Slaughter, Dread Spears, Bleak Swords, one Dark Shard, one Dark Rider, and Malekith up in the sky, man. Malekith is great. He's such a strong lord. Oh man, and he's going up against the Supreme Dork Sorceress. We're gonna see who wins this of the two of these guys. Kobe is going really risky with the Sisters, because they're very vulnerable to shock damage from cavalry. But they'll win the frontline fight for sure. It's just, you gotta shut down these Dark Shards before you engage. The way that Kobe is really going to want to play this is to play the side objectives at first and avoid taking a main engagement until there's more units out on the field to answer the enemy's Dark Shards. Like, Malekith does have Gaze of Malice. That'll do some good damage to these Dark Shards back here. Dark Riders chasing off the repeater crossbows. So, not going to get the objective for free here. Really nice play from Unlucky so far.
Victory point.
Making sure to grab one objective, just moving up and getting ready to take this fight here in the front, and not letting your opponent grab this for free. Although Malekith, probably going to terrify these Dark Riders real fast, but Kobe with some good micro on the repeaters. Pulling out immediately, definitely could use. Crows of Cain are good. Just your own Dark Shards, or Dark Riders, should be good, though. And here we go. This is what I was talking about. Not running far enough away. Actually, really good micro getting around the firing arc of the repeater crossbows. But gotta engage now. Gotta just, like, jump on them. They're actually avoiding that, though, and it looks like they're going to be charging down Kobe's Dark Shard unit back here. Sisters of Slaughter could actually turn around and take that fight against the Dark Riders. I really wouldn't hate it. There's a lot of overlapping infantry here. But the Dark Shards are not firing in combat right now, which is really good for Kobe, who's going to be able to grind through this front line pretty quickly if given an opportunity. And yeah, the Dark Shards, they get compromised. They're going to get wrecked right here. And the Sisters of Slaughter pushing through a little bit and going to get on these Dark Shards back here, potentially. Malekith taking big damage back here, though. This Dark Shard unit is doing pretty nicely for itself. Same with this one. And the Dragon fight, so far, is swinging in the favor of Unlucky. But more Dark Riders coming out here. Sisters of Slaughter have compromised one of the repeater crossbows back here. And these Dark Shards are just a little too static. They're not going to be able to get away from the Sisters here. And Dark Riders are going to do good damage on the charge, but if they get stuck in combat, they're going to lose pretty bad. Crows of Cain, they're cleaning up back here, but not a lot of assistance for them from Kobe so far. And the Sisters right here, man. Sisters are getting worked down pretty badly right now. Oh, because they've been pushing past the Bleak Swords. If the Sisters were just standing and fighting this whole time, they'd be doing much better. These ones are doing pretty nicely. These Dread Spears are trying to attack these Dark Riders. These Cold One Knights are getting obliterated by the Dark Shards right now. Oh, and the Breath Attack missed. Didn't hit the Cold One Knights and actually obliterated some of her own units. Obviously, the displeasure of the Supreme Sorceress is something to fear and behold. She is very tempestuous, as you can see. Malekith trying to chase her down. Mali is very low. Took a bunch of damage from the Dark Shard fire. And here we go. The Sisters actually killing this Dark Rider pretty decently, but oh man. Dark Riders of Kobe here getting broken. Sisters of Slaughter doing a good job of road blocking right now. They're trying to get damage in here, but they don't quite have the mass to lock in all these horsemen right now. And Malekith is probably going to die here. Lucky can just lock this guy down with these Dark Riders, which is unintentionally what he's doing. And then the Supreme Sorceress can just beat his ass, because he is struggling right now. He took a lot of damage from the Dark Shards in the early game. Kobe finally getting a handle on the back line here. Cleaning up quite a few units, but Lucky has 1,400 gold value lead. A lot of that is on Malekith, but the infantry is also pretty haggard for the forces of Kobe, and the Witch Elves on top of the Crows of Cain gonna do a very, very good, efficient job of cleaning up these Harpies. This is one of the better flying RORs in the game, because they have the heal in melee, which is pretty juicy. Crow Feast. 0.2 healing is kind of the sweet spot for a heal in combat. You have big potential on it, but Witch Elves are a great DPS unit. They just absolutely shredded those guys, and now they're going to go about their business getting to the front line. And Sisters of Slaughter are not going to trade very efficiently against Witch Elves. Witch Elves have a pretty good fight against those guys. These Sisters here, they've gotten okay value, but they're very expensive, man. They're just not getting enough value to make it worth bringing them out onto the field right now. Fighting more Bleak Swords. Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows with 1,000 value here, and firing into these Sisters now. These Dark Riders getting boxed out really hard right now. Lucky is doing a very good job of road blocking with cheap units. And the Soul Stealers are keeping the Supreme Sorceress nice and healthy. Malekith is not healthy at all. and can't really challenge her right now, which is a big problem. Because killing the Lord would be the best way back into this game for Kobe, but it's not going to happen here. Malekith is going to need to get in here and help clean up Witch Elves and get terror routes on stuff in order to get Kobe back into this game. Cold One Knight's doing what they need to and taking the charge against the Wood Elves, and a big drop on top of their head from Mali. Oh god, please terror route these guys. This is how you get back in this game here. Securing this objective and then just pinballing all of these infantry units with your Cold One Knights. Some more Cold One Knights out here, and these Sisters of Slaughter are actually hanging in there really nicely, honestly. Cold One Knights versus Cold One Knights. Kobe just needs to take the fight here and get whatever value you can. Trying to run here, I understand wanting to, but it's not going to work out too hot for you. There's just too much there to overwhelm your units. Repeater crossbows, compromised a little bit by these Dark Riders here. Just need to finish here and get away from this Dark Rider. If this Dark Rider gets into combat, they might be able to do a decent amount of damage and take these guys offline, potentially. They do have Murderous Prowess, so they have a little more melee attack. It's not that much, though. They're taking casualties there, and then fresh Dark Rider gonna shut those guys down. Another big loss for Kobe. Doing alright here in the middle, running over the Black Ark Corsairs and the Witch Elves, beating the ever-living snot out of them right now. And Malekith doing his best right now. Not a lot of health, but still on a dragon with 2300 HP. Definitely going to get some good terror routes and damage against these Black Ark Corsairs. But the number one objective is a complete wash for Kobe. The number 3 is in flux, and losing that Dark Rider without getting much value off of it is very painful. There are Bleak Swords coming up with the his own Dark Riders to maybe secure that. And maybe, just maybe, they can do it. Still 2,000 gold value down, but there is a little bit more infantry out on the field for Kobe to hold objectives, and the mobility isn't looking too bad. It's just this situation with Malekith. Malekith is so low, and these repeater crossbows are just getting volley after volley into him after he's already taken so much work. He does get up in the air. He does avoid dying here. But the Supreme Sorceress on her own dragon with the... she's also equally capable of terror routing stuff. Can just get in here and swing fights that Malekith can't really commit to anymore. So I do think that it's Unlucky's game to lose at this stage of the game. Another big Soul Stealer coming down. It is hitting, it is from Kobe here. So Malekith getting a little bit of healing there. 2200 HP against the Supreme Sorceress. You can see there is a bit of a discrepancy in the stat department with melee attack and a little bit more melee defense, but going fisticuffs against her with 3,000 less HP is not the move. Dark Riders do rally, and they get a nice volley off, but a big breath attack coming down. Thankfully, the trees stopped most of that damage. They could be dead right now. That was a really good target from Unlucky, but, you know, very fitting for the name that he got unlucky with the trees blocking most of that damage. Dark Shards shooting at the Dread Spears. They do have range on Malekith, and a big breath attack from Mali there, getting some good damage against these Witch Elves and Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows. These guys do have a decent amount of ammo left. Kobe is going to have to find a way to shut those down so that they can't ice Malekith if he lands somewhere. He tries to land on them, but misses. He took a big volley from these Dark Shards, I think. And they're turning attention to him now. And he's in a mortal combat with the other dragon character, which he's probably not going to win. Really nice use of the Opal Amulet to mitigate any damage. And good micro on the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows here. Turn it around immediately and just getting volleys into Malekith. And he does shatter. Or not shatter, he's just broken. But I don't think he's going to rally here. Supreme Sorceress can just chase him off, and that is going to be game. Really well played by Unlucky here. Kobe hung in there pretty well. But the Sisters of Slaughter, they really should have just been the ones to take the front line engagement. And then the Dread Spears and the Bleak Swords needed to be the ones moving around the flanks and getting into the Dark Shard line of Unlucky. Not being able to do that, and the Dark Shards sucking up as much attention as they did from the mobility, and being at a numbers disadvantage the way he was, just didn't have the goods. And a Soul Stealer goes down back here and ices Malekith, just to really put the icing on the cake. Supreme Sorceress cackling as she tries to run away from the Dark Riders. Dark Riders do get a nice volley, but it's going to take a lot to kill her. And even then, there's lots of Witch Elves, Dread Spears, some Dark Shards, Repeater Crossbows, Cold One Knights. Lots of units out on the field that there aren't any other answers for on Kobe's side. They gonna catch him? Cold One Knight's trying here, not quite able to do it, and the Supreme Sorceress is gonna land here, try and get some damage. And getting into combat against her is not bad, but another good use of Opal Amulet, just popping that on cooldown. I mean, it's every 60 seconds, it's 20% ward save, and you've got all these missile units here. This is a campaign moment, you know, where you like throw your Lord forward and blob up a bunch of stuff and then just obliterate it with missile fire. Very similar tactic there, and just dragging these guys down slowly but surely, and not running far enough away with them. Every time they stop, they get caught a little bit deeper. More and more of the models are dropping, and they're just having trouble getting away. A nice charge from the responding Cold One Knights is just going to finish these guys off, and they do break with about half their HP left, and they're going to get chased off the field now. Kobe tabled, but not giving up the ghost. It is very admirable, but it's definitely not going to happen. How many freaking Soul Stealers can you possibly have, man? Oh my god. Another one coming down. Doing a really good job of pacing the Soul Stealers out this game. Definitely need to land here. Can't afford to take any more of that missile fire. You've got her right here. Don't lose her. Just dive down in there. There we go. Alright, now she's safe from the Dark Shard fire. More Dark Shards could come out and answer against her. But this is just playing for time. Even if you lose your Lord at this point, you've got enough units to hold on to the objectives for the rest of the game here. Finally taking the number one. It's been a scrap over here, as you can see. Just madness and mayhem aplenty. So the Dark Elves, even though they're going up against one another, just like Khorne, very flavorful mirror match here. They don't mind killing one another off, you know.
I knew it.
That's gonna be game, man. The Supreme Sorceress comes in and beats the hell out of Mama's Boy there. Really nice stuff from Unlucky. Bringing a very efficient Dark Elf build and playing very efficiently with it and making the absolute most out of the Dark Shard line. Some of them didn't do too hot, but a couple of these guys got some pretty fat value. 919 on these guys, 1200 here. Repeater Crossbows, this one did amazing. I mean, tripling its value, basically. Cold One Knights, they did a very solid, dependable job. Witch Elves did nicely. Everything in Unlucky's army just about getting its value back, or at the very least, allowing other units to get, you know, exponential gains in that department. These sisters paid for themselves. These guys pretty much did. The Sisters of Slaughter were not the weakness of this army. It was getting Malekith beat up so early, and then not really having quite enough mobility to compromise the backfield. Man, the Scourge Runner Chariots would have been really good. I think the Scourge Runners would have been the play as your first summon. Because they've got better range than the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows for sure. And I think, yeah, they actually outranged just a regular Dark Shard also. You can see here. They've got 25 extra range. And they fire 360 and fire while moving. So you bring a couple of Scourge Runners out. And you can actually counterfire your opponent's bow lines safely. And Scourge Runners, with their missile profile, they don't care about silver shields. They kill models anyways. So I think these guys would have been what you should have brought out first, Kobe. And I think you would have probably been able to win that match. Because you just have these guys, they chew on some of the dark shards, they force your opponent to kind of push forward and try to get in range to do damage in return. And then you have superior, like, infantry on the field with the Sisters. You can countercharge with Malekith, of course. You bring forward your Cold One Knights at that point. You had a lot more Cold One Knights than your opponent did. So you can just flood the field after you bring out the Scourge Runners and protect those things with these guys. And I don't really know what an Unlucky does at that point, because that infantry formation was very vulnerable to getting flattened by good chariot play. Like, good focus fire on the dark shards with these guys, and then once you've worn those down, that's when you engage in the front, and then you use the Scourge Runners to ride around into the backfield and run over any remaining dark shards, run over Witch Elves, anything your opponent might want to bring out to answer them are a lot slower. You can see how much slower the Cold One Knights are. 84 speed versus 66. You just run away with the Scourge Runners from any of the cavalry, firing any missiles they've got left in the process, picking off models, and countercharge with your own Cold Ones. And then you profit. And the Supreme Sorceress can't carry the game. Just like Malekith couldn't carry the game for you, if you just put your opponent in the position where they're trying to make their caster do all of the heavy lifting, you're in a winning position. How much more expensive is Malekith now? Oh, there it is. Okay. Just cut all that. He did have Opal Amulet. I don't know if... You don't really need Arcane Conduit, honestly. You can cut it for sure. And just, yeah, 2,400 versus 2,800 with Mali. I mean, if you really want to cut Gaze of Malice, you can, but I think it's a really good bound spell. You got 3 uses out of it, and it wrecks unarmored infantry. It's really nice. So, I don't know. You may not have, like, a tremendous advantage in the Lord department, but Mali's got a little bit better stats and a little better leadership, I believe. So, he can stick around on the field a little longer. You just don't want him to get killed by your opponent's AP missiles. Alright, we've got a Chaos Dowie versus Empire replay for later, and we've got the finals upcoming here. And we'll jump back into the lobby with Unlucky. We've got 1 million spectator slots, but here I am alone. Oh yeah. Let's get away from here so we don't give up any of the build stuff. Yeah, Red Eye. The Khorngors having anti-large is going to be so sick. They're going to fill a big void that Khorne has been struggling with, which is mid-range anti-large. Because if you really look at it, you've got Minos, who are very cost-effective, but do leave a little bit to be desired in terms of the cost department when you're going up against missile factions. And they can't be everywhere at once, you know? So the Corngors are going to help fill that void a little bit. They're going to help support Flesh Hounds really nicely. I can see Khorne bringing some... Like, you thought Khorne was already an Unga Bunga faction? Dude, you have no idea how deep I'm about to go with the new Khorne DLC stuff. It's gonna be wild as hell. You might just be able to take fights right out the gate with Khorne and just absolutely body your opponent's initial army. We'll have to see how it works out in practice, but I see some serious synergies developing already in my head. It's okay, Kobe. You'll get it next time. Bring those Scourge Runners out first. Those would have been great as your first two summons. You would have been able to use those to secure advantage on the side objectives. And once your opponent, who's sitting there very passively on the middle, is splitting forces to try and respond to one side or the other, that's when you can start to push in the middle. And your superior infantry, like the Sisters of Slaughter, can get in there, tear up his melee infantry, and then you can push through with your own cheap chaff, like the Dread Spears and the Bleak Swords, and try to push onto the Dark Shards. Then when your opponent has all of the Dark Riders and Cold One Knights trying to respond to that, that's when you bring your own mobility out to counter their stuff. You just want them to be on the back foot more. And you kind of walked into a really bad early engagement. I love the aggressiveness, but just a little bit more patience would have paid off in the long term. Alright, guys. These guys are ready to roll. They're not taking any time at all. So, Unlucky and Tingus Pingus we're going to be battling it out here. I don't know why we're not kicking off right now. What the hell is going on? Oh. The other spec slots, I think, are messing with it. Hello? CA, please, with the lobbies. Okay, we're making a new lobby, and then we'll jump right back in. Yeah. Losing that much HP on Malekith was really unfortunate. Alright. Let's not give up any builds. We're on Imperial Road. It's been a while since I've seen Showdown here. And both factions definitely have good tools to play this map. So it should be a pretty even fight, all things considered. Oh my god! Yes! Okay. Okay. This is going to be a race here, basically. This is going to come down to whether or not Scourge Runners and Dark Elf Mobility are going to be able to kill the Magma Cannons before the Magma Cannons kill the entire Dark Elf frontline for free. Magmas are very strong. They operate a lot like Skull Cannons, since Skull Cannons got a Vortex just like the Magma Cannons do now. But Magma Cannons don't have 66 speed like Skull Cannons do. They only have 20. So they're very immobile. And Dark Elves have a lot of good mobility tools. They might be able to get on top of these Magma Cannons, no problem. So the Chaos Dwarves are going to have to play this very patiently. They are going to benefit more from a build-up strategy, because they can get free value, basically, with the Magma Cannons killing Bleak Swords and stuff. And the Dark Elves are going to have to do a lot to get back here and kill 3 separate cannon positions. Honestly, I would leave this is what I would do, truthfully. I would leave the Chaos Dwarf Warriors to block here in front, and I would just have the Goblin Laborers, like, blobbed up as much as possible over the cannon. Because the cannon can shoot over the Laborers. Also, a little bit of terrain there. It's definitely a little obstructed, that one. This one over here, just moving up here isn't a bad idea. You gotta be very careful with your artillery positioning. You really don't want to leave them in spots where they get LOS'd, and then it takes forever for them to, like, trundle forward. I mean, you can see how... This is maximum speed for a magma cannon. You know? They're far from a sprightly unit. Marathi... Melkoths and Pit of Shades, nothing to snipe the magma cannons. Doombolt here. Doombolt actually does fat damage to magma cannons and stuff. Would be a pretty good answer. That's a really nice shot. The vortex on these magma cannons is where a lot of the damage comes from. Oh, look at that. Owie. 400 value right off the bat for the Chaos Dwarves. But they're abandoning the artillery here. Like, there's nothing back here defending these things, and you really don't have to go up with all of your infantry right now. Because engaging the Dark Elf front line is actually going to make it harder for your magma cannons to fire. Yeah, we've got some Hobgoblin Cutthroats trying to stop the Scourge Runners, but the Scourge Runners are going to get back here for free if there aren't responses right now. Like, just a ton of Wolf Raiders need to come out. Like, the Bull Centaur renders aren't bad, but you can see the damage that the Scourge Runner chariots are getting just firing away here. You need something to shoot that, or to shoot that down, yes, but also just to shut them down. And all of your infantry are kind of overlapped here. You don't need all of the infantry in the front line. You're sacking Magma Cannon health now. Magma Cannons are so squishy that Dark Riders kill them. Oh, taking big damage here. This Magma Cannon is dead now. Just collapse in here. Just do it. Save as many Magma Cannons as you can, because those are what are going to get you a win in this game. You're going to do fine in the front line fight. You could have just sent the Goblin Laborers forward to get a little damage and to slow up infantry while you still fire in with the Magma Cannons. Raven's Heralds coming in over the top. They're going to nuke this Magma Cannon too. And there's really nothing that can challenge them, honestly. Like, no Blunderbusses or Infernal Guard Fireglaves, and they just take like half the HP off of this poor thing. Brutal stuff, man. Dark Elf's doing really nicely here so far. The Great Weapon Renders doing pretty decently for themselves. They're taking quite a bit of damage from the Scourge Runners, though. That's another problem with bringing out the Bull Centaur Renders here, man. Unlucky is absolutely wrecking face with these Scourge Runner Chariots right now. They are really carrying him. Good Melkoths just to slow these guys down. Good focus fire with those Scourges. Firing in against these very expensive Bull Centaur Renders, they can kite back to more compromises on the Magma Cannon line. I think the Chaos Dwarves are cooked now. I think the Magma Cannons can work, but I don't think it works with this build. Especially if you're not going to commit more infantry to protecting these things. You have all the time in the world to get up on the objectives. You can hold your home objective easy peasy. You have the triple Magma Cannon, but instead of spreading them this far out, I mean, they were literally, like, all the way across the entire battlefield here. You just have one here, and one here, and all you do is punish the middle objective. You have an infantry formation holding the number 1 here, and then you just have blunderbusses and Infernal Guard Fireglaves lined up to fire against Scourge Runner Chariots, against the Raven Heralds, Manticores, anything that might try to land and compromise your Magma Cannons. And then your Warriors, after you've just shot the Dark Elf infantry off the field, then you move up to the middle objective. You can play for a triple cap win here. But it's pretty much impossible at this stage of the game for the Chaos Dowie. It's just going to get worse and worse for them. You can see the Scourge Runner Chariots with their missiles are just destroying everything. They're shooting the Iron Demon. They've killed the Bull Centaur Renders pretty effectively. Raven Heralds are getting 1,300 value here. Marathi is not letting Astrogoth do anything. And he's just kind of fruitlessly running around out here, struggling for his little life. Pumping those legs, trying to help out the Chowie Warriors that are left out here on the field, who aren't doing too badly. Just still not seeing any answers for the Chariots and the Raven Heralds, and they're just gonna continue farming value here. Train running over the Witch Elves, which is nice, but they take a little more bow fire and just go down immediately. Very unceremonious end for that Iron Demon. Feral Manticore can come in here, probably get a terror route on the Dowie Warriors, and then Raven Heralds and the Manticore can just shoot down the remaining HP on the Iron Demon. And the Scourge Runners, they're out of ammo, so you can either resummon them, or you can either unsummon them and then resummon them with ammo, or you can come back here and jump on all these infantry back here. It's mostly just goblins, which these chariots have decent enough mass to push through all these guys. They'll just flatten all those infantry, no problem. And then you can cap your opponent's home objective and just put a nice little bow on this win for yourself. Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows. Running from Astrogoth, he did get a good Flamestorm on top of him. Did a lot of damage to him. But he can't catch him by himself. And he's running from the Witch Elves, because Witch Elves, even though they don't have great AP, they've still got good melee attack. They'll wear him down pretty quickly, given the opportunity. And look at that. Unlucky is an absolute nightmare on these Dark Elves. Really good micro, and doing a very good job of recognizing the appropriate threats and how to respond to them. And bringing some... you know, you don't see the Raven Heralds too terribly often for the Dark Elves, but he brought these guys in, and they are doing some heavy lifting. That 2,100 value, all of that on the Iron Demons, pretty much. Just wrecking those for free and not letting them get any value on the infantry lines. Doing a lot of favors for the Dark Elves here. Another Magma Cannon coming out. Marathi and the Manticore can go kill this thing. Raven Herald's getting unsummoned. That's a good call. They can't do anything in melee combat. You might as well get the supplies back from them. How much do you get? You get 400 for unsummoning those guys. That's pretty fat. It's a really good Flamestorm. Astrogoth farming up some value for himself. Breaking quite a bit of the infantry here, but the Witch Elves, they're still hanging in there. They're going to chip down on this guy. Scourge Runner Chariots can get back here and compromise the Magma Cannon. Cannon misses a shot against the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, and Marathi's going to put the beat down on this thing. She's got the bonus versus large also. It's not crazy. It's only 15, but that gets her up to, 70 melee attack. And this thing has 10 melee defense, so she's basically guaranteed a hit. Ooh, that's a juicy catch. Had just enough to get the Bull Centaur Renders out. Marathi is in a little danger right now. I don't think her dying, though, makes a difference. Unlucky's got 1,800 in the bank. And can just continue to feed stuff up onto this objective and hold it. It doesn't need to push onto this back objective. Not far enough behind in points to where it's a triple cap. And Cold One Knights are responding now. And just staying in here and fighting isn't a bad answer. Losing Marathi sucks, though. That's going to be pretty painful. But I do think that the Dark Elves are going to be okay at the end of the day. They've almost killed Astrogoth here. So if you trade Lord for Lord at this stage of the game, that's still going to favor you. Because the Goblin Laborers, once Astrogoth goes down, they're going to get minus 16 leadership, and they're going to immediately break off of this objective. There will be nothing to hold that. And even just by himself, even if he survives, there's no way he recaps by himself. Some Chaos Dwarf Warriors are taking the number 3. Dark Riders will clean them up pretty good, though. Hellobroni, Crows of Cain, Black Ark Corsairs moving up. And Marathi does just barely manage to survive with a terror route on the Bull Centaur Renders from the Feral Manticore. Big, big stuff there. Very fortunate for the Dark Elves to get her out. Slowly grinding down Big Boy here in the middle. He's still fighting. He doesn't care. Astrogoth's a great lord. He can carry you, but this is too much to try and carry for. You can only carry so much water, you know? Bull Centaur Renders were very inefficient this game. Scourge Runners ate them alive. And, you know, even fighting against Marathi and the Manticore, they were doing okay against them. With some Cold One Night support, it got even more lopsided. I think that Chaos Dwarves probably better off, like I said, protecting the Magma Cannons and keeping a tighter formation and just playing for value over the course of a long game would have gotten them in a better position to where they are now. They've ground back a little bit of value, but just not enough, and the Flamestorm is doing as much damage to the Wolf Raiders as it is to the Dark Elves here, unfortunately. He's going to tickle these Bleak Swords. These Bleak Swords don't care that there's a giant flaming tornado next to them. They're just, they're hyping up everybody else in combat. They're, you know, they're playing some politics here. The politics of battle. I'm not going in. You guys go in. Astrogoth gooned out by the Scourge Runner Chariots. 1,500 on these. 1,700 here.
I knew it. Unending.
Very efficient use of the Dark Elf roster there, man. Oh my goodness. The front line didn't do too hot just because the Magma Cannons brutalized them pretty nicely. And you can see that these Magma Cannons were doing some pretty good work in the early game, but they got shot down by Scourge Runners because they didn't have any buffering. They got compromised all across the field one by one. And they didn't have any gunfire to support them. Like, artillery builds can work in Dom. They really can, but you need to be all over protecting those. You cut the Iron Demons if you're bringing the Magma Cannons, because Magma Cannons are your infantry killers anyways. Don't bring a Death Shriek Rocket. That's just too many War Machines here. Just bringing the triple Magma Cannon with like a bunch of blunderbusses and fire glaives would have been much better than, you know, a lot of this. You don't need 2 Bull Centaur Renders. You can just bring 1 and focus on your missile play being your X factor, and you'll be fine next time. So, a little bit unfortunate. There were just a lot of answers to the cannons here, man. And Unlucky did a great job of recognizing the threat early and pushing up and taking advantage of the fact that these guys were left pretty isolated. You know? That's what you gotta do sometimes. Never, ever, ever turn your nose up at your opponent's mistakes. I'll take a look at it, Adam, for sure. Coast versus Khorne is tough for Khorne. Coast is very stalwart. Undead are kind of Khorne's bane right now. You don't quite have the goods to go up against them. So it can be a big struggle. Let's go get some more replays, and I'll keep going through those, since we got a good number of them. We watched this, we got Zinch and... Oh, wait, we've seen that, too. Counts and Lizards we haven't. Here we go, this is all the replays I don't have yet. Give me a minute, guys, I'm... You know, looking suspicious to my ISP, I'm sure. Downloading shit tons of files off of Discord. Got some more here. Dowie versus Elves again. Tzeentch versus Khorne. Tzeentch versus Khorne. If your opponent brings a certain kind of build as Tzeentch, can make it pretty hard for Khorne to win. But generally, it's pretty good for Khorne. Khorne has some pretty good answers to the Tzeentchian shenanigans. Oh, whoops. And 1 sec. Kislev versus Kislev. Where is Khorne versus Vampire Coast? Coast versus Counts. What the okay, we're gonna watch this first, actually. This is definitely a build. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, Dark Elves are favored over the Dowie. They've got better mobility and they've got a lot of AP, so they can really shred you. Khorne versus Skaven. You know, Khorne does pretty decently into Skaven, but it is a tough matchup for both sides. It really comes down to good micro as to who wins that. I think it's pretty much even. Yeah, very GG's to Unlucky. And I agree. Just, yeah, the playstyle adjustment would make all the difference there. I wouldn't necessarily say Tzeentch is going to get wrecked. There are no guarantees. Khorne actually struggles against blobs, but the Skull Cannon is out here, and the Skull Cannon is going to feast on these Chosen if given the opportunity. So, if Tzeentch is able to shut down the Skull Cannon somehow, it might be alright. We'll have to see, though. It doesn't really look like there's great options for Khorne right now. Really good Searing Doom right off the bat. And catching Adam slipping a little bit. Not quite on it quick enough to avoid that. Searing Doom is really good against Khorne. Even though you have the spell resistance, Searing Doom just does disgusting amounts of damage. I don't know what it is about it, but it's one of the few offensive spells that you really don't feel bad about using against Khorne. Skull Cannon getting some damage. Firing at the Severed Claw now. We'll see if it kills any models firing over their head. The tried and true inefficiency of the Skull Cannon's accuracy coming into play. And yeah, losing these... See, losing the Horsemen early is just so painful. You've got to be careful with these things. You've got so much infantry to push up and, like, cover your Horsemen with. I do get what you're trying to do here, but it's not as effective as you would think it is. Because Furies, as you can see, they're very fast, and they can jump on the Marauder Horsemen whenever they want to. Scarbrand going after the Severed Claw is not a great idea either. They're great at chewing through a unit like this. I mean, they are anti-large after all, and Scarbrand gets shot in the back by the Skull Cannon, actually doing a serious chunk of damage to him. Just very, very unfortunate. Severed Claw not quite getting nailed here. Khorne grinding into the Chosen is not the play. If, just for the future, Adam, if your opponent brings a blob like this, you know, Khorne can grind into blobs, but not with Marauders. Marauders are not going to do anything to Chosen. Just pull back and just hold off the objective. force your opponent to overextend, use the Skull Cannon to farm value on the Chosen. You don't even need to be playing all the way back here with this thing. The nice thing about Skull Cannons is they're fast as hell. They've got 68 speed. Your opponent, yeah, he's got Screamers out on the field, he's got Furies. Furies aren't going to do a lot of damage to the Skull Cannon, and if your opponent dives with Screamers, then you just use, you use Flesh Hounds, you use your own Furies, or even better, you use Minotaurs to get in and counter dive, and they'll save the Skull Cannon before it can get killed. The Skull Cannon should just be as annoying as possible, because it really is your ticket to clearing all of these annoying infantry. You know, the Chosen really haven't taken any damage outside of the what's happened from the Skull Cannon so far. Definitely need to make sure this thing is actually landing shots, which is why driving it right up and just gun blasting right down the pipe of a unit is the best way to use them. If you want, I can show you how to use them to get the absolute maximum amount of damage. They get a good shot there. That's going to do some good work against some of the Chosen, even against the Screamers. And it did also hit Sartorial. Sartorial just hanging in here, doing some pretty good damage. Plague of Rust coming down, completely mitigating any armor that the Marauder dual weapons have. Chosen doing nice, but they get terrified. Very unfortunate. This might be your opportunity to kill these Chosen. Disengage these Bloodletters here and go out to get on these guys. But they do rally before they actually fully break. Tzeentch is getting up on the number 3 objective here. It's very even. And Khorne isn't doing poorly, but they're kind of playing into Tzeentch's game a little too much. And now that the Skull Cannon's out of ammo, Skull Cannons are good at killing Chosen in melee combat. As long as you don't leave them here to just grind and get hit by magical attacks, it's going to do really nice charge damage. That's really what it's good at. You keep it on the move, you like charge down the side, and then you just loop around and charge through the side of this unit, and you can just do donuts around the entire Tzeentch formation here. And you will out-trade your opponent doing that. Marauder Horsemen, a little blobbed up here. You kind of want to spread Horsemen out so they fire more efficiently. And then when your opponent throws in here, not every single Javelin's hitting something. And also, getting countercharged by Furies, pretty painful. Flesh Hounds to come in and countercharge this, while you then pull the Horsemen out through the Flesh Hounds, would be the best response there. What do we have here? More Marauder dual weapons, more Bloodletters. The Chosen are getting worked down, but the Severed Claw are very healthy. One Chosen still has 51 models. These guys have 44. They're pretty low on HP. Acold Hellbrass is really anchoring this point. Yet again, good value trading in the early going for Khorne is starting to give way to lacking any answers for the opponent's heavy-hitting units. And now the Severed Claw are going to bulldoze through this Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon doesn't want to fight Severed Claw. They have magical attacks and AP. This is like the one unit your Skull Cannon does not want to fight here. Like, you don't want to fight Sartorial, you don't want to fight the Severed Claw. You don't want to go fisticuffs with Acold, but Acold has low mass, so you can run him over. You can, like, charge him and knock him down, and then go somewhere else with the rest of your units. Just to give him a little bit of the razzle-dazzle, you know. It's the best way to go about it. Horsemen getting chased off, really not paying for themselves either. Not doing a lot of anything. I love the Khorne Horsemen, but you have to maneuver these guys around effectively. You can't leave them sitting here to get charged by Furies and pushed off the map. They have really bad leadership. They've got 48 leadership at base, which isn't that good. It's quite poor. And you don't want to skirmish with your Horsemen against your opponent's Tzeentch Horsemen. Because the Tzeentch Javelins, one, these guys have the overshield. So you throwing your axes against their shield, you're already wasting an entire volley, not getting any real HP damage. And then what happens is your opponent throws a couple of volleys of javelins against your guys and does fat damage because these things have really good missile velocity and they've got a little extra range, so they can kite you a lot easier than you can them. Your Marauder Horsemen would have been better served throwing in against the Severed Claw in the rear of the Chosen units. And then what you do is you use the Marauders to just, like, move up and take positions where you're blocking units out. You want to, like, get them in a staggered formation where you're leaving holes for your opponent to think, oh, I can slip stuff through here in the middle. But then Khorne has Flesh Hounds and their own Furies, which can then counter anything trying to slip through the cracks. And your Marauders want to just buffer out anything like these Forsaken and Exalted Pinks, while you use the throwing axes to slowly chew down all of the Chosen and stuff, because you're getting a little bit of a win here, but you've lost all the momentum, and I don't really see a great path back into this game. You do have the number 3. The Minos are kind of beating up Akold. Hold on here. Is Khorne gonna win this match somehow?
He has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
I don't know. Scarbrand's really low. If Khorne loses Scarbrand, they probably lose the game. This is a good rear charge here. Hounds of the Bloodhunt are great against Screamers. Screamers are anti-large, but these guys do have Dampen, which removes magical attacks, and they remove it off of the Screamers, so all of the anti-large bonus is going to be mitigated by the physical resist of the Flesh Hounds, which they no longer have to worry about getting hit by the magical attacks. Damn, Scarbrand goes down, and the leadership problems for Khorne are probably going to overwhelm them eventually. And then Tzeentch is going to get a triple cap, and that's going to be it. There's plenty of Forsaken. Forsaken are nice and fast, too. They'll be able to beat the Hounds of the Bloodhunt, even though these guys do have pretty good negation on the magical attacks that Tzeentch has access to. Minotaurs, they did okay, but they didn't quite manage it, and the Skull Cannon is crumbling out now, again, because of bad leadership on it. It got okay value, but it could have been used a little bit more effectively. Exalted Pinks are to gun down these Marauder Horsemen, or the Marauders here, and then the Marauder Horsemen are going to shoot at these Bloodletters and the Khorne Horsemen, and secure the number 3, and that's going to be it, because I don't think Khorne can win quick enough here. Now, the tickets are incredibly favorable for Khorne, but without a Lord, and with the superior mobility that Tzeentch has on the field at this stage of the game, Khorne's not going to be able to get around quick enough to make anything happen. So, losing this Bloodletter here, losing those Horsemen, Flesh Hounds getting charged down up here, the Hounds of the Bloodhunt died in the middle, to the Forsaken Swarm. Forsaken are much better now. After the HP buff, they're actually pretty nasty. I do think Nurgle Forsaken and Tzeentch Forsaken are the best option of the bunch, but even Khorne Forsaken can do some good work now, and the Slash ones just kind of get overshadowed by Demonettes. Like, they have good armor, but Demonettes just shred armor while Forsaken don't. So, I think they're a little redundant for Slaanesh. Really nicely played. Tzeentch got some really good value out of its very expensive blob here. And the skirmish play was pretty good. Not immaculate, but more than enough to deal with the Khornate forces here. All right, let's see some Dowie versus Slaanesh action. We've got Stelios up against Kiss My Axe. Axe was saying he was going to be using Heartseekers, and I honestly don't hate the choice. They're going to struggle a little bit against Giant Slayers. And any good focus fire from missiles is going to hurt them a lot, but if you can avoid committing to being in the range of any of the shooting, you'll be doing some pretty heavy lifting. I would just keep the Heartseekers in the trees, honestly, until you find an opportunity to attack reinforcements. That would be how I play it, or to get after the Flame Cannon. Because that Flame Cannon is going to be pretty obnoxious. Hellscourge Marauders are a good option. They'll just keep Dowie infantry occupied for ages, but
It's really annoying. Just go and kill something. Go!
yeah, that's a speech and a half. Demon Slayer coming out here looking to do his thing. But you can't let the Hellscourge Marauders get blasting charged. We'll see if Axe knows how to kite out the blasting charges, because you can actually avoid them if you time it correctly. And you can also use you know, just like something heavily armored to take the hit. Do pretty good that way. The Bringers of Beguilement are up in the trees. This is where they'll be uber effective. They'll be very safe from missile fire. And since they're infantry size, they don't suffer any of the ill effects of fighting in the forest, which I believe is like reduced speed and melee attack, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 20% also. I'm not sure how to bring that tooltip up. It'd be really nice. Hide foliage. No, it doesn't show it anywhere. That's kind of annoying. But regardless, they're going to do pretty nicely here. And Flame Cannon, opening up a little bit, actually gets a little bit of damage on the Hellscourge. I don't know how it's firing it like everything at once. It's very strange. Kind of missing a little bit, but I can see where this thing could do some nasty work. It's getting side shots right now, which, if they actually land squarely on this unit, will probably just completely delete them. But here comes the Slaanesh Swarm, doing a very good job of encircling the Dwarves here in the Bringers of Beguilement. Sneaky, sneaky. Getting right up around, getting in a pretty good position, avoiding the worst of the Flame Cannon damage, but now it's actually landing pretty accurately. It's pretty good. Kind of surprised. Popping a Pavane on them? I don't know about that. I mean, it is 17 seconds, and it does force the crew to, like, get all wiggy and, like, just run off and stop firing, so we'll see if that throws off the Dowie's micro with them. I don't know if that's super worth it, but, you know, it's not nothing, for sure. Blasting charges do just obliterate the Hellscourges. That is very painful. Bringers of Beguilement, right there. This is the juicy target for them. They'll wreck Giant Slayers and Flame Cannon and Slayers. The Heartseekers get a decent little jump and do some damage, but the Peak Gate Guard coming out actually hammering in pretty effectively against those guys. And the Heartseekers need to pull out right now and loop around. If they get up in here and get on top of the Quarrelers and the Miners with blasting charges, clear those guys out, and just do their best to stay away from the Giant Slayers, they'll be in a really good position here. Also need to be using the Devoted Marauders a little bit more aggressively. Like, the point of having these guys is to... Oh my god. Wow. I'm sorry, I missed it. Azazel just got obliterated by the Demon Slayer. Holy crap. And these Slayers here with the long-drawn Slayer Pirates just killed Azazel in no time flat. I wasn't even paying attention to it. Oh my god. That's really painful for Slaanesh. That's gonna ruin their game plan, basically. Oh, the Flame Cannon hitting the Heartseekers. Really nice. Bringers of Beguilement finally spring the trap. This Flame Cannon, dude. Are the Flame Cannons actually good, though? Like, they're short range, but they fire every 10 seconds, and they've got pretty active volleys, it looks like. Like, the Flames do pretty nasty work. Let's see if they're able to turn and fire before they get compromised here. Point-blank shots, not going to happen. They're going to get folded up in a heartbeat here. And look at the Dowie front line, just completely obliterating the Hellscourge Marauders. The Heartseekers, not really able to find any cost-effective trades They've got Giant Slayers all over them here. Now, the Bringers of Beguilement, now they're in a good fight. They're going to wreck these Giant Slayers. You're going to watch that. It's a very uneven combat. Slayers looking to respond and save the Goblobber here from the Heartseekers. Guys have a little left to give. If they had Azazel, their leadership would be a little bit better, and they'd be able to trade much more effectively. Exalted Demonettes coming out, more Demonettes. They'll tear into these miners, and it's not over for Slaanesh. They're actually trading really nicely here in the mid-game. These Heartseekers need to get away from here, actually. They don't want to fight any of that stuff. They'd actually be pretty good against the Slayer Pirates. If you can engage the Slayer Pirates before you send the Heartseekers in, the Heartseekers can hammer into the rear of these guys while they're occupied fighting the Hellscourge Marauders, and you do pretty nicely there. Peak Gate Guard just need to be forgotten about. You do not want to fight these guys. They're going to literally destroy any infantry you send up against them right now. Any warrior or non-demonette cannot do damage to them. It is not worth engaging. So just avoid them at all costs. Chaos Knights of Slaanesh have gotten a really good charge off. They killed the Quarrelers. We've got the Bringers of Beguilement back here with the Heartseekers doing pretty good work. What do you do here? The Heartseekers are maneuvering to get after the Slayer Pirates. Not a bad idea. Bringers of Beguilement are just kiting out Slayers. Just keep going in here. Engage as much as you can right now. And get work done. Don't use Fiends to fight Giant Slayers either. Understand that it's kind of difficult to deal with a unit like this. But you can always bring a couple of throwing horsemen of Slaanesh, you know, with the javelins. They do pretty good work against Slayers of any kind. They'll just drag those guys down. You kill the artillery, that's when the horsemen can come out and do really nicely. Chaos Knights don't want to charge the Giant Slayers, but they can run into the regular Slayers and do well. And this is not something you want to do. You can't take a head-on charge against the Peak Gate Guard. Big blunder here. It's not a winning fight under any circumstance to do something like that. The Bringers of Beguilement, you have to rear charge units with your Seekers and Heartseekers and Demonettes. Otherwise, you're just not getting nearly enough efficient use out of them. Like you can see here, really good rear charges and cycle charging. Absolutely folds up those Dwarf Warriors in no time flat. Like, they didn't have a hope in hell of making it there. And the Bringers, they're in a good fight. They're fighting Slayers, and they're killing the remains of these Quarrelers. They're probably going to get compromised by the Hammers here. But, you know, you could charge them out and get onto these Hammers and just, like, do a little bit of damage to them before you go down. That'd be the best thing to do. More Heartseekers? Yeah, another fresh Heartseeker comes out. Goes right into Slayers of all types and gets wrecked. This is where the Hellscourge Marauders are really good. Hellscourge Marauders beat Slayers not, like, super handily, and they might not be on the field before all the Slayers are dead, but they do very favorable trading for you. Slayers have no armor, and your Hellscourges have pretty good stats. You know, with the melee attack, melee defense, and decent weapon strength, as well as having poison, they can really mess these guys up. But you can't lose Azazel in the opening. You've got to be very cagey, taking engagements against the Dowie formations. And the Heartseekers have been doing pretty well. This one's gotten its value back just about. But just keeping it idle here, not really necessary. You could go in on these miners, or you can go in on the rangers up here, because you've got the Chaos Knights. After the Chaos Knights kill this Quarreler, they go in, hit the rangers, the Heartseekers hit the other ranger, and that's a lot of value that you'll just get for free there. But Slaanesh is kind of doing what I thought they would be able to, which is just like pull apart the Dowie formation and then answer their units by just out-microing them. But the Knights take fat volleys from the unoccupied Ranger great weapons, and that's a little bit too much damage for them to handle. So they're pretty much dead and offline. They got great value, though. Hellstriders could have waited a little bit for the dive. The issue is just going in a little disjointed as Slaanesh. Slaanesh is all about the hammer and anvil. I mean, that's literally what their entire faction is built around. And they don't have the armor to keep their anvil on the field very long. So you have to be able... maybe it's just hammer and hammer is their play style, honestly. Like, you just got tons of fast, hard-hitting AP units. Get these Heartseekers up and around to hammer home here. These Heartseekers, they can go back here and get on the Miners or the Rangers there. And they need the support of the Fiends here. The Fiends do not want to fight Slayers. Like, they're not going to get obliterated by Slayers because they do have Fizzres. But they could be doing more work back here, intercepting. Because you've got a triple cap, you know, still against the Dwarves. And you've got the ticket lead. You have engaged the Dowey a little too fairly. I'm gonna be honest. Dwarves are... They struggle in Dom because they are so slow maneuvering between objectives. They really do need to take objectives early and have enough units on them to force their opponents to close with them. If they're doing what they're doing now and trying to respond to multiple objectives to try and hold, that's going to be a losing situation for them every time. Because stuff like Heartseekers or Chariots or just any kind of mobility can beat up on their Miners and their missile units pretty badly. And without that support, Slayers and stuff can just get shot to pieces by Marauder Skirmish Cav. Which is really how you should be approaching fighting the Slayers that are on these objectives right now. Now, these guys are pretty low over here, so this is a good alpha strike just to tear them apart. But you did have the healthy Hellscourge Marauder that could have engaged those units first, and then you could have hit with all of the mobility after that. That would have kept your Heartseekers and stuff a little healthier, because you're scrapping for every last bit of value here. It's a razor-close game in terms of value. And with the mobility advantage, you should be able to take full advantage of the Dowey here. Bringers of Beguilement all over the Giant Slayers. Grinding into them, tearing them apart, but good blasting fire volley, man. Or blasting charge volley. Wrecks the Bringers. There's some Ranger great weapons here that are getting some good volleys. Slayers folding in to chew on all these guys, and the Lord leadership is really, really hurting right now. I mean, 10 whole leadership is kind of letting down a lot of your units. You're getting a lot of crumbling on your demons very early. If you're going to play the Mono God demon factions, you cannot lose your Lord. I mean, it is a death sentence more often than not. It's very rare that you can get back into a game like this. Is it triple cap territory? I mean, the Slaaneshi forces do have the number 3. Slaanesh is going to win this, which is kind of wild. Really nicely done, scrapping back into this game from Axe. I really thought that he was cooked. But even with all that, definitely made quite a few mistakes that could have cost him. Dowey just weren't able to get reinforcements up, and yeah, the Heartseekers, they did pretty nicely, and the Bringers of Beguilement got 4,100 value on 2 summons. That's nice. Yeah, you can see how well the mobility did as opposed to the infantry. Outside of the Exalted Demonettes, but, you know, these guys are great against Dwarves no matter what. There's very few answers to them. Like, focused Ranger fire is probably your best bet at killing the Demonettes, because your Hammerers don't trade super favorably into them. Slayers don't trade well, Giant Slayers don't trade well. Ranger great weapons are really short range. You can just bring regular Rangers all across the board for your missile line and do a lot more work. And Rangers are also stealthy, so you can maneuver them around the battlefield and like keep your opponent guessing as to where you're going to emerge next, and get much better cost-efficient trades with those guys. Because Slanesh is really lightly armored. You don't need AP. Like, if your opponent brings Chaos Warriors, you just hammer them with the Flame Cannons and the Goblobber and do your best to protect the artillery pieces. And then you can send up... You know, having the Peak Gate Guard's nice. They can go in and hammer down any Chaos Warriors that come out. And they did pretty good. But they just weren't able to beat everywhere, and they can't save all of the dwarf units. Dwarves kind of played themselves by trying to get on all 3 objectives. If he had just hunkered down on the middle and the lower ground objective in the open field, Dowie would have won that game. Instead, they were kind of on every objective at once and not winning anywhere at all, if that makes any sense. Because Slanesh has the mobility to move around in Alpha Strike positions. And in that mid-game, that's where the Dwarves got heavily outmaneuvered and started to lose the value lead they got early by killing Azazel and mulching down some of the Heartseekers. So, pretty unlucky there. Pretty unlucky. A little tighter of a formation for the Dwarves would have done wonders there. Oh, thanks for the compliments, guys. Yeah, Hayden, that was an awesome match to watch. You did amazing work with the Heartseekers and the mobility. That won you that game, and I really thought that you were cooked at the end there, but you did exactly what you needed to, which is take advantage of Dowie being, you know, a little bit more stumbling than rumbling, you know? What's next? Chaos Dwarves vs. Slanesh. Let's go ahead and watch this one. This is something that I know people were asking about a little bit earlier. I think it's not bad for either side per se. I think it's pretty even. I do think that there is a little bit of build roulette that goes on here. Because if the Chaos Dwarves bring out the right answers to the Slaneshi units that are on the field, I don't think Slanesh can beat the Chaos Dwarves. But it goes vice versa. Whereas Slanesh can bring out the right units to answer the Chaos Dowie, and the Chaos Dowie can't do anything. And it kind of comes down to just pure execution. These are the best kind of matchups, though, in my opinion. Where each side can really just, like, hammer the other one and make the other player look, you know, like, just kind of embarrass the other player. But if each player is just on top of their micro and is playing very evenly, you just get absolutely ridiculous matches that just go down to the damn wire. You know, there's a handful of matchups like that. Like, High Elves and Khorne can both, like, scrap with one another just forever. And the match just, like, never simmers down. I've got a replay on my channel that I put out, like, a week or 2 ago. I was fighting against Stingers. There's another RTK member. And it is literally the closest match of all time that I've ever played and ever seen. So if you want to see that, go watch the Khorne vs. High Elf showdown. And I think Turin also did that replay. People might know what I'm talking about, but this is a matchup where that same thing can kind of happen. I like the Hell Scourge line. And it's Chaos Warriors, too, so they got the Silver Shields. So the Fireglaves are going to have a good time just shooting at these guys, but they're not going to do tremendous amounts of damage. Now, if the Chaos Dwarves... Yeah, there it is. Literally right as I say it. This is the kind of thing that you need. You need a big old Death Shriek. You need that Airburst mortar that it's got. And Slanesh definitely needs to get the hell out of here, man. They try and move, but it's a little too late. And they get a hot steaming payload right on their head, man. Pretty vicious damage, too. I mean, that's a good 20% of the HP on your Chaos Warrior unit. You don't want to sit there and let that happen. This is where a lot of people start to panic. And they'll overextend trying to get after the artillery. But it's always worth remembering that artillery almost always fires very slowly. Deathshrieker Rocket Launcher is one of the exceptions, so it is pretty important to shut these down. But just trying to make sure that you see where the arty is targeting, because okay, I'm going to pause it real quick. If you click on it, if you click on a missile unit in-game, it'll show you what they're shooting at. So if you just click on the Death Shriek, oh, it's shooting my Chaos Warriors. When it fires its missile, then you just, like, move immediately, as quickly as you can. This thing has a very long hang time, and the Airburst version does not track the same way that the single target one does. The single target, what is it called? So the Demolition Rocket is the anti-large variant. It tracks the target that it's going after, just like a Hell Cannon does. But the Death Shrieker rocket does not. It does not track at all. It just fires at a position, and you can dodge it, even with infantry. So that was some really nice micro from Kiss My Axe. And just doing a lot of that and making sure it's not hitting square on any one thing. Because this is what happens if you try to go in with piecemeal into the backline against something like Chaos Dwarves. They've got cheap response units, and they just hammer down these Hellstriders who just got absolutely flattened and just fed value to Lundgren. Really good Flamestorm here. Hell Scourges, being this passive against a gun line is really never a good thing to do. Like, I know that your opponent has AP missiles on the field, and you don't want to get wrecked, but if you just sit here, you know, using Astrogoth to engage, and then these guys are in melee combat, so their shields don't do anything. And then you just take the Infernal Guard, and you just turn around and you start shooting them. Astrogoth is killing models all the while. He drops a fat Flamestorm on the Bringers of Beguilement. And Axe is just way too late pushing up. It's not like a terrible situation for him. But Azazel getting surrounded back here is not good. Azazel needs help, like, right now. Azazel's very squishy. Hell Scourges, they need to get in here right now. Doesn't matter if they die. If they can kill enough of these Wolf Riders and stuff to free them up, then Slaanesh can get back in this game. They are kind of shutting down the Death Shriek launcher here, and they've got Infernal Fireglaves just chasing all the way into the back line where they don't really need to be. But Slaanesh not being aggressive here is a big mistake. These devoted Hellscourge Marauders don't need to sit here. If you're trying to get into the backfield and you're trying to make your opponent maneuver around, you want to take position on the battlefield while they're doing that. So your Hellscourge Warriors are great. They're not going to lose in melee to anything here. They'll eventually grind out the Infernal Guard Fireglaves here. If you had the Bringers of Beguilement, like, getting in here and getting a rear charge onto those Fireglaves, you can outright kill them there. Good Flamestorm. Really good Flamestorms so far, man. Lundgren all over the casts of those. And just absolutely hammering the poor Slaaneshi forces. Deathstreak rocket launcher didn't even die. Azazel's getting shot at by Fireglaves now. And, the Chaos Dowie missiles are incredibly accurate. Their Fireglaves rarely miss. They're one of the more accurate gun units in the game. Blunderbusses, if you get hit by a blunderbuss with Azazel, he will literally get, maybe not one shot, but he'll lose like half his HP against a good blunderbuss volley. Don't want to be doing this against the Chaos Dwarves, and Slaanesh has lost a lot of stuff around the battlefield now. Hell Scourges, like, doubly occupied here. Not going to be super favorable for him, but Demonettes finally getting on the rear of a unit. I'm going to chew on the Blazing Beards here pretty nicely. The Goblin Laborers here? Yeah, Goblin Laborers chilling. They could get in there. They won't do any damage to the Bringers, but they'll lower their leadership. And if you turn the Blazing Beards around just to fight in melee combat, you might be able to finish them off there. It's worth knowing when there are situations like that with expensive units. As it stands, these guys are trying to throw their blasting charges, and a lot of them are just, like, facing the other direction entirely and not doing anything. So, a little bit inefficient there. These guys are pretty good with Frenzy. They've got good melee attack. They can turn around and do good work against those Bringers. Kadai Fireborn coming out will definitely finish off those guys. And then they'll be able to hit the Hellscourge Marauders or the Hellscourge Warriors really hard. And look at the Fireglaves, man. They're completely surrounded. And they're still hanging in here.
The enemy has captured one of your...
They are not going to pay for themselves in this position that they're in. But holding on this long against two very expensive infantry units is pretty nice for the Chaos Dowie. Slaanesh actually managed to kill this Deathshriek launcher with Azazel. Azazel rallied and actually jumped on it. Did some good damage. Excuse me. We'll see if the Wolf Raiders are able to compromise him if he tries to land again. You just need to, like, block Azazel in cheap units to keep him from doing anything. That's the best way to handle him. Astrogoth trying to push out. Whoa, my god. That was a Hellhammer and a half. It just deleted both of these Hellscourge Marauders. That's beautiful. What a cast, man. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. That just completely opened the side of the field up, too. So, these Hellscourges were very passive, and then it kind of cost them in the long run. They engaged very cleanly into the front line, and just were perfectly lined up for that Hellhammer. Nice cast. It's not very often you see people bring that spell even, but using it there to beautiful effect. Kadai Fireborn all over the perfect targets for them. They don't have any buffering, unfortunately, so they're probably going to take pretty hellacious damage against the Demonettes regardless. We'll see here. I certainly wouldn't want to take this fight with the Kadai, but they're doing okay right now. They're getting some pretty good damage. They're racking up the value pretty nicely here. They might be okay. Most of the Demonettes are running, actually, so that's why they're not getting smacked up as badly, because they're fighting units that don't have AP, and they are very good against infantry of all types. Slaanesh didn't really need to run with the Demonettes. They should have run with the Hellscourge Warriors, and then used the Princes of Perfection and the Exalted Demonettes just to do damage to the Fireborn here. Because your Fiends are killing Infernal Guard Fireglaves, which is pretty good for you. And Fiends definitely could have gotten out of here. These Chaos Dowie Warriors, they do have the #1 objective, man. That's nice. Oh, and a Kadai Destroyer comes out. Hell yes. This Kadai Destroyer is going to do nasty work to the Chaos Warrior Hellscourges here. They unbrace themselves, actually, which means the collision attacks are going to come in full bore from this Kadai. And it kills 17 freaking models right off the rip. The Deathshriek rocket launcher is barely hanging on back here with 800 HP. Finally able to fire in again, getting some good damage. The Kadai getting dragged down a little bit. The Fiends, oh, a fresh Fiend coming out. Doing some pretty good work against them, but Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, you know, sacrificing themselves so the Kadai can get out of the worst of that. More Deathshrieker fire. And just a few too many mistakes from the Slaanesh player here. And really good punishes from Lundgren, though. That's been the big deciding factor, is just recognizing the mistakes that Slaanesh is committing here and just getting all over them and not letting up any pressure. And answering their pressure very effectively. More Kadai Fireborn coming out. Exalted Demonettes should just run away, I guess. Like, they don't have anything that they can win against here, except the Fireglaves, and they need to go now if they're gonna get away from the Kadai. Because Kadai actually have the same speed as Demonettes. Now that they've been jumped on, there's really nowhere for them to go. They're gonna get cleaned up real fast here. And the Destroyer, man, doing some pretty good work. Doesn't have amazing value yet, but is cleaning up the Hellscourge Warriors, who have been a big pain for the Chaos Dowie up to this point. They've been doing pretty decently. Definitely holding for a long time. Blazing Beards of Basharik with 24 models are still out here putting in some work. The Kadai Fireborn beating the crap out of the Fiends now. Just a pretty good combat for it. It's a very big, beastly monster. Now that it's got the collision damage, it actually wrecks monstrous infantry pretty nicely. And the Fiends and the Kadai Fireborn are gonna crumble out here, but the Fireborn got their value back. The Destroyer can just sit here with whatever remains of this army, hold that objective down, and then the Chaos Dowie can just force the Chaos Dwarves to fight over this objective for the rest of the game. Or, sorry, the Chaos Dwarves can force Slaanesh to fight over this the rest of the game. Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Trying to finish off Azazel. Azazel's somehow still alive out here, but he takes one more good volley. Is that enough to break him? He's got great leadership. He is on a knife's edge right now. Let's see if the Death Shriek rocket launcher can finish him. It's gonna be so funny if this thing actually lands. I think he's within the, yeah, he's within the safe zone. Just manages to avoid that. Dives right on top of it, and he does shatter this thing. But, some Wolf Raiders... Nah, they're not gonna catch him. He's gonna get out in time, which is nice for him. Kadai Fireborn and Astrogoth going in against the Hellstriders. Hellstriders do pretty good work against Kadai Fireborn, actually. Just because of their anti-large bonus. It is 10. Kadai Fireborn, they've got okay melee defense, but against this many units, it's a little too much for them to handle. And the Bringers of Beguilement alone are good enough AP fighter to grind in against those guys. Astrogoth needs to get the hell out of here, actually. He does not want to fight Exalted Demonettes. They actually put the moves on him pretty bad. Hobgoblin Cutthroats getting Pavanged. I don't think you needed to waste that. You should have used it on Astrogoth so he can't run away. Because, yeah, he's just pushing right out, and Azazel was very careless going in there. If he had gotten hit, he would have died. As it stands, though, there's technically still a chance that Slaanesh can win here. I don't think they're gonna, just because Lundgren's got tons of supplies and can just summon in answers for a lot of the units that are out on the field if he really wanted to. But, just a few missed opportunities here from Slaanesh, but really good plays overall. Definitely not doing poorly, but I think just focusing on fighting in the front line a little longer and ignoring the Death Shriek until the mid game is a better play. Because if that Death Shriek is back here with, like, you know, half its ammunition left, and you're Slaanesh and your opponent's got this few units on the field, you can just bring out superior mobility to get on it for free at that point. Because it's really hard for Chaos Dwarves to respond to, you know, back pressure unless they've got tons of supplies, which Lundgren has right now. But I think you would have a little bit less if Slaanesh had been fighting in the front line a little bit more and not using the Hellstrider so recklessly in the back line, because that gave Lundgren a huge value discrepancy early that he's been able to take full advantage of into the late game here. Hellstriders and the Bringers of Beguilement getting on top of the Fireglaves and Kadai Fireborn. Just a big commitment from Slaanesh here, and actually doing some pretty good damage here, man. The Kadai hanging in and doing their best, but not quite able to make it happen. It's actually the Wolf Raiders responding that swings the fight for the Chaos Dwarves, and that is going to be game. And the Chaos Tower, you're going to win this fight. Azazel, what's he up to? He's pretty cool, man. Just covered in blood, mugging for the camera. You gotta love it. He's got really cool attack animations, too. Slaanesh has some wild stuff that their units do in combat. The Fiends do, like, full-on barrel rolls on their charge, like, through entire units. It's pretty funny. Get in there and watch the way animations play out, too, because, that can actually affect fights just as much as actual stats. Because some units, are very reckless in the way that their, units perform in combat, and they can actually, like, split their unit apart really badly, and that can put them in a very bad situation against good, like, focus from your opponent. So knowing what units do and don't stay close together and nice and compact in terms of formation can work out really nicely for you. Can make a big difference in the way that combats play out. Yeah, no. Chaos Artillery. The Chaos Tower have great artillery pieces. Yeah, we'll check out Count's Coast and some Nurgle after this. I just want to see how Kobe played this against Hasnina. Because not the Chaos Elves, what the hell am I saying? Dark Elves. The Druchii have been really good this season. Their buffs that they got have really bumped them back up into being contenders as a like high-level faction. And we also have an appearance from the Chill of Sontar, of all things, so that's another reason I want to check this out. I want to see if that thing can get any value at all. Against Empire, it's kind of a risk, because they have a really good, missile play. They can definitely do good damage to this big old beastie. Having said that, though, it does have good heals. It's got 35% missile resistance right out the gate, so not gonna just completely get folded up by Empire shooting. I want to see its breath attack in action. Because, you know, it's basically a dragon breath, but grounded. If you get on the side of a unit and fire it off, you can delete an entire unit in no time flat. But Kobe kind of overextending into Hasnina right now. Definitely needs to be a little more cautious here. Oh my god, Elspeth, man. I see that Coruscating Blast is an ability that has absolutely no chill still. It took like 3,000 HP off of the Chill of Sontar there, guys. Luckily, the regen and another takes its place did proc. So, keeping it decently healthy. And, you know, that value lead is very deceiving right now. Malice getting dove by Elspeth here. Elspeth is a really good combatant on the dragon. But a really nice use of the Demon's Curse, lowering the leadership and the melee defense. Malice popping the blood price as well, getting the weapon damage and the damage resistance. Gonna stick in here and just fight it out with her. You don't really want to pop the Zarkan transformation early, but if you have to, so be it. Malice can still, you know, just get fully healed up at that point and get about the battlefield and do some pretty good work. Dread Spear's gonna beat Spearmen in combat more than likely, and a really nice use of the Dark Riders right through the gap. Get right on top of some archers. Compromising the missile line very early is great for the Dark Elves. Pit of Shade's going down on these handgunners. Gonna do some good damage as well. They avoided the worst of it for them. Thankfully for them, I should say. But they still take about half of their HP. If they had been as blobbed up as they were before they moved, right before it went off, they probably would be just completely dead. Pit of Shade's a great spell. If your opponent has a gun line, especially like AP guns, overcasting Pit of Shades guarantees you a kill more often than not. Chill of Sontar pushing into the backline, going after the Empire Captain here. It's going to have to get some protection. It's taking some pretty serious damage right now. The archers and the handgunners here focusing their full efforts on it. They didn't lose any models, which is worth noting. They've got the full weight of their gunfire here, and they're just absolutely smacking down that big old monster, man. Dark Elves really suffering there right now. Definitely need to get something on top of these handguns. Get the Dark Shards firing in on them. You don't need to shoot State Troopers. That's a big mistake. Using the Dark Shards and Dark Riders to shoot the handgunners would have been much better. And look at that. There you go. That's what the Frost Breath can do. Deletes an entire archer unit, but unfortunately the chill is not having a very chill time, and it is broken right now. It's still bleeding HP, barely regenning right now. Sterling's Revenge could probably kill it off. A little bit of focus fire from the Empire could kill this thing. That would be a pretty serious loss for them. Spirit Leech and Death's Timekeeper both being used on Malice. Malice is getting worked down pretty bad by Elspeth, who's just absolutely terrorizing everything on the battlefield right now. Really good micro coming out from Hasnina with Elspeth, using very cost-efficient spells, you know, just popping Spirit Leech on Malice over and over again. He does get a really good cast of the, what is it, the Demon's Curse here? Oh, Reaper of Souls, getting a big heal on himself and killing the Empire Captain. which is going to keep him alive a little longer, but now he's getting shot down by the Sterling's Revenge and some firepower from some of the other units, the War Wagons, making sure to shoot at him. Another Spirit Leech going down, and I think that's going to be it for Malice. Elspeth just needs to get up in the air and avoid getting compromised by the Cold One Knights, and I think the Empire's got it in the bag. They got a big lead right now. And more importantly, they've got very healthy shooting left on the field. These handgunners, man, they took a nasty pit of shades, but they've gotten 1,500 value, or 1,200 value, sorry. And they're finishing off Malice here. Malice is not going to be able to make it. He's going to die here. The Warp Sword of Cain doesn't obviate the damage he takes from the Zarkan form. It just barely keeps him even, so any extra damage he's taking is going to be a death sentence for him. If he gets one more good cast of the Blood Reaper, or the Reaper of Souls, he would have been alright. He had a little bit of room on his healing cap, but not so, and Elspeth is probably going to dominate the game from here. She's just going to be able to land and terrify everything if it doesn't just get gunned down on the way in. Chill of Sansar, man. Has been a big waste, unfortunately. I think you could use this in this matchup. I just don't know if you can do it with your opponent having this many missiles, unfortunately. Decent Pit of Shades, getting some good value. The Dark Elf magic casting has been pretty on point. Has done some really good work against a lot of missile units. But not being able to finish off these handgunners when they were so vulnerable is very unfortunate. Dark Elves definitely needed to just focus fire those guys with the Dark Shards. And Dark Shards kind of got worked on, but these guys still got pretty decent value. They've got Silver Shields, so they trade very favorably against Empire missile lines because of that. You know, they are mitigating 55% of all missile damage. That's really fat resistance, you know. Being able to take more advantage of that probably would have gotten the Dark Elves in a little bit of a better position. As it stands, they're down by about 3,000 value, and they're kind of cooked right now. Elspeth almost died, but she's got 3,600 value. She's got a little bit of room left in the tank. No more Death's Timekeeper for heals, but probably still has some Spirit Leeches she can use. Just killing the Sorceress would be a big win for the Empire, and the Empire can just win on 2 objectives now. I don't think, yeah, they don't have to push for the final one here. They just need to make sure that they secure their home objective ASAP, and they'll be more than okay. War Wagons, they do kind of stuff the Dark Riders from fully getting on the point. And these guys got pretty good value, right? Yeah, 1,500 value, no less. Wowee. War Wagons showing their stuff, man. They're still a good unit. There are answers to them, but I do really enjoy seeing some good War Wagon play, man. Empire has so many fun tools. They can do so many cool things, man. Empire Knights finally making an appearance. There have not been a ton of them on the field. There's been a smattering use of them, but it's mostly been good missile play and good Micro and Elspeth that's made all the difference so far. Charging in against the Cold One Knights, they eat a Melkoths on the way in too, but they have more than enough health to just finish these guys off and block up their attempt at diving onto the archers, who are focus firing, getting some good value, getting a little bit of extra damage. Sterling's Revenge, 1,700 on them, 1,400 on the handguns. Really nice value. Malice is back out on the field. He's in Zarkan form already, though. Does he come back in that way, or did we just pop that immediately? I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Mostly just, like, fast-forwarding through this. Not really seeing a way back in for Kobe. And, I mean, Hasnina is a great player. Really good really good Empire player. Almost won the last New Players tournament against some Dowie. But just couldn't quite even out the trades in the front line. And just eventually got overwhelmed by the Dowie swarms. And that was an interesting finals match, because Hasnina's opponent brought Malachi Makaisen with a Goblobber and a cannon, and those just absolutely manhandled the Empire. It was pretty impressive to watch. They got obscene amounts of value. Like 2,000 each, pretty much, which is very impressive for artillery to do that well. Dark Elves trying to win this match, but they're just out of range of winning on a double cap here, I think. Or on a single cap. Empire will pass them. It'll be really close, though. And I don't know, man, though. The Elspeth running off the field, and the Dark Elves have a bit of a second wind here. Are they somehow going to win this game despite being down this much? That would be tremendous. That would be hilarious. I don't see it happening. But we do have the Crows of Cain kind of munching on the Death Jacks here. And a lot of the shooting is finally off the field. And Empire State Troopers do not do very well against Bleak Swords and other Dark Elf units. If they cap the objective here, maybe that's going to be enough. Empire holding on to it by the skin of their goddamn teeth here. Crazy match. I cannot believe this, man. We gotta slow this back down. Malice came back out and did kill the Empire Captain a second time, and is popping the blood. Oh my god. Yeah. Reaper of Souls being popped yet again, getting in big heals and sucking the life out of the Empire State Troopers here. Oh, they're just getting enough infantry on the points, though, and they're about to lap the Empire here. Oh, and they've got some Bleak Swords starting to cap up the home objective there. I think a sneaky Dark Rider would be pretty nice to send up as well. But the Dark Elves getting back on the number 3. Are they going to flip it in time? The Crows of Cain are hanging in like champs, dude. They're on the Death Jacks, Empire Knights, and Spearmen, none of which are doing great damage to them. That Crow Feast coming in clutch here. Just holding up a ton of units and actually breaking some stuff now. But more Empire State Troopers getting up on the point. Great Swords equalizing the cap weight here. They'll grind through those Bleak Swords, and there's nothing else going over there. So Dark Elves don't, or the Empire doesn't need to send the Spearmen. They can just continue to fight on this middle objective, and they're gonna win on points now, I believe. Oh my goodness. So close, man. The Dark Elves almost had an amazing comeback here, but they just aren't able to outcap the Empire Swarm. Break finally got cap weight, but they don't have anything from the number 2, so that is unfortunately game.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
That was awesome, dude. I'm surprised they were able to get back in that after losing the Chill of Sontar. Not really getting a lot of value out of it, but I guess it did occupy a lot of the shooting for the Empire. And Bleak Swords and Dread Spears are far superior to the Empire infantry. State Troopers get bullied by Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. So Empire holds on by the skin of their teeth. Elspeth did really good work in the early game. Definitely helped swing that for the Empire there. Empire Captain just got absolutely bullied that match. Just knocked around again and again by Malice. Good value on one of the Cold One Knights. The others didn't do too hot. Harpies did well. Just needed to be a little bit more on point with focusing down the Empire missiles, and I think it would have been a win for the Dark Elves. Because these handgunners, they lost like half their HP, and then just got to get 1,700 value, basically. And there were Dark Riders and Dark Shards right next to them that could have finished that unit off. And that would have been a big loss of DPS for the Empire. So the Chill of Sontar would have been a little bit safer at that point. Then you can focus on War Wagons and the rest of the archers and stuff from there. The archers, I don't think you really need to focus that intently. If you can get through the front line of the Empire and then compromise the archers, that should be good enough. These guys don't have a lot of AP. They got good value, but this is nothing that's like swinging the game super hard in your favor. And you can kind of afford to play games with stuff that doesn't have AP on it. Handguns, Sterling's Revenge, and the War Wagons were the answer alongside Elspeth to getting the win there for the Empire. And shooting them a little bit more fervently would have definitely served you good. Because Cold One Knights beat Empire Heavy Cav any day of the week. Always have, always will. Even when they weren't as good as they are now, they could still win that engagement pretty handily. Alright, we're going to do Vampires versus Slaanesh. Of all of the mono demon factions, Slaanesh probably does the best against the vampire counts. Just because they have really good blob punishing techniques. They have the War Shrine here. The War Shrine has a Mortis engine. Which is going to be really funny because there's a Mortis engine in the starting army for the counts. So we're gonna watch each faction suck each other off here for a bit. Malice is awesome, man. And Kobe is very scrappy. So, we'll see what the Vampire Coast is able to do. Or, not the Coast, the Counts. Counts have a pretty nice little build here. Manfred on foot, though? I don't know about this, but honestly, maybe against Slaanesh, it's not a bad idea. Just because of Pavane. But he's going to be very vulnerable to the Exalted Keeper of Secrets there. This is going to be an interesting one. There is a double Vargulf on the field. Right? Oh, just one. No, here's the other one. It's hiding behind the Mortis engine. Very sneaky, good boy. Vargulfs are a great little goon squad. They're very powerful duelists. And a nice thing about them, I mentioned it earlier, they have immune to flanking. So they don't suffer the effects of devastating flanker at all, I believe. Right? Hold on, we gotta find something that has it. Let me make sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure immune to flanking just completely negates devastating flanker. But I know that it also means that even if your unit is surrounded, they still apply their melee defense in an aura around themselves, so they don't just get poked down by spears and stuff. So Vargulfs are really hard to deal with. They're one of the most annoying SEs in the game, in my opinion. On top of that, you know, Counts can always bring White Kings as well, who do a pretty good job of beating up on demon factions. You know, Scab Scrates would be really nice against all this lightly armored Slaaneshi infantry. Like, double Scab Scrape from White Kings down the formation here will just outright delete units. It's kind of crazy how strong it is. But that's if you're casting both of them together, which is what you should do anyways. And it'll give you a very nice advantage in the early going. Direwolves are getting really wild here. Going right through the formation. They're all going after the Exalted Keeper of Secrets here. Which probably isn't the way to go. The Hell Scourges, if they get a good engage, are going to flatten these wolves. And there you go, you get the Ballet of Blows, and what is it? The Seductive Glory goes down as well. And you get a full collapse from Slaanesh here. They're going to ice these Direwolves, and that's going to be a lot of value lost, man. Now, the Wolves are holding in here alright, but they're just trapped up to hell. Ah, Curse of Years is going down. Debuffing all of this stuff, and silencing. I forgot that it got a silence effect now. That's pretty cool, man. Oh, big breakthrough from the Counts here. Going right through the middle. Look, the Königstein Stalkers are out here. These Skellies have really high armor and poison. They're an underrated unit in my opinion. And the Mortis engine getting in here is going to completely obliterate the Slaaneshi forces, man. And you know what? The War Shrine has a good Mortis engine of its own, and it's almost fully charged too. But the Mortis engine also heals in an aura around it. I'm trying to show it off. Please let me show it. Yeah, there you go. Reliquary Binding. It gives magical attacks also. Mortis engines are very important for the vampire counts against demons. With good micro on it, you can basically make yourself impossible to kill. There is a really nice Pit of Shades going down, but the does a little damage to the Princess of Perfection, and the Mortis Engine is just ruining Slaaneash's day here, man. Now, the value does look like it's favoring Slaanesh, but with the passive healing that counts have access to, if you're trading evenly with them, you're probably losing your match. And the double Vargulf and Manfred, they're on top of the Exalted Keeper of Secrets here. They're beating up on him pretty good. Now, Feasting on Fear is available, so the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is getting a little bit of a passive heal here, and it's jumping up a little bit too. Very nice, but another big Curse of Years comes down, silencing all of the units here. But this might be where it starts to flip on its head for the Vampire counts, because the Mortis Engine is getting beat up on by the Exalted Keeper, but the Vargulfs respond. They have magic attacks too now. Spirit Leech going down on the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. And that Curse of Years is actually putting in a lot of work and forcing the Keeper of Secrets to disengage here, so that the Mortis Engine can continue to do good work. And look at the value it's got already. 1800 value on this thing. It's back in melee combat. Back to sucking the life out of everything in the big... it's a big sex pile. That's what it is. If it's Slaanesh, there's something gross going on, probably. But Undead are doing a really good job on the blob here. This is where they want to be. This is where they're taking full advantage of Slaanesh here. And the War Shrine, man, you can see the Vargulfs, you know, like, just alone, with really no buffering against Spears and Hell Scourges and Devoted Marauders, and they're really not taking that much damage. Any other SC unit would be taking a lot of poke here from all of this stuff, but because of the immune to flanking, they just don't care. Like, they've got the hunger as well. They're getting healed by the Mortis Engine also. There's invos on the table if they take any big burst damage. But even despite all of that, Vampire counts are in a scary position because the Eternal Entourage are just feasting on the reinforcements right now. And the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is out here beating up on the Stearnsmen, trying to get some healing from Feasting on Fear, which isn't a great passive heal, but it gives just enough to keep that guy in combat for an extended period of time. I don't know what's going to happen here. This is a bizarre match. Like, the Stearnsmen are dying out here, which is really rough. That would be a really nice unit to have holding an objective, and the Vampire counts are holding on to the number 2 here. They're pretty far behind. What do you bring out here? Blood Knight would be really nice here. Blood Knights are very good in this matchup. They hammer into Seekers pretty nicely. They trade okay into Eternal Entourage. Most importantly, they just have the anti-large bonus, as well as the hunger and the ability to get healed by Manfred or whatever caster you've got with Invo, which keeps them pretty saucy for quite a while. They do really well in this matchup here. They can also run over Demonettes okay. They don't want to fight Exalted Demonettes, but against just like a regular Demonette unit, they'll do pretty decently. War Shrine's going down here, man, which is going to be pretty bad for Slaanesh. It was giving a little bit of extra damage here, and, well, they're going to kill their own infantry more than anything here. Impep is kind of going full meme there. Killing his own infantry, and the Mortis Engine coming out. Going to be going into the Eternal Entourage, immediately taking damage from the Spirit Lead, or the Reliquary Corruption effect. What do we have going on here? We've got some Spears, we've got Conic Stalkers coming out. Skeleton Spears, if they can somehow get the Eternal Entourage in a fight, will win there. Just keep, yeah, man, I like this. Just throwing all of these skeletons up here through the trees. I didn't even see them until they emerged just now. Good charge with the Stalkers, or with the Eternal Entourage, but now we've got the Skeleton Spearmen pushing in, and they're going to surround the Eternal Entourage here. And that's a very expensive unit to lose here, potentially. Dire Pack and more Dire Wolves coming in. They'll do pretty good damage to the Hellstriders and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Honestly, I think you can go after the Exalted Keeper here. Oh, a Narcissism comes down. That's nice. This Direwolf is going to get the charge off, though. The Hellstriders are pretty low. They're going to fold up here, probably. They'll do a little damage to the Direwolves there. But yeah, Eternal Entourage. Oh, actually do manage to escape somehow, some way, and Demonettes come out. They're going to buzzsaw through a lot of the skeletons here, but it's going to take them a while to cap the objective back. And I think the Vampires are going to win, just because of the Mortis engine. 3,400 value on this thing. Vargulfs, 1,400 here, 900 here. The most important thing is that they're not dying, and they've got just tons of room to work still. I don't think you need to go to the number 3. Actually, you might need to. It's very close to triple cap. And I think the Vampire counts are getting enough of a battlefield advantage that it's kind of worth it to go for the number 3. You've got the Mortis engine and the Goon Squad that your opponent can't really deal with. And Manfred, it's important to know that does he have it? Yeah, he's got the Sword of Unholy Power, which has been giving him more reserves this entire time. So, more Spirit Leeches on the table here, probably. That is a really nice Seductive Glory there. Kind of locking everything into this combat, not letting the Vargulfs turn and fight as well, and get the damage on the Exalted Keeper there. What do we have going down? Curse of Years, lowering the speed and melee attack, silencing as well. Silence not super important here. Oh, don't let the Hellstriders kill the Mortis engine. Mortis engine squeaking away just barely, and still leeching the life off of all of these units. It's going to end up with like 4,500 HP before it goes down, I think. It's at 1,200 HP here. Very low. Demons starting to flip this, but just barely. They're taking a long time to get through all these spears and just garbage. That is a really nice position for the Vampire counts as of now. Number 2 objective is unoccupied by pretty much anything, but everybody is trying to win down here. Another Pit of Shades going down. This one actually hitting a lot of Direwolves. Oh my goodness. Look at the damage on these poor wolves. A Spirit Leech does go down. Gets some good damage. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets could probably get some healing in here if it gets Feasting on Fear going, but just not close enough. Missed the opportunity as well. Bringers of Beguilement slowly getting leeched down here. 4,100 on the Mortis engine. Slaanesh is gassed right now, but Vampire counts also not looking too hot either. Losing all those Direwolves was pretty painful for them. That was a lot of like money out on the field that they're really not getting anything out of. And we finally see some Crypt Horrors out. Crypt Horrors are okay here. They can struggle against Slaanesh though. I think Slaanesh is going to win now. Just because losing all those Direwolves is so punishing. Not going to be able to cap this objective for a bit either, because the Bringers of Beguilement are still hanging in here. Somehow, some way, not dead yet. Mortis engine leeching them, Manfred and the Vargulfs trying to beat them down, but really struggling to kill this elite Demonette unit. Fiends are on the corpse cart now, and that's a lot of healing that these Skeleton Spears are not getting. They've hung in here for a long time now, though. That was really nice for the Vampires up to this point, but now they're just kind of grinding into a losing situation. Because they're not holding the objective, they're trying to recap, which they're not going to be very good at with all of the really expendable cap weight that they have. I've got to give it up, though. The Vampire counts, they almost had this match, and maybe somehow they win this, but another Pit of Shades, clearing out more infantry. Keeper of Secrets with 5,000 value, doing great work, man. Feasting on Fear, too, giving a little bit of healing, just keeping it alive is the most important thing. Direwolves come back out, and they're flipping the cap weight now. The Corpse Cart needs to get up here and start passively healing all this stuff, and then maybe the Vampire counts are going to be okay. They're grinding in here, kind of losing this objective, though. Is there anything that can get up here quickly? Not really. Oh my god, it's so close, guys. The Unholy Lodestone does get into the position it needs to be in to heal all of the stuff in here. And the Cryptors, with the extra healing from the Unholy Lodestone, have a pretty crazy regen right now. Functionally the same regen rate as Strength from Flesh, which is a pretty crazy passive heal in its own right. So they're going to be really hard to kill. With all the buffering here, they might be able to drag down the Exalted Keeper potentially. Ooh, the Dire Pack coming in. Dire Pack can do it. Dire Pack can chew the hell out of the Exalted Keeper here. If they just stay on target. They're taking a lot of damage. Can they lock in the Keeper? There are Cryptors on top of it now. This is a make-or-break moment for this game. If the Keeper dies, Vampire counts win. If they don't, then maybe Slaanesh wins, but there's actually a triple cap here. Oh my god. Slaanesh not holding on to points and taking forever to retake the middle, despite there being nothing here for long portions of the game. Kind of brutal right now. Exalted Keeper has Hellstrider support, has Furies, lots of stuff getting folded up here finally. Losing most of the buffering now. Dire Pack desperately trying to trade some value in here. Cryptors hanging in. Corpse Cart gonna go down. Direwolves go down. A retake for Slaanesh. They've got to take the number 3, though. And the number 3 is going to be kind of hard to crack. Because Vargulfs, they still got some space here, man. They've been doing great work. Manfred's still alive. Skeleton Warriors are here. They can push off the tattered remains of the devoted Hell Scourges and stuff. More Skelly Warriors moving up. There goes a big disintegration there. Losing those Cryptors now. We're going to fast forward through this just to see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, it is a triple cap scenario, isn't it? Oh, no. I don't think Slaanesh can respond to getting here quick enough. Fiends come out. They'll do okay. I don't love their odds here, though. They're the first thing here, and they're getting worked down pretty badly. Need the Princess of Perfection, need the Demonettes. Need everything here. Need it all right now to swing this cap weight. And the spears barely squeak on. That's just that little bit of extra cap weight, I think, that's going to give the Vampires the win here. GG, man. Holy crap. 6,000 value on the Big Lord. Pep with some great micro on that beastie, man. Trying to kill Manfred at the end of the game here. Barely has the cap weight. Just not enough. And these spears actually move up and are able to get on it. It's going to slow down that cap even longer. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Slaanesh. I think that a little, like literally 20 more seconds and they would have gotten that win there. But, you know, tickets are tickets, man. The Vampire Counts just attritioned Slaanesh into the Shadow Realm there. Wow. 4,300 on the Mortis Engine, 6,200 value on the Exalted Keeper. War Shrine got 1,600, paid for itself at least. Definitely was not as impactful as it could have been, though. Pretty unfortunate. The Eternal Entourage did really well. Got some great value. Bringers of Beguilement didn't quite get their value back. They weren't fighting the best targets for them, personally. But yeah, that's Vampires for you. I think saving up for the Blood Knights at some point would have been better than just continuing to summon in the Direwolves. Because the Direwolves weren't bad, but they certainly got karate chopped a couple of times there, where I think the Blood Knights would have been a little more impactful. Blood Knights can beat the Eternal Entourage as long as you don't let them get surrounded. And as long as you get them a Invo. Invo's pretty long range, so you can play pretty far afield with them. And attack, you know, one other objective while you're popping the heals there. They can flatten the Eternal Entourage. They beat Fiends. They beat Hellstriders. They can, like I said, attack the regular Demonettes pretty easily. These guys aren't nearly as powerful as Exalted Demonettes. Don't charge down Exalted Demonettes with Blood Knights. That's a losing combat. or at the very least one that's not a very favorable trade. So you can save yourself a little bit of grief there. We'll do Chaos Dowie and the Vampire Counts here. I'm going to do my very best to get through all of the replays that I've got on hand. Oh, we've got another triple Infernal Ironsworn build coming out here from Tingus. Porkenstein has a pretty traditional build from the Vampire Counts with the double White King. Heinrich Himmler is pretty good to go sit in a blob because he's got the Chaos Tomb Blade, which is a fat heal in an AoE. It's really nice. He is a little squishy, though. Astrogoth and the Torok could definitely kill him if they get their hands on him, but they might not get an opportunity to. They are going to have to get through quite a bit of chaff to even get near him. Just tons of zombies. You just make a big old pile on an objective. You can literally, against a lot of factions, just blob endlessly with zombies. You just get them all to be like as close together as possible, and just grind away like that. Because then you've got the passive heals from Heinrich. The corpse carts and mortis engines, if you have them, will also profit pretty nicely. Good damage from the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. You get a really nice volley off on the Vargeist and get a kill there. Black Coach is going to be pretty important here. Trying to think if you send it forward here. I honestly think it wouldn't be a bad idea to get aggressive with it and just roll through the front line of the Goblin Laborers. Because it causes terror. You can break their leadership and just have them running around like chickens with their heads cut off. That'd be pretty nice for you. Vargeist really don't need to be doing this. Very naughty. Don't use Vargeist to chase missiles. They're so squishy. They've got 10 armor. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, they're just cackling right now. I mean, this is just free value for them. Direwolves are much better at doing this. Even then, you don't super want to engage here. Your mobility right now is not quite as good as what you're seeing here. And there go the White Kings getting right into combat. Now, they are good against Astrogoth, but he does have the Torok here to help him. You know, they are anti-infantry. And they've got Heroic Killing Blow popped right now, so they're doing some pretty good damage to him. Issue's going to arise if the Torok and Astrogoth are able to put enough of a beatdown on him to get him really low. But they're surviving pretty decently. Blasting charges going off, wrecking the Tithe. Tithe has gotten flame-stormed, and now they're getting smacked up by blasting charges. Very unfortunate for them. Vargeist, Spellbats, and Direwolves working on an Iron Demon. I mean, if the Vargeists were healthier, they'd beat the train. But Direwolves and Fellbats aren't going to do a damn thing to that. You'd be better off chasing the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, who are still getting good value against these Vargeists. You know, the Chaos Dowie have gotten a pretty good value lead. You're going to have to stay up on the Vampire Counts, though. Vampire Counts can grind back from just about anything in the early game. They can afford to be reckless with a lot of their really cheap units. Black Coach has got to start doing something, though. Run in through these units there. Fellbats and Vargeist are going to charge down these Infernal Ironsworn, which isn't going to be a bad combat. Flamestorm is obliterating the Vampire Counts infantry right now. 1,200 value so far on Astrogoth, just beating up on the White Kings, dropping Flamestorms on zombies and all kinds of other nastiness. Doing brutal work, and oh, this is... You've got to keep Vargeist with Fellbats if you're going to dive a unit like Infernal Ironsworn. Separate, they're both just going to die. But together, the Fellbats buffer for the Vargeist, where the Vargeists aren't taking the majority of the damage in combat. And they have really high AP. They can hit back against Infernal Ironsworn pretty capably. Still not a great combat for them. Some Graveguard great weapons would have been really nice, and too much blobbing. Trying to get after the Iron Demon here. not the ticket for success. This is a really rough matchup for vampire counts, though. I can very much understand not knowing how to play this. Black Coach is getting ripped apart right now, too. The Torok and Astrogoth are just hanging in here, man. They have been bullying everything that comes within reach. They're sitting on top of the Infernal Ironsworn now, who are doing really good buffering for them, making it very difficult for them to get killed. They take out the Black Coach. There is no, you know, more sleep wanes this day. Very much so. And the Goblin Wolf Raiders can shoot the Corpse Cart now. You know, Corpse Carts have regen, and they have terrible armor, so anything that has flaming attacks is going to absolutely wreck them. Which Astrogoth very much does. And the Infernal Ironsworn as well, they can also kill a Corpse Cart, and Wolf Raider Fire can do it. Hobgoblin Archers have flaming attacks. Infernal Guard have flaming attacks. Blunderbusses, I don't think have flaming damage, but it doesn't really matter. You got more than enough options, and look at the Flamestorms, dude. This is just disgusting. Oh my god. I would have quit by now if I were the Vampire Counts player. I understand hanging in here, but that's ow. That's ow. Big ow. I'm crying. I'm crying and throwing up. Look at Heimrich. He's trying so hard to get away from this Torok. Oh, man. He is not good in melee combat. And now there's great weapon renders after him. Oh, my god. GG. Wow. Infernal Ironsworn, dude, are brutal. You know, they got some pretty fat value on their own. One of them didn't really do anything. This is a Vampire Counts moment. Just fighting undead in general. You got 188 kills and you got 400 value. Lamau. Where's the value, fellas? But they really did actually perform pretty nicely, despite having, like, no value to speak of. Killing, zombies and skeleton warriors is very important, because that's the buffering for all the, heavy hitting units that the Vampire Counts have. Like the Vargeis, and, you know, Black Coach is a little more independent. Doesn't need buffering because it's a pretty good chariot with decent mass. But, you know, the Vargeis really needed that. This is just tough for Vampire Counts. I really don't know if this is a great matchup for them under any circumstances. Dowie just have, the Chaos Dowie have such good shooting. They have so much flaming damage as well, so they just counter everything that's got regen, which is an awful lot of units that the Vampire Counts typically rely on. You'd have to mix this matchup completely on its head in order to win here, I think. But yeah, despite all that being said, you still gotta play the game, and the Chaos Dowie did a really good job of getting through the counts there. Let's go. You know what? Everybody's kind of asking if there's anything that you can bring for as Vampire Counts to win there. I do think you want to go cheap on the Lord, but I don't know if you want Kimmler. Because you saw the Chaos Dowie just punished that blob so fast. I mean, they just nuked it out of existence. Vlad is a pretty good option. You can bring the Karstein Ring. I actually like it for the ward save. It's on 120-second cooldown, but if your opponent is trying to, like, isolate Vlad and brutalize him with shooting, you know, he's got some heals. He can pop Raise Dead and all kinds of other stuff to keep himself alive, and the Karstein Ring, as well as having Blood Drinker, just to keep himself stable. And he can go and fight Astrogoth and a Torok, no problem. He'll do pretty decently there. White Kings should come in on foot. I don't think you need Heroic Killing Blow. I don't think it does enough. Man, then you need armor. Graveguard Great Weapons wouldn't be bad, a couple of them. Tons of zombies. Kinda always need them. Skeleton spears are nice. You need stuff to get onto the missiles, though. How do you do that? Varric's Reavers are going to get wrecked by fire damage also. I don't know. I really like the Black Coach. It can do some serious work. You have to have good micro to use this thing, though. Like, it charges all of these abilities up at once now. It used to be that it was, like, layered by number of kills. Like, this was at 40 kills. This was at 80 kills. This was at 120. Now they charge all at once, and it's just dependent on enemies dying near it. So you can use it pretty aggressively to just go in and farm value. And once it gets up to having, like, full charge on Black Nimbus, it's impossible to kill. It's got so much damage resistance. I mean, 40% is pretty fat. It's really good at running over infantry. It's got pretty good mass at 2,000. Like, 2,000 is the ideal point for what an SE Chariot needs to perform well against infantry. Anything less than that, and it would probably get stuck constantly. You do need to be careful with it still, because 2,000 is good, but not, it's not unstoppable. And honestly, I think Black Knights, some Blood Knights, like just swarms of cavalry probably are your best bet here. With just like cheap, like, mobility to just get after everything. Maybe you don't need full of those guys, and you can bring some Vargeists, of course. I unironically think something like this would do a little bit better in that last match. Maybe you don't need the Blood Knights. Blood Knights are just so good against the Great Axe Centaurs. And if your opponent brings Kadai Fireborn, they can kill those as well. Blood Knights just do so many things well. But maybe they are kind of vulnerable here. Yeah. It's an uphill battle, no matter what. I mean, I'm just looking at all the units, and nothing looks super appealing. You're going to have a hard go of it. Every single time, I think. Maybe bring him in the opening, but that's also risky. Something along those lines, I guess, would do okay for you. You know, we've watched Tingus do some seriously heavy lifting with the Infernal Ironsworn. And he's coming in here with triple Infernal Ironsworn yet again. But this time we've got, we've got Kislev coming in. And Kislev's got double Little Grom here. And there's nothing to answer Little Grom in this opening build. So we're going to see how Tingus plays this. And, you know, I showed Kadrin's first match off. Lost that very unfortunately against the Dowie. Maybe going to get some revenge against the Chaos Dowie here, though. Right, that was the first matchup, I think. Right? I don't know. I don't remember. I've done so many replays at this point, I can't remember what Kadrin's first match even was at this point. Wolf Raiders moving up, but they're going to get screened by Horse Archers. The Kislev Horse Archers are nasty work. They've got, you know, they're accurate as hell. They ruin the day of opposing skirmish cavalry. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have the same range, though. So, you can skirmish with these guys with your own bow raiders. Oh, listen to the bass, man. Missing, unfortunately. Very good micro from Tingus there. Not leaving the Torok to get nailed by Little Grom. What do you focus here? I mean, I would shoot the Infernal Guard. Little Grom is pretty accurate. You know, more often than not, gonna actually hit infantry targets, and just shooting at the Torok while it's dodging around, you're never gonna hit this thing. Just gonna continue to get kited out. War Sleds are shooting at the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, and a couple of Little Grom shots are probably gonna put these guys to shame. put them to flight. They take big damage, and their leadership does break, but it does rally. Just barely managing to survive there. Torok taking some big shots from the Horse Archers here. Horse Archers doing some pretty good poke against this guy. You love to see it. And there is a Boris Ursus appearance coming in. Boris is a brutal, like, combatant. Like, he will beat the crap out of a Torok. Easy peasy. Like, he's definitely going to take some damage in return, but Shardblade does nasty damage. I mean, it's a Spirit Leech on steroids, and it's got, like, a slow, so it's kind of hard to get out of the radius of it. So, it can kind of shred that Torok. It can probably do good damage to Astrogoth. Astrogoth does not have any spell resist. And then Boris, with the good combat stats, can also go fisticuffs with him. More little Grom shooting coming out here. Where are the Wolf Raiders? Oh, they're almost routed off the map here. Big shots from a little Grom, finally hitting the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Killing 14 models out here. Really nice stuff. You can probably use the Horse Archers pretty aggressively here to poke the Infernal Guard. And look at that, man. Great focus fire from Little Grom. On the Things in the Woods intercept the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders out here. Nice catch. Getting rid of those guys. Heavy War Sleds. They can get in there and they can also fire in against the Fireglaves. Maybe a little bit less efficiently. Not the best use of them. But just getting damage on those guys would be worth it. Blasting Charges are doing some serious damage to Kislev here. No real answer for the Infernal Ironsworn, who are about to finish off these Armored Kossars here with their Blasting Charges. Really brutal stuff, man. Kislev not having an answer to super heavy infantry yet. The Fireglaves are getting jumped on. Or actually, they're kind of moving into combat with the Kislev Warriors. They're breaking their own charge defense, and the Heavy War Sleds make pretty good impact. Just push through and just keep cycle charging through these Fireglaves. Break them down and then go for the rest. Oh no, look at the Horse Archers. Wow. Dead and gone. They literally got just eviscerated here. Wow, dude. That was pretty gross. Very unlucky for Kislev here, but Little Grom gonna try and equalize the value here. Kislev does have a bit of a value lead, but the Infernal Ironsworn are so healthy, it's gonna take a while to break out onto this point. You might be better off just taking the number 2 here. If you've got Kislev Warriors will beat the Centaur Renders here, and there's nothing to force you to fight here. Ah, there goes Shardblade and Frostbite and a lot of different effects, locking Astrogoth down. Boris is doing pretty good damage to him, but Boris needs to be careful. Boris might die here. Takes a big hit from Astrogoth, who's got the Black Hammer of Hashut active. Imbuing Flammable onto Boris, which is increasing the weapon strength even more than the 720 that he's already got. Basically, 1,000 weapon strength against Boris. And Boris has done a pretty good job of chipping Astrogoth down. But unless Little Groms kill Astrogoth here, this is going to be way worse for Kislev than it is for the Dowie. And the Things in the Woods have been very inactive back here. They definitely need to start doing something. And the Renders get on top of the War Sleds. Big loss yet again for the Kislevites. Can't lose these War Chariots like this. Little Grom needed to be helping these guys out or doing something to assist. Ursus needed to be a little more cautious. He could have been going after the Iron Demon this whole time instead. As it stands, we've got the Little Groms still chipping down Astrogoth, but both Centaur Renders coming out with the Iron Demon, just kind of running over the Kislevite Warriors. And good response. Wolf Raiders getting on top of the Kislevite Warriors while the Torok occupies, killing them off, and the Ironsworn have taken basically no damage. This is not good. You got 2 very healthy Ironsworn back here. Another one that's lost a little bit of HP. Plenty of room, though. And there's no answers out here other than the War Sleds. And the War Sleds are very occupied trying to save the rest of the Kislevite position here. We do have a Patriarch coming out. Patriarch would have been really nice for healing up Boris, but without that, he's going to be a little lost here. Iron Demon firing in, doing some pretty good damage. Good shots from Little Grom, kill a render model, and going to take out the Iron Demon here, but going to lose another Heavy War Sled. They're not good at fighting AP Great Weapon Monstrous Infantry. You can see how much damage they're taking here. Now, they are being held up by Salyak's Lullaby, and some Armored Kossars coming in to help. Maybe going to be able to save these units. That'd be huge for Kislev. Now, they're not cooked. The things in the woods need to get active, though. They need to come help Little Grom here. The Wolf Raiders and the Torok are kind of putting the beat down on those artillery pieces right now. Can't lose those guys. Just forgetting about this unit is pretty painful. Astrogoth is barely hanging on back here. One more good shot from Little Grom would finish. Render's getting into combat. We'll see. We'll see. If he's able to save the Little Groms, then I think Kadrin has a chance back into this. Not quite able to make it happen. One of the Little Groms kind of getting beat up, but maybe it's enough. I mean, you still have one. One Little Grom's better than none. Yeah, this one does go down back here. The Torok able to kill that, and the poor little bears. They didn't ask for this. They didn't want to be beasts of burden. They just wanted to eat. They just wanted to eat leopard seals, you know. And now they're never going to get to ever again. That's very sad, you know. Armored Kossars. They're about to get flattened by this Iron Demon. The Iron Demon's just screaming forward. And these guys are in the water, so I think they're suffering the ill effects of being a small target in water. That's similar to being a large model in the forest. Patriarch kills the Torok. Wow, okay. Patriarch's good against Toroks for some reason. I don't know. I think he was pretty low. Little Grom was kind of pushing him in place, and he was trying to run away, so got a little bit of free damage from the Patriarch there on him. Kislev's kind of rallying. The Chaos Dowry are being very obliging by moving so much stuff up here, but they did kill a Little Grom in the process, and they still have a pretty good value lead. So I think they can afford to do this. Armored Kossars breaking, leadership problems becoming a little evident for the Kislevites here. And the Iron Demons cannot be stopped, man. These things are just going ham. They're gunning down the Horse Archers. They've got so much armor that only the Streltsy here are going to be any good against them. And the Boydnov's Brawlers cannot quite get free to go into the Iron Demon here and get some effective damage. Warbear Riders come out. They'll be able to finish this thing off. If they there's another Iron Demon. And the Boydnov's Brawlers, they get one good volley off, and then they're going to get run over. And that's going to be it. Very unfortunate for Kislev. I think just using the Little Groms to shoot down the Infernal Ironsworn would have been the best call. Throwing the Horse Archers into the Infernal Ironsworn was also definitely not it. These guys got 2,200 value. The other ones, most of this is just from the blasting charges, but even still, that's pretty good value. Fireglaves got run over. That was a really good pick early, but losing the Heavy War Sleds, forgetting about the things in the woods, and not being able to get good value out of the Boydnov's Brawlers or the Armored Kossars did cost Kislev the game, and obviously losing Boris Ursus is always painful. But Tingus did a really good job, you know. Just getting the right tools out at the right time to answer a pretty small elite Kislev build. Both guys went pretty tall here. Kislev tends to do a little better if you go wider. You know, I love the combat characters for Kislev, but they're pretty pricey. Like, we'll go in here and we'll take a look. Like, Boris on the Warbear, you can cut like all of his abilities except for Shardblade. Did he have anything else? I don't think he did. But just this is 1,800. You definitely want a Patriarch with him too, to heal him up some. I think your most cost-effective lord is Zarina. You can bring her on the Warhorse or on the Frostworm. Frostworm gives her some bonus versus large, obviously. And she's pretty tanky on this thing. It's really fast. Has some very disruptive attack patterns, which can make it difficult to deal with her. Ice Maiden's Kiss wouldn't have been very good, but Frostblades is always pretty efficient. It just gives magical attacks and melee attacks, so your units do a little bit more in combat. Ice Sheet to slow stuff down is good. Crystal Sanctuary, I really haven't tested out much. I mean, maybe on a missile unit it's good. It's 80% ward save. You can't move. Lasts 35 seconds. I don't know what the hell you use it on, but maybe you can make some use out of it. You don't really need Frost Shield. I mean, maybe against Chaos Dowie it's nice to just have the extra armor and missile block chance. If you've got Arcane Call, you don't really need the Snow Leopard summon. It's decent, but not super necessary. You can always bring other stuff to answer the large targets. Armored Kossars are good, but maybe mixing in a couple of the Great Weapon Kossars is worthwhile also. And then you go Little Kroms. That's just so expensive, man. You can see how Kislev can end up losing out on momentum pretty quickly, just by the small numbers that they're able to field for their army. I do think Kossar bows are pretty effective. You know, the Chaos Dowie, they've got heavily armored infantry, but a lot of their mobility is very lightly armored, and you can range them with the Kossars, while the Streltsy kind of hammer home, and you just form a gun line. You just get on your home objective, you don't move an inch, and you force your opponent to either play into you while you build up behind that, because then you can bring up some Great Weapon Kossars, you bring out the Boydanov's Brawlers. Things in the Woods I really like here. Winged Lancers and Kossovite Dervishes are pretty good. What else do you want? I don't know. I think you can outshoot the Chaos Dwarves. I don't think that they're invincible by any means in that regard. But you're getting into pretty small army territories. You can always do the Ice Switch too. Just on foot with Hailstorm. And you bring, like, nothing else. You can bring Glacial Blast, I guess, and maybe put her on a Warhorse so she can escape from Astrogoth and Torok. Because they were doing a pretty good job of chasing Kislev's stuff down. And then you just go super wide, and then you can drag everything down slowly, but surely. And I really like a Streltsy line against the Chaos Dwarves. If your opponent brings Magma Cannons, you've still got Little Groms. Little Groms will wreck Magma Cannons. And then you can just bring more infantry. Like, better quality infantry, too, in the Armored Kossars. And you can bring some bows. And they can trade pretty nicely. Dervishes, maybe just one Winged Lancer here. Warbear Riders, I don't think they're gonna really... They don't really have anything super applicable to fight other than the trains. And the Iron Demons you want to shoot down with your gun line more than anything. Because the Iron Demons are kind of annoying to fight in melee combat. Things in the Woods can also do it. They've got pretty good mass. They've got decent AP also. They can chew on trains pretty good. I like the War Sled. Zargard. Not a bad option. Just more Kossovite Dervishes and Things in the Woods. Something like this. You've got lots of elite stuff. You've got lots of heavy-hitting missiles. You've got some anti-skirmisher poke with the Kossars here. And these armored Kossars just form like a brick wall for your initial objective that nothing is going to get past for free. And if your opponent pushes up the Infernal Ironsworn, the Kossars retreat. Streltsy keeps shooting them. Little Groms keep hammering anything that's not paying attention to what's targeting them. And then you just kind of go from there. You just want to grind down those Chaos Dwarves. This is a build that be okay at it. But look, Kislev is in an interesting place. They're not nearly as good as they used to be. They were a nightmare last patch, but they've been very much evened out by other factions getting buffed and their own nerfs. What do you want to target with dervishes? Just goblins. Like, all you do is counter-skirmish the wolf raiders. Because wolf raiders are very annoying. They get in there with their cowardly despoilers trait, and they get extra weapon strength against your units. And they can grind through even armored Kossars on a good rear charge. Bear Cavalry against Iron Demons. Yeah, you'd think, but Bear Cav, they're super expensive. Chaos Dowie have good shooting of their own. They'll get shot down. Things of the Woods have good enough mass to stop the Iron Demons, I'm telling you. That would be your better ticket. I don't think anybody played Cathay. I don't think I got any Cathay replays here, unfortunately. I'm pretty much done with most of these. We're going to do some Lizardmen. Don't have any Nurgle replays like people were asking for. I really want to see Crone Hellebron go to town. This looks like a really interesting matchup. Yeah, Dowie versus... you did bring it. You got the build that I suggested. There really aren't any gyros here. I'll watch this one if Tango's still here. Probably would appreciate some advice. He had a hard time against the Dowie before and did end up losing. God, man. Dowie are just so good against other shooting factions. That's really where they shine. They're a lot less good against factions that have good AP and can rush them down. Lizardmen versus Counts. So these are going to be the last three that we're going to do today. We'll do Counts, Lizards, Kislev versus the Chaos Dwarves. Or not the Chaos Dwarves. We literally did one of... Oh, this is a little bit different, though. This is not the one we just watched. I might do a separate replay for that. I gotta check it out. We're doing the Dark Elves versus Counts, Dowie versus Kislev, and Counts versus Lizards to round out the stream here. And then I've got to go eat something and crash. Crossstain, Rogue Leader. Counts versus Lizards is interesting. Counts have really good tools against undead. I would say they definitely have an advantageous matchup here in general. But I don't think that means that Counts can't win it. But you definitely need to bring the right tools to compromise the what the Lizards are going to try and do to you. And I can see right off the bat that's going to be kind of hard for Rogue Leader. These Direwolves are going to have to do some serious work. And he's been pretty good with them, but also kind of reckless. And you really need Direwolves to stick around on the field. Like, them trading evenly and getting their value back just by the hair on the back of their necks is really not enough. You're going to want them to be able to, like, cap objectives, hound down stuff like the Umbral Tide. Umbral Tide's getting a little reckless here. This is not where you want these guys to be.
Keep it from the foe.
Ah, this is risky. They got good damage on the Dire Pack here, though, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a straight dive onto them. They are going to pull back, so Crossstain getting some good damage there. Skink Oracle hanging around on this objective. I like the Skink Oracle, man. These Feral Troglodytes have some pretty nasty weapon strength on their little spit attack. It's pretty hard. They're thumping around, too. Good God. Bro, use your inside feet. Holy crap. Stegodon getting a little damage with the Ballista. It is the long-range variant, not the Howdah version. Krokgar's hanging out on the number 2. Just hanging in here, getting ready to do some work. Oh, and Fireleech Bola is running for their lives from the Strigoi Lord. Strigoi Vampire Lord's really good against the Lizards, just because he's got the bonus versus large against big stuff. And, you know, the really scary stuff is like Umbral Tide and things like that. They can have a hard time shooting him because he's flying in the air, and the way their missiles work, they travel pretty slowly. Not the easiest target for them to get after, and the Fire Leech Bolas are blowing up their own skink cohorts. If the skink cohorts rout, yeah, there you go. Okay, Rogue Leader needs to just grab these guys and just bum rush the Umbral Tide here, because there's nothing to help them right now. If they can actually kill the Umbral Tide here, which is very possible, that would be a very, very hard hole to climb out of for the lizards here. They're being a little slow getting on them, and these direwolves are taking more volleys here. You gotta be on top of micro when you get lucky breaks like this. The Umbral Tide are going fisticuffs, man. That's aggressive play. Crossstain does not care. Seeing that these little wolves are pretty low on HP, just going right after them isn't a bad idea. Stegodon and the Skink Oracle are a little idle up here. I don't love that. Definitely need to get them moving. You know, the lizards have better cap weight, but they also are going to need a little assistance here. It's mostly skinks, and skinks against zombies is just a wet noodle contest. You need some heavy hitting stuff, and here comes some Croxigors, Sacred Croxigors, and Source Warriors. Umbral Tide definitely going to be able to get back in. It's going to do fat damage to the Corpse Cart and the Mortis Engine given the right circumstances. Gotta watch out for the Dire Pack, though. Like, if I were Crossstain here, what you do is you just send these skinks to form a little block line there. You get the Umbral Tide, and you sit them, like, right here. They can support the entire point. They can shoot the Mortis Engine and the Corpse Cart. Focus the Mortis first. And just so the Dire Pack can't get in the back door here, you can leave the Source Warriors just chilling, like, right here. And Sacred Croxigors go in to support. They'll roadblock all the zombies and stuff here and do pretty nicely. I like the Fire Leech Bola fire here. They're actually getting some pretty good work done. They've got good explosive damage. Not so good against armor, but there's not really any armor to speak of outside of the Konigstein Stalkers. Are we going to get a rock drop? This is a fat rock drop right here. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Not really doing it. Decent little breath attack from the Strigoi Vampire Lord, but hasn't been able to find many great combats. Feral Cold Ones fighting the Dire Pack. Pretty even fight. You know, if these guys get a good heal on them, they'll be doing really nice. I don't know. Spirit Leech goes down on the Feral Cold Ones. Kind of a waste, honestly. It's not a very efficient target for that. Invo on the Dire Pack would have been a lot better. Keep those guys healthy, fighting for a little bit longer. But I do like this jump onto the Umbral Tide while they're, you know, undefended. There's not really any supplies in the bank, but, you know, Rogue Leader's not going to know that. But being aggressive and getting after your own counter is always a pretty good idea. Dire Pack crumbling out. I don't think they're going to make it there before they dissipate. Oh, but a Crypt Ghoul summon. That Crypt Ghoul summon, pretty nice, man. Commanded the Unliving getting in there, doing some pretty good work. The Mortis Engine not being attended to by anything on the Lizardmen roster right now. It's going to start doing some serious damage here. I mean, it's not fighting anything tremendous. It's a really good Flock of Doom on all of these targets. Skink Oracle profiting quite a bit from that. This freaking Troglodyte is so loud. Oh my god. Those footsteps are something. Skeleton Spears, just tons of chaff piling into the middle objective. The Undead are doing alright. They definitely could be doing better, but they killed the Umbral Tide. And that's a big deal because the Skink Oracle, Krokgar, and the Bastillodon, or the Stegodon up here, they're not doing enough to get rid of the Mortis Engine. And this Mortis Engine is going to kill everything in this pocket, man. And, yeah, you got a little bit of a value lead, but that's going to last only so long. Krokgar and the... God, please, do something with these guys. They're just so passive. They've got no value. You know, the Skink Oracle has actually done something. It's been firing at least. But Krokgar just sitting around and doing nothing at all. Not a fan of it. I mean, Krokgar is a very good combatant. He's hard to deal with. He's got Sacred Spawning of Jotl. He's got an ability to get himself out with the swiftness of Itzel. You know, you can pop it if he gets surrounded by infantry and get him away that way. You're already controlling the number 1 and the number 3 objective. And if you want to fight in the middle, don't commit to fighting a Mortis Engine. It's just not worth it. Like, you're getting great value from the Flocks of Doom here. It's doing some pretty good damage. But a lot of that is just going to get healed up by the Vampire counts. And you can see, finally, the Lizards just completely break here. Stegodon is all alone fighting the Strigoi Vampire Lord now, which is not a winning situation, and Blood Knight's coming out now. Rogue Leader bringing out the right units and taking advantage of his opponent's tardiness. Crossstain was doing alright early, but losing the Umbral Tide like he did was just devastating. I mean, it could have killed that Mortis Engine 2 or 3 times over by now. And the Stegodon gets surrounded by Blood Knights and the Strigoi Vampire Lord and just gets railed. Absolute brutality right now, man. Lancing down the Chameleon Skinks too. I love Blood Knights. I think they're really good. A lot of people would swear them off, but I think they offer just like a heavy-hitting unit that Vampire counts lack in a lot of ways. They do have Crypt Horrors and they have Vargeist, but both those units are pretty squishy with low armor, and Blood Knights may not have AP, but they are undead and they get healing all the same. They'll beat the Colossadon Hunters if those things land on them. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it, though. I do like the Crypt Ghoul summons. They've done pretty good work. Just clearing the Umbral Tide and some Skink Cohort. Never a bad idea. Krokgar finally doing something. Getting after the Mortis Engine. You can see him just being right on the tail of this thing. Like, what are the Vampire counts going to do about that? Like, they can get the Blood Knights all the way over here. But it's when you know where your opponent's, like, heavy-hitting mobility is going that you can counter it effectively. You know, you can bring in some Cold Wind Spear Riders. If you still have the Umbral Tide, you could, like, focus those guys down as they try to catch Krokgar, but just losing way too much for free. You know, the Stegodon really didn't get any value. This is a very expensive unit. It's like 2,000 gold. It's done nothing at all. Colossadon Hunters are doing some good damage up in the sky right now, but they're going to have to kill the Strigoi Vampire Lord to make this comeback happen. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. The Strigoi Lord does manage to get free, is landing on the ground. Really nice micro from Rogue Leader. Rogue Leader is a really good player. Definitely has some micro chops to be wary of. And replacing with the Blood Knights, really good counter charge. And the Dire Pack coming in too. Gonna shred these guys. And yeah, I mean, value leads mean absolutely nothing when you've got Mortis Engines sucking the life out of your entire army. You've got Corpse Carts and stuff in here mitigating a lot of your damage. So, you know, all the damage that you have done, some of it's not really being reflected properly. And even if it is, that damage got healed up anyways. Umbral Tide come back out, but now they're just completely unprotected. They're gonna die for free here. Dire Pack pulling out, kind of wonky. But getting back on target, they're gonna drag these guys down. Dire Pack are excellent against the Umbral Tide. They just shred them. They've got the bonus versus large. They've got okay melee attack. You can see how quickly they're ripping into them. That's going to be GG. Vampire counts have got this win. Krokgar is getting pushed around a little bit. And could have been doing a lot more earlier. You know, he's a pretty good lord. You just have to use him. He was way too inactive for too long. Too much of a commitment into the middle fight when there's a Mortis Engine there with no answers to the Mortis Engine as well. That's just a recipe for disaster every single time. And like the Vampire counts are just going to feed garbage forward and hold on to this point for the rest of eternity, basically. Direwolves and the Direwolves here have gotten okay value. The Umbral Tide get away, but they're beat up and they get unsummoned. Blood Knights fighting here against Kroq-Gar and the Dire Wolves, or the Dire Pack, trying to help out as well. You can see when he's fighting and he's got the Skink Oracle next to him and he's got a little bit of support, he can actually get something done. Lizardmen needed to pull this army apart more. They just played right into the Vampire Count's hands. And I understand that, you know, being new, you don't really understand the best way to tackle armies like this. Because you look at it and you're like, wow, this army is so big. I just need to get in there. I need to crush them. You know, like I need to just chew through them all. But undead just don't break. You know, they are functionally unbreakable on everything. You know, the best way to kill them is to isolate their units where they're not supporting one another and they don't have their passive healing present, and then you just slowly grind them down. It is an attrition warfare against the Vampire Counts. And playing right into their hands is never gonna win. Is never gonna win you a game. Sacred Kroq-Gars, they got a lot of kills and then no value. Undead moment. The Chameleon Skinks, they didn't trade too hot either. The Umbral Tide were the big kicker here. They could have killed the Mortis Engine. You could have forced the Vampire Counts to play into you as well by trying to kill the Umbral Tide and then just counter-diving the Strugoi Vampire Lord or the Dire Wolves or whatever came after them. You know, Blood Knights, what have you. That's where Kroq-Gar would have shined. That's where the Skink Oracle would have shined. Stegodon could have just gone through, and instead of using that ballista the way he was just shooting, I think he was shooting the corpse cart for a bit, and then he was shooting at some of the flying stuff, like the, you know, the Vampire Lord. Instead of wasting your time doing that, you can just, like, fully focus on the Mortis Engine. People don't realize how strong this ballista is. It's a little bit of extra damage that will help you in the long term with dragging it down while the Umbral Tide focus on it, and you just defend the Umbral Tide. And if your opponent wants to go after the Stegodon, you just run away with the Stego. Stegos are pretty fast. They can reposition really well. And they've got great armor, unlike the Umbral Tide, who, if they do get caught, they're screwed. Stegodon can usually get away with good mass and armor and speed. That's my 2 cents. But it was a good effort. Lizards will get better as they go. I think the Saurus, you know, Saurus Warriors are awesome and they can do amazing work, but the thing that you really need, I really do think that you need the Skink Javelin Fire, because you can get free damage off on the big War Machine pieces that the Vampire Counts have. And Skinks don't trade badly into Skeleton Warriors or Zombies. You know, you've got a lot of synergies with Skinks in your army. I don't think Skinks are bad against Vampire Counts. I think if you're gonna go with Skinks, though, you need to bring just piles and piles of them. You know? And then you can bring Saurus out to really, like, fully lock down objectives. So, I mean, like, this army is good, and he could have won the matchup. Maybe not no problem, but certainly with just a little bit of smarter positioning of his, like, army. I don't think it would have been outside the realm of possibility for the Lizardmen there. Vampire Counts are just tricky, though. Not a lot of people play them, so you don't get a lot of practice against them, and then when you do see them, you don't really understand the matchup enough to effectively counter them. Alright. Druchii and the Counts. We've got Unlucky versus Porkenstein. Unlucky did win the tournament. I'm very curious to see how he manages this here. Brought Crone Hellebron on foot, no less. You know, Hellebron is a pretty vicious duelist. She's got great stats, really good weapon strength, has 3 Witch Brews to pop on herself, as well as Gaze of Cain, and can just absolutely obliterate something if she gets her hands on it. She's underrated as hell. Most of the time you don't see her just because people bring other Dark Elf Lords who are a little more consistent. But we'll see what she can do here. This is a wild build. This is not something that I would have expected to see against vampire counts. So let's take a look at the abilities. You got Witch Brew. She's already got AP on the weapon strength, so she gets 50% on top of all of that. That's like 800 weapon strength, give or take. She's got Gaze of Cain, which is a radius around her, no less. That gives her another 25%. She can get about 1,000 weapon strength on her attacks. And that's on top of Blood Frenzy, which gives her even more weapon strength. She's just disgusting. She's so strong. She's very sneaky in how she can get in there and just beat the living hell out of something. We've got a Beastcaster, very efficient option against the vampire counts. And I think we'll finally see somebody bring the vampire counts low today. Black Knight's moving up. Siren of Red Ruins here with the Wail of Malice, which does pretty good damage to SEs. Actually, also very good against, whatchamacallit, Monstrous Infantry. That's what it's best against. It says weak versus a single combatant, but it still gets, like, decent damage done. I think it says that just because the duration is so short. But it still does the 90 to 180 tick against SEs anyways. So it's a little misleading. Like, don't take that with a grain of salt. Good damage on the Sternsman, man. Really good value out of the Medusa early. War Hydra just gonna buffer stuff out really nicely, too. Blood Knights are on the field really early. Siren needs to be very careful not to get attacked by the Blood Knights, because they will shred her because of her light armor. She has a halberd and isn't bad against large targets, but against cavalry, where there's just so many models like piling in against her. The model is kind of small, but is pretty wide, so you can get enough Blood Knights on her to just rip her to shreds. Look at the Sternsmen, dude. They're just getting bullied right now. They have absolutely nothing to help them either. All of the zombies and spearmen are just moving up way too slowly right now. I would pop an invo on these guys, because, yeah, there we go. They're getting a little healing. Now they're not crumbling. They need to not show the side of their formation, though, because that makes this even worse. Because of the way that Medusa's weapons, their little gaze eye laser things, go through units, it pierces all the models in infantry targets. You're better off taking the shots head-on than trying to reposition and showing the side of your unit. Because it's just going to do ever-increasing amounts of work against you. And Spearman finally pushing onto the Siren, maybe going to help out a little bit. Felbats descend on the handbows here. And we do have a collapse from the Blood Knights. They do kill one handbow pretty handily. Funny enough, very punny. But they're fighting the Hydra here, which is going to be a very tough fight. They're getting shot at by Scourge Runners too at the same time. They do get a nice invo. It's going to keep them nice and healthy. Keeping these guys alive is going to be very important. And Hydra, man. Hydra kind of putting some work in on these guys. Scourge Runners do not want to get into melee combat against those. Handbows are doing good. They've gotten free of the Felbats, and they're shooting them down now, the last few of them. We've got Crone Hellebron looking to get after Vlad here. She should be able to compromise him eventually. Skeleton Spears pushing up. They're looking to get on top of the Hydra too. Just need to keep pushing and get in there and actually get on it. Because Hydra is just farming value right now. Sternsmen, oh my god, they've got no value. Look how low they are too. I mean, they're not doing, they're doing very poorly. They need some serious milk right now because they're just continuing to get beat up here by the Siren. Blood Knights out here just getting shot down by the missiles. Now, they've gotten 1,600 value, and they did break the Hydra. They can't finish this unit, though. They're going to crumble out before that. The Crypt Ghouls are going to get answered, and the Hydra has plenty of health to rally here. The second it gets away from these Crypt Ghouls and stuff, it's going to be alright. And the Blood Knights just kind of wasted their time there. So, lots of value. Doesn't look too bad for the vampire counts, but a lot of it's tied up in a unit that really isn't suffering for all of the work that got put in on it. And look at the Scourge Runners and the handbows just absolutely dunking on the Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls are kind of bad. They really did not get enough done to make them a good unit from the patch. Like, they're still really low armor. They don't hit very hard. Their weapon strength is, like, okay, but against armor, they're just not going to do anything. They're just tickling the Black Corsair handbows right now. Crone Hellebron did get the snot beat out of her by Vlad, though. Vlad is probably one of the few lords that can put the absolute whoop down on her, just because he's got good healing. And she takes a pretty vicious blow there. The front line's not going well at all for the vampire counts, and I don't know if killing Hellebron would be enough even at this stage, because you're lacking anything to clear through these handbows and the Black Ark Corsairs and the Dread Spears. You've got all this chaff, basically, and then you've got a White King. That's going to just take ages to do anything about. And Crone Hellebron, she did escape. She just needs to run to the back of the map. There's no reason to engage her in combat again. Just like run into the trees and your opponent's never going to find her again. Necromancer trying to wheel around. Does he have the Forbidden Rod? No Forbidden Rod, just the Lesser Raised Dead. Master of the Dead as well for extra healing. Unholy Lodestone. Kind of like bringing Necromancer. If you bring a Necromancer, bring the Forbidden Rod. Because they've got regen, so they'll out-heal the damage that Forbidden Rod does, and you get extra Winds of Magic, which is never a bad thing. This is where you just surround Vlad with, you know, Dark Riders or something, and he never, ever gets to do anything ever again. Just blob him up, lock him down, and then you clear out the rest of the Vampire Count army. Graveguard Halberds coming out. Cairn Wraiths aren't a bad unit, but they're getting shot at by the Handbows. Even though they've got the 55 Phys Res, they're still going to get poked away, and they don't have amazing HP values. Much better than it used to be. But they do actually get on target. They get on top of the Handbows. Doing some pretty good damage here. And what's Vlad up to? Yeah, just surrounded. He does actually get a terror out there, which is good for him. He's freed up. But the Dark Rider repeater crossbows are, they're also free, and they're getting free value here. Kind of charging into melee combat, a little bit of a awkward. Missile units are a little awkward. They just do weird stuff like that sometimes. Oh, and the Hydra. You know, the Hydra hasn't done a lot this game, but it's soaked up a lot of damage. Now it's back here beating up on Vlad, just keeping him occupied for ages. Beast Sorceress has gotten 1,000 value, which against vampire counts is actually quite a bit because of the low quality infantry they have. And Dark Riders finishing up the main force. We've got the Graveguard Halberds. They're also getting hammered right now. You can just bring these Dark Rider repeaters over here to finish. Black Knight's trying to make something happen, but Cold One Knights intercept, get a good side charge. Gonna wreck those guys. Crypt Ghouls aren't going to get anything done, and that was a nice shot from the Siren of Red Ruin, wherever it's at. The hell is this thing? Hello? Oh, here it is. Hiding by the tree here. 220 kills, 3,300 value, man. Beautiful, and both Whales of Malice have been used. Pretty good stuff, and Crone Hellebron didn't hear any bells. She actually comes back in. She's putting a beat down on the White King right now. With buffering from infantry, she just clears that guy out, no problem. And that's gonna, yeah, that's it. Vampire counts are done. They've got, like, 3 units left on the field. They got a summon. Is this a summon? It is a summon. They've got Vlad, a summon, Vargeist, some Crypt Ghouls, and that's it. None of which are going to be able to get anything done. These Vargeists get charged down. That's going to be the end of them. Unlucky has been a nightmare to contend with this tournament. Aw, it's not going to show me the values at the end. That's right. That's unfortunate. But we'll get through here and we'll get our last one done. Gorok is pretty good. He's not OP, he's just really hard to kill. What you do against Gorok is you just ignore him. It's like Vlad, you just throw an infantry unit into him, and that's going to take him ages to kill, and then you go somewhere else. Dark Elves are really strong now. People have gotten back on playing them, and they've been doing some seriously good work with them. It's been really nice to see them rise up through the ranks again. Alright, where is it? Dowie Kislev. Last match of the day here. Stelios versus Tango. I'm covering this because I did give Tango the advice to bring a build along these lines against the Dowie, so I'm curious to see how it goes for him. He said he lost, so kind of giving the game away a little bit here now. But I really do want to see how he lost. Goblobbers are very punishing, man. They're really good against the Kossar line. I think it might just come down to Dowie artillery just being way too difficult to get after. That's going to do him in. And they are very capable at chewing up the gun line here. Heavy War Sled and Light War Sled in the opening here. They should be able to run over the Dowie infantry. Norgurmling's Iron Breakers are kind of hard to run over because they have extra mass. You can see they've got like 100 extra mass on each entity. That stacks up really fast. All the other Dowie infantry have 150. Unlike these guys, who are just like extra thick. Extra chunky boys incoming over here. God, I love Iron Breakers. They're slow as hell. They look very funky waddling around the battlefield, but they'll hold a point down for you. Like I said, they've got crazy stats. They're really hard to kill. They can definitely get in here and do some pretty good work. War Sleds should look to just jump in over here. There's nothing to shoot at them right now. If your opponent wants to use Grudge Throwers and Goblobbers to shoot at them, they're going to do pretty decently. There are Thunderers, though. Going super hardcore in the paint against those guys, probably not the best move. We'll see what the sleds do, man. Sleds targeting Ungrim right now. Their shooting should be pretty good. You gotta side charge Norgrimlings because they have the expert charge defense. And they're going to be hard to kill no matter what. They just kind of fall right into them. Don't really do a whole lot. But you just pull out. You get some shooting forward, try and do some damage to them that way. Encircle these guys. Flailing hopelessly up against Norgrimlings is usually a mistake. You want to outmaneuver dwarves when they have heavy infantry units like this out. The shields are going to mitigate most of the pistol fire here. You could be using that against the Giant Slayers and the Dwarf Warriors here. And the Heavy War Sleds really aren't doing a lot. I'm kind of surprised they're not running over the Dwarves all that well. Maybe it's the speed. Maybe they just don't get... Maybe they just have bad charge speed. That might be it. Ice Witch is getting beat up by Ungrim Iron Fist 2. That's a big mistake. Definitely need her out of there where she's not getting killed. Oh, and this is the issue. So, when you give an attack order to a chariot, you need to give it onto the unit that's, like, blocking. There's also charge defense versus large on Longbeards. Miners don't have it. Your best path through is to run over miners and then, like, go through the backfield and get onto Thunders and stuff that way. You can break through Longbeards. You have to give the charge order onto these guys, and then the sleds actually get up to speed, and they'll break through the unit. They won't do a lot of damage because of the charge defense these guys have, but at least that way you break through, and then you just want to keep moving. You cannot stop with the War Sleds. But man, oh man, the Dowie are just like railing the Kislevites here. They just have so many good, effective options against them right now. Blasting Charges got good value. The Goblobber and the Grudge Thrower are doing pretty nicely. And the Heavy War Sleds are just like... The War Sled core is like already offline. Like, some of them are doing a little better than others. But that's why you want to run over the miners. Like, you don't want to leave miners with blasting charges to get, like, free value. Oh, and Giant Slayers are in here, too. You know, Giant Slayers, they get flattened pretty badly by, sleds and chariots, but they can actually do damage on the charge. So you don't want to ever charge these guys. You just want to kite around. You want to keep running over stuff and just use this big blob to keep moving and just running over as much stuff as possible. Like right now, if all of these chariots were just a little bit healthier, you've got two pretty healthy ones though. You could just run over the miners here. You can get onto the Longbeards, get a good side charge on them, and then you go onto the you get onto the Goblobber. You can run over the Dragonback Slayers and then run over the Grudge Throwers. And just be a nightmare for the Dowie. You want to always be going somewhere other than the front line with your chariots. Like, your infantry are gonna be okay as long as they don't take the blasting charges to the face. And as long as you don't leave the Goblobbers free to just obliterate them. These blasting charges actually getting some good damage against the War Sleds. And the Giant Slayers in here doing good damage as well. Oh, God. This is very disappointing to see. I really would have figured that the Heavy War Sleds would perform a lot better, but they seem just really lethargic. Now, they actually do shoot down a gyrocopter there, so they can do a little bit in that arena. And there they go. They get on the Thunderers. Now they're getting some serious damage in. I think it's just the fact that a lot of the Dowie units they've been attacking, you know, they went into the Norgrimlings, they went into the Longbeards. Even Dwarf Warriors have charge defense against large. That can be kind of hard to handle. Longbeards here getting charged down by Things in the Woods. This is where you can use the Heavy War Sleds to finish these guys off and break their leadership. Loop. Yeah. There we go. Finally a nice charge from the Heavy War Sled. Actually getting some good impact there. I think the, I mean, the best thing to do, it might also be tripping you up that they have a missile. So you can just, like, toggle their, melee mode. And then they're a little easier to control. Then you don't have to hold down Alt and constantly be worrying about misclicking, you know? Because then you can just have them where they're always charging something. They'll be pushing through stuff a little bit better. And they'll always be firing, because they fire while moving. They've got 360-degree shooting. They've got pretty crazy range. 130 meters. It's no joke. And you might be able to support your front line a little better that way. Streltsy are getting beat up. Zargard are doing a pretty good job of holding here. But they can't get these guys free. And the Boydunov's Brawlers finally getting some good damage, but the sleds and some of the other stuff are just a little bit too lonely right now. Things in the Woods are killing the Grudge Thrower. Goblobber has gotten okay value. It's really just losing these War Sleds and the Ice Witch being so unhealthy that's kind of ruining Kislev's day. They're doing a pretty good job of trading now that they've got all their units out. So I think you just go for a really slow push. You take the #1 objective. You just keep something cheap up on the point to hold cap weight. And then you keep as many of your units back here and in the woods as possible. And then, once you've got all your sleds out, once you've got all your things in the woods out, then you engage. And then you just try and crush the Dowie army. You know? Maybe you can play for some picks in the backfield as well. Because Dowie are very slow. Once they start summoning reinforcements that you can intercept with your chariots, that's where you can get a lot of value. And you can just, you know, you can just kite out Dowie infantry because they're so slow with your own infantry who can kind of run away from them. And the deeper in that you draw the Dowie, the sweeter it is for you. Making sure that your Things in the Woods don't get caught on Slayers is also very important. They've done pretty good damage. They're better for going in to assist the front line, kind of like this, where the Streltsy are fighting and then the things in the woods are there with them. Both units are still taking pretty nasty damage, but they're pretty alone, and the Peak Gate Guard are here too. So, this Dowie player just did a really good job of keeping his formation together and just grinding down against all of the mobility. The Kislev mobility has to be a little bit more supporting in order to get good value. But this may also be an unfavorable matchup. There's always going to be one. There's always going to be some faction that your faction is just not going to be good against. There's 24 in the game. You know, you can't have it be 50-50 everywhere at the end of the day. Boydnow's Brawlers did okay. These Streltsy, they just got caught up in melee and couldn't get it done. Lots of blasting charge damage on the Kossars. The Ice Witch got beat up by Ungrim. And the Chariots just kind of underperformed. I don't know, man. It's tough. It's really tough. Just sit them on the, just give them the order to always be in melee. I'm gonna actually go in. We'll do a really quick, skirmish, just because I kind of want to test this out. Because this is very important. Ice Witch can just chill. Ooh, you know what? This is gonna sound wild. Maybe Swiftwing might be useful here. It's not something that you'd bring terribly often. You can also have Hailstorm, which is, you know, like decent damage against Dowie infantry bricks. We'll just bring like a couple of Chariots. I'm just gonna have a ton of Dowie. Just get a Lord. Tons of Warriors, some great weapons. We'll throw some Slayers in here. And then a couple Thunders and some Quarrelers. And then, you know, you can just fill out some Winged Lancers. And we'll just see, like, how we can do kind of going in here with just mobility. And see if there's, like, a way to make best use out of these Chariots. Because this is theoretically a Dowie build that's very susceptible to Chariot play. Like, if I saw this and I had Razor Gore Chariots as Beastmen, I'd be salivating. I mean, this is, like, everything I could possibly want to run over. So you just hit them with the toggle melee mode. Try and keep the like and alike together, so that they're always running in a pack. And Winged Lancers can just spread out. It's gonna be a little bit unrepresentative because it's a downhill map, but whatever. Just gonna get in there. Winged Lancers, they're gonna roll in and die heroically for us. The idea of doing that is just to occupy things. The Chariots are where we really want to see some good performance. Let's pop Swiftwing here and see what happens. Yeah, you get the charge and you just flatten them, and then you just need to keep clicking onto new stuff. Because then your Chariots are never really slowing down, and they're always getting good value. Now, the white light war sleds aren't doing nearly as well. They're a little stuck up in here. It's because they don't have the same mass. It's a little bit less. 2,000 versus, what? 2,200? Yeah. So, I mean, just look at the heavy war sleds. They just flatten missile units, you know? That's really what you want to do. You hit the miners, keep them from getting blasting charges off, and just do all this. If you just keep these guys moving. Don't ever let them sit for too long. Let's see what Hailstorm does here. So the light war sleds don't look nearly as good. The heavy war sleds, though, they seem pretty juicy. They might just be the one you want to bring. And then you can just forgo bringing the light war sleds and just have better infantry available. And see, even getting into all these Dowie here, they still do pretty good damage. They've got the armor to survive Slayer damage. You can kind of pull out, run around. Just like charge in here, just like run over stuff. You've also got the whatchamacallits, the muskets in the back that can also do some pretty good damage. 2 Slayers there, doing whatever they do. Yeah, the light war sleds, they really don't seem to have much weight to them. But see, with the big, like, mass and the good armor on these guys, they can take a fight against Slayers and not get completely flattened. And just keep moving them. I don't know, man. Dowie are tough, man. They're a tough cookie. I guess if your opponent is chasing you just endlessly, it's kind of hard to get free. You gotta be able to shut down the missiles that the Dowie have access to. If you can get on missile units and run them over with the heavy war sleds, you'll be in a much better position. You know, we're in a pretty uneven fight here, and the war sleds are doing pretty okay. This will be a lot easier to do if you just keep them healthy before engaging, and you've got infantry to like move up and lock Dowie into combat. Then you can definitely get some good work done. Winged Lancers, you know, aren't terrible either. They can also, like, ice missile units. And you gotta remember that the real DPS of Dowie is always in the missile line. You know, their infantry are very annoying to, like, kill, but they don't do a lot of damage at the end of the day. So your best bet is to try and ignore the melee infantry as long as possible while you focus down the missile line. Slayers are still frustrating to deal with, but I think with just good enough micro from the heavy war sleds, you can actually do it. Light war sleds definitely need to be left at home, it looks like. I don't know what it is about them. They just bounce off of the front of infantry, it looks like. So do that. You got the Ice Witch, Tempest, Hailstorm, Swiftwing, nothing else. You know, I guess Freezing Wind's okay. But you don't really need Arcane Conduit, because you can just pace out your spell casting over a long period of time. And you've got double Chariot. You can probably just do triple Chariot in the opening, even. Because the more the merrier, in my opinion. Like, triple Razor Gore is hard for Dowie to go up against. It's very expensive, though. Streltsy, more of these guys. God. It's just rough. Like, your stuff is so expensive compared to the dwarves that the dwarves are just going to have a huge numbers advantage. You know, which is why I think you need to be very patient before pushing. And you gotta isolate the units that are lonely and don't have a lot of missile support. It's the only way that I can think to do it is Kislev. Missile gunline factions are very micro-intensive because you have to babysit missiles to do well in this game. They have a tendency to be obstructed by just about everything. And they can just get stopped up and not end up firing and doing much of anything. You need to give them good sight lines. You need to make sure that they're protected. You need to make sure they're all shooting at the right target. It's hard. Missile lines are not beginner-friendly, in my opinion. You want to play beginner-friendly factions. You want to play stuff that's got, like, a good balance. Like, I think Kislev has a good balance of options. You know, they've got very beginner-friendly mechanisms with Buyer Blood, so your stuff doesn't just break and route immediately if you, you know, mismicro them or get them into a bad position. Other beginner-friendly factions, Lizardmen. Lizardmen are very beginner-friendly. What else? Nurgle's honestly not the most beginner-unfriendly faction either. Because they got really strong healing. They've got, like, an interesting mix of units. They're a good intro to the demon factions. Tomb Kings are pretty beginner-friendly. Very strong missiles, you know. Very expensive missiles, so you don't have to spend a bunch of time microing a lot of, like, gunpowder units. Because it's really like the Empire and stuff like this that I'm thinking of, where your missiles are not only incredibly, like, prevalent, like, you've just got so many of them on the field, but they're also squishy as hell. Like, they've got very low armor values, so if they get touched by anything, they just get absolutely blown off the field. And then you've got to micro all your cavalry and state troopers. You know, a lot of people say Empire are beginner-friendly, but I really think that only applies to campaign. In multiplayer, no. Empire are a specialist faction. You need to play Empire all the time to get good with them. They are not something that you pick up and just immediately start winning with. Not in my opinion. Like, maybe you click with them in a way I didn't. It took me a lot longer to get used to Empire than some of the other factions. You know, Tomb Kings are, like I said, a good shooting faction to begin with. Just because your options for missiles are very efficient. They're not, like, you don't have, like, a bazillion of them on the field. You know, you're not typically bringing tons of skeleton archers. You're going to have, like, horse archers. You're going to have some great bows. Chosen of the Gods and some sepulchral stalkers is probably going to be your missile line. All of which are very effective. They do require micro, and they require you to be very careful with your positioning, but they're undead, so if they get caught, they don't just die immediately. You can actually come in and bail them out with some quick response units, like Horsemen. Can do a pretty good job of that. That's where I would start. Bretonia hasn't had an update in ages, man. I would love to see Bretonia get the next DLC. Zinch pointers. I don't know. I don't play a lot of Zinch. I very, very openly do think those were very strange Zinch builds. Chosen are very risky against a lot of factions, because there's a surprising number of answers to them. They get obliterated by skull cannons. And your opponent was kind of obliging to just, like, run in and fight you in that big blob. Even then, it was an incredibly close game. Zinch is very good using the, like, kite that they've got access to. Their horsemen are really strong. They've got, you know, the Exalted Pinks I really enjoyed. They actually look very strong with your micro. And you can definitely get some good effect out of them. Other Zinch pointers? I don't know, man. Like, take every single thing that I say with a grain of salt, guys, because y'all are the ones playing the game at the end of the day. I'm just giving you my thought process and what I look for going into matchups against opponents. I tend to, like, if I'm not playing Khorne, you know, where, like, my goal is to, like, obliterate all of your stuff on the field, and I'm playing something like Beastmen or Tomb Kings, I'm playing a lot slower. And I'm going a little bit more cautiously into the frontline engagements to actually, like, try and beat you. You know? And Zinch can do that better than just about every other faction, because they have the overshields. They do not have to commit to fights, almost ever. With these, you can pretty much pull your units out of bad situations and get them a decent little chunk of health back, and then recommit them somewhere else. Centaurs of Zinch are really important. They just obliterate everything. they're still insanely strong. 1150 is a very reasonable price point for such a powerful unit. Zangors are good. Tzeentch can do a lot of really tricky stuff, you know? Like, bringing weird builds, quote-unquote, with Tzeentch is almost never a bad idea. Just because, you know, people can struggle with, you know, bringing weird mix-ups. I just don't love Chosen on principle. I think they're very vulnerable in just way too many matchups. They can struggle, but Chosen at least have the overshields, which can keep them healthy a little longer. I just think if you're gonna bring Chosen, you might as well bring Halberds. And the Severed Claw are almost always good. Tzeentch just, I feel, synergizes a little bit better in terms of playing into like a kite style than they do going like straight heavy metal fisticuffs. At least in Dom. Maybe in land battles it's a little different. But even there, I feel like it's going to be a similar story. You want to bring lots of mobility with a good blend of shooting. So I really like the Exalted Pinks that you were bringing, but having Senties to, like, hammer stuff down. You can have, like, you know... I like the Furies, I like the Screamers and stuff. And mixing in, like, one Chosen isn't a bad idea. But just, like, bringing, all Chosen and then Sartorial, that's so narrow. If your opponent doesn't just run right into you and take that fight head on, and they just start capping objectives around the battlefield, and they commit to playing objectives, you're gonna lose 9 times out of 10, because that's a big uphill climb for having such a tiny, immobile army on the field. Because you don't have any presence outside of the one objective you're sitting on. And if you start splitting stuff up, a really good player is going to start bringing out answers to these really elite infantry. Because these guys got silver shields, they got tons of HP, overshields, everything you could possibly want. But there's only so much they can take. Like, they do get worn down over time. People can overwhelm them with a lot of different tools. Khorne has some really good options for clearing the Chosen. Like, just double Skull Cannon's gonna ruin your day. Even a single Skull Cannon, really well microed, will make it really hard for you to exist. Because Khorne will just throw units out, like Bloodletters, or even, like, dual weapon warriors that can just, like, roadblock the Chosen and keep them from getting to objectives. Skull Cannons, like, counter-shoot the Chosen, do damage to them, wear them out, run over them with their, you know, good mass and charge bonus, as well as the bonus versus infantry. And you just get ground out at the end of the day. Did I not do the Khorne versus Vampire Counts game? Honestly, Adam, if you're playing Vampire Counts as Khorne, all you can do is cry right now. It's just a losing matchup. It's very hard to win. That's one that I struggle with, and I've tried so many different builds. The best thing you can do against Vampire Counts is to go in and run over the Vargeist with Fleshhounds every time they try to land on your infantry. You want to bring the Horsemen, and you have to keep the Horsemen alive so that they can kill Mortis Engines and Corpse Carts. Because otherwise you're gonna just struggle fruitlessly to try to win a grind against Vampire Counts. That's never gonna work. Khorne has a bad time. Did you send it to me? Because I'll check it out. I'd love to see you actually beat them down. I've got Vampires and Slaanesh, but I don't have Khorne versus Vampires, so maybe I missed it in the Discord. Up here? No, that's Dowie and Corn. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sweet. We'll take a quick peek at this. Big kudos for winning the matchup, because it really is really difficult. Oh, man. Manfred von Karstein on the Dragon. Your build is really nice, just like right off the bat. This is kind of what you want to bring against vampires to begin with. Definitely against this build, you've got a really good shot. But if you go up against somebody like Scrambled Egg Special or like really high-level vampire count players who know the ins and outs of this matchup, that's when I think it starts getting into unwinnable territory. You're never going to see Manfred against Korn. He's too much of an investment. People more often than not are going to bring the Von Karstein Vampire Lord, because he's got the little Tempest ability that can shut down Valkia really hard. I really like Demon Shield Honor, too. Because then, even if your opponent does go with a big investment into a big lord like this, you've got a pretty good ability that can allow you to actually fight Manfred for a bit before you have to run away. Sleipnir's not really all that good against the undead. Sleipnir's better against mortal factions where you can pop it on a gun line, because it does so much damage that on a unit like Sisters of Avalorn or something, it'll take them down to about half health, and then you land on them with Valkia, and she doesn't terrify them, but she causes fear. She lowers their leadership even more, and then she's killing models, and then they just rout, like, real quick. They do not hold well at all. Horseman getting breath attacked is brutal, brutal damage. Oh my god. Owie. You don't hate having your horsemen fighting bats just because they've got bonus versus infantry, but you'd rather be countercharging the bats. You don't want to just take the damage for free. It's never a good fight when your guys are getting charged. Especially the horsemen, because they have awful leadership. They lose their frenzy and then they're useless. But Skull Cannon definitely needs to be doing work to the Graveguard. Great weapons here. Shooting zombies is not the best use of the skulls. Like, you're getting damage on important chaff that you do need to kill. But the better thing to use is the dual weapon warriors. Like, instead of using the Marauder dual weapons just to fight these armored undead infantry, they're going to lose this combat so hard. Instead of committing them there, you can just, like, send them to the number 3 here. And they'll beat 2 zombie units, no problem. I mean, you do need to support them and keep them from getting killed by Manfred. But that's where your throwing axes come in. And Valkia, because, you know, Valkia and the throwing axis can just shadow Manfred all game. You don't have to worry about your opponent's missiles. You have to worry about your opponent's direwolves and bats. The infantry is never going to catch you if you micro properly. Easier said than done, of course. It's always hard to micro. Everybody makes mistakes in game. But using these guys just to, like, aggressively throw down against these unshielded great weapons and halberds is definitely where you're going to get the best value. And you're kind of leaving them in combat here just to get mulched on right now. And using the Skull Cannon to shoot the Mortis Engine is actually a really good idea. They're really good at doing that. It's a really good target also. I like the aggressiveness using the Skull Cannon to, like, roll through the Graveguard here. They do a very good job of that. Valkia is just beating the hell out of this Banshee. You won't see Banshees terribly often against a lot of Vampire Counts players, because they'll bring White Kings instead. Banshees just get wrecked by demons, so it's not a very good pick here. They're very reliant on Physres and demon factions, especially Khorne has really good answers for killing foot characters like that anyways. Valkia by herself absolutely roasted that poor little ghostly witch. Khorne halberds are really good in this matchup. They can hold up against mobility really nicely. Poor horseman back there getting flattened. But the best thing that I can recommend you do is if you're going to take a fight on a point against the vampire counts, you want your horsemen to have a nice front line that's protecting them from Graveguard and stuff pushing through onto them. And you want to use the throwing axes just to hammer the Mortis engines. Mortis engines you cannot leave on the battlefield. They are going to ruin your day 9 times out of 10. And you won this match. I'm curious how you managed to grind back into this. You do have the Minotaurs and the Marauder dual weapons out here, bullying the zombies, kind of like I was suggesting earlier. You did a very good job of cleaning that up. You just don't need to fight anything in the middle here. Like, you have absolutely no interest in taking that combat. Like, there's too many heavily armored Graveguard here that are countering all of your units, basically. Like, the only thing here that's holding up at all are the halberds. And they're doing nicely for themselves. They've got an okay value. But as best you can, you just want to control side objectives against the vampire counts. You don't want to let them anchor anywhere, which is kind of hard to do because they can be very good at getting on points and then just, like, locking them down with just hordes and hordes of stuff. But, you know, that's the idea at least. You're doing a pretty good job of punishing a lot of this stuff. Like, the Graveguard Great Weapons are taking quite a bit of damage, and especially from the halberds and the remains of these throwing axes. You just have to be very careful with your throwing axes. Like, especially against really high-level players, they're going to be very intent on trying to shut these things down. Most people are, regardless. And your opponent has been doing a very good job of, like, chasing them off the battlefield and doing big damage to them. But that's where you've got, like, Flesh Hounds and Minos to punish your opponent's dive units. Minotaurs manhandle Direwolves. They beat Fellbats, they beat Vargeist, they beat Crypt Horrors. They beat all of that stuff, and then when you're just layering more and more throwing axes in on top of all that damage, that's when it gets really hard for the vampire counts to do anything. And that's your best bet at victory. I'm kind of curious to see the Furies going after the Mortis engine and actually doing some pretty good damage to it. This Mortis engine is pretty out of position, because, you know, it could be, like, up here supporting more of the actual Graveguard. And your opponent's build is just very narrow, and he's got units going all over the place. Like, hiding out in the trees, and he's not supporting much of anything here. He's got some really good breath attacks out of Manfred, too, though. Like, Porkenstein definitely has the right idea, and you do, too. But it's just, like, the execution and using the units to, like, push together is not, like, happening in tandem the way it needs to happen for the vampire counts. Because they're coming in very disjointed. Like, they've got all of these units just kind of waddling over, finally. And he's leaving you to isolate stuff here in the middle without much pushback. And he's only committing Manfred to fighting... you know, maybe not the greatest targets. Like, Manfred doesn't really want to be fighting halberds here. He's got much bigger fish to fry, like Valkia. Because if he can shut down and kill Valkia and protect his Mortis engine, then he's going to win the grind here. Because he's got passive healing that you can't do anything about. Manfred is a great lord, but trying to do the heavy lifting all by himself is not his strong suit. He's much better supporting. He's better on the Hellsteed here. And just casting, like, Gaze into Gash and Invos over and over again is his best bet. These throwing axes are doing really nice now. And the Minos are very vicious. They do great work against SEs. You're doing a very good job of hounding those down. And he's just not playing close enough together. Like, his army is just all over the place. And, they're just kind of trundling in, waiting to get killed. Which is very nice for you. You're doing a very good job of punishing him for overextending.
Woeful tidings.
Baiting with Valkia and then collapsing on Manfred, and killing Manfred is the end of things. Vampires cannot do anything once they lose their lord. But that's often why you don't see big lords brought against Khorne. Like, usually vampires go really wide, and that's how they end up outpacing Khorne eventually. It's because it just takes forever to kill everything. Like, I'm gonna show you the worst nightmare for Khorne, honestly. This guy on the Hellsteed, he's got 105 speed. Valky is never going to catch him. So you don't have any opportunities to kill your opponent's lord. Just because, as long as he doesn't miss micros him, you just can't catch. A couple Graveguard with great weapons, and then just like tons of zombies and spears. And then they bring some Cryptors. Cryptors are the nightmare for Khorne. Like, you've got throwing axes, but they've got regen, so they can just, like, heal through a bunch of stuff. You got Unholy Lodestones that can also do some pretty good work. You can probably cut down. Just bring more, just max Cryptors. Your opponent either brings White Kings in the opening, or they keep them in reserve. They bring Scabscraith, because Scabscraith ruins Bloodletters. It's not very... And it also ruins Marauders because of the low armor and the power that this has. Warriors do a good job of holding up, which is why Halberds are so nice here, because Halberds can actually survive combat against Crypt Horrors. But then your opponent just brings lots of Vargeists. You know, some Direwolves and some Fellbats aren't bad here. And then what else? I mean, they could bring a Blood Knight, but they don't have to. Because they can always bring just more Graveguard with great weapons. Like, the Vampire counts win this matchup just by flooding the field with AP and answers to the mobility. Which they will struggle in a lot harder. So if you can keep your infantry alive and have the throwing axes doing the heavy lifting of killing corpse carts and mortis engines, that's how you win the matchup. Chaos Spawn, they can trap stuff up, but Minotaurs just hit so hard. They're the best option. I don't know, Sleipnir does good damage, but oftentimes, like, it's not super worth using against zombies. I think Valkia being able to duel stuff is a little more important. You gotta make sure she doesn't get trapped either, which is really tough because there's a lot of mass that the vampire counts can bring that's very good against her. You can bring the Hounds, bring some Furies as well. A couple dual weapons isn't a bad idea, and, you know, Skull Cannons are always a nice answer. They can do some really good work, man. I love Skull Cannons. All day, every day. But just something like this. You don't have to be afraid of your opponent out-skirmishing you. You know, vampires have no missiles. So you can bring the dual weapons, and they just rip and tear through the zombies and skeleton warriors. And if your opponent brings up the Graveguard, then you're replaced with the Chaos Warriors with Halberds. You gotta do your best to avoid just grinding into Mortis Engines and stuff. But it's tough, because once you've got this many units out, I mean, this is like a full army, and this is fully something that you'll see against Vampire Counts players. And getting through all this HP and all of these units, Khorne can do it, but only if they're allowed to. And if the Corpse Carts and Mortis Engine or anything, you know, your opponent might bring Mortis Engines, they might not. They can be a little bit of a give and take against Khorne. just because throwing axes are so good against them. And they'd probably want to commit to bringing more AP, which is going to be more consistent against your front line. Because Graveyard Great Weapons beat the Halberds, and then you're kind of sad about it. And they're the guys who are going to anchor your points. And you have to bring mobility to answer Vargeists and other units, you know, like Crypt Cairn Wraiths and Hex Wraiths. You won't see those too often because people bring these. But matchup hard. Matchup really hard, in my opinion. But you did a really good job of winning it there. Alright, guys. That is going to be it for me. I'm going to dip out. I appreciate y'all tuning in. And I hope you enjoyed my rambling as much as you possibly could. And I'll catch y'all another time. Peace out, guys. Take care.